The Great Creation Debate Review. Let's get it.
That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Rappers acting steady high, steady simple pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big pharma set it up, had to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in the field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Took the way you saw the world, then distorted it. Now you think you wanna rock it, twirl somewhere orbiting. Theories disproportionate, the truth distorted quick with a forceful grip. They force a misinfo that we absorbing quick. Took the people's signature that mean extorted it. They forging it. If news anchors informants who informing them there's a surplus, but they tell us there are shortages. Credit economy mortgages, dollar that's supported with empty fortresses. But what's important is this: we courting ships, important gifts. Of course it is, what extortion is in accordance with an assortment list of foreign tricks we ignoring, which informing this, informant this. It looked like we were snoring tricked. Pedophilia and the government endorsing it. Yeah, eugenics is exactly what abortion is. You just vilify those insubordinate. Way to matrix engineer, that's unfortunate. Geopolitically, we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Rappers acting steady high, steady simple pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big pharma set it up just to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real?
In a world. What up, fam? Cool, man. Hope everything sounds good, looks good. I just created a new scene, so sorry I was late. So yeah, we're gonna cover the Great Creation Debate, as it were called. And I was there, I'm sure you know. Many of you do know I was in the front row. I was supposed to get to speak, actually. I actually put together a whole presentation, like a PowerPoint. I kind of knew I wasn't going to get to really go through my whole PowerPoint or anything, but I thought at the least I'll go up there and kind of pop off some facts to kind of dispel the notion that flat earthers just don't understand basic things. So that was the plan. It obviously did not occur. If you watched it, you would have seen that he actually said that he was about to bring me up shortly after it all fell apart. So we're going to cover some of it. Obviously, we're not going to cover the whole thing. I really kind of want to watch their first little interaction and then maybe some of the end. We were rooting for you? Yeah, thanks. It's all good. Wasn't meant to be. Now, what is funny, so they released a press release, an official press release. So if you don't know, Greg Locke, he has like 2.1 million followers on Facebook. He blew up during the pandemic. We are on Rockfin and Rumble as well. So he blew up during the pandemic, kind of saying some stuff that was true, right? He wouldn't even let people in his church if they were scared of the air. He wasn't pro poisonous genetic modification, etc. So he blew up, and then that kind of ran out of steam. Then he started saying that he was really big on deliverance, delivering demonic people from demonic possession. Called himself Demon Slayer, or he had a group of people that called themselves the Demon Slayers. And then cut the mic before Austin comes on stage. I don't even know if he knew who I was, but so anyway, I think that Flat Earth was kind of a thing that would maybe get some hype. Also, I've heard his son, who I think is 21, is a Flat Earther. And so what I've now realized, because I just found that out, is I can tell that's why he's so angry about it, because he's never going to be wrong in terms of his son. Sure, some people in his congregation also agreed once it came up that his son said it to him. And so he argued with the son, told him it was stupid, whatever. And so that's the underlying story here, is that his son is a flat earther. And if you watched it, at one point he says, I wouldn't trust my son to pasture an outhouse. Just like completely threw his son under the bus. So I think Rockfin is set to members only. Okay. I'll change it in a second. So anyway, that's kind of some of the backstory. So the whole idea, if you didn't know, and maybe that's what we should do. Maybe we should watch the original video. We should watch the original video so you guys have the context of what happened. Okay, so that's what we're going to do, as long as I can find the video really quick. Okay, here it is. All right. Now, I don't know. Normally, Facebook trips when I try to open it up on here, so I don't even know if it'll work. So we'll watch it, because most of you guys may not have seen. So he calls out Flat Earth. He goes on this big rant, and he gets a bunch of pushback from his congregation. He just like has a meltdown and goes crazy. So I don't know if that message was to me, Jaron, but if it was, I'll check it out. So no. All right. Let's see if it works. This content isn't available right now. So hilariously enough, they took that video down as well. So I'll play the one that Dave posted. This is so funny. So these people were in complete damage control. This guy went on a rant talking about Flat Earth, got checked, and he's like, you know what? People I respect, they seem to really think that the Earth is flat. Okay, here we go. So let's watch this together to get some pretext for it. And he so what he says is, I'm going to give Flat Earth unlimited time to feel like they're not being misrepresented, to fully give their take, to give their position. I only need one Bible verse. I just need time to say one Bible verse to shut it down, so that the Bible says that the Earth is not flat, and we'll just give them as much time as they need. I will stay here for 6 hours. They can bring up whoever they want to, fully explain it so they don't feel like they're being misrepresented, and then we can just go from there. That was the offer. This is, of course, why I got brought out there and a couple other people. The idea was that he was going to cover the scriptural angle, and then he'd have me cover up a couple things. All right, let's check this out.
It's amazing how we can walk so close to Jesus and go to church all the time and miss exactly what he's trying to tell us. It's amazing how many people make the Bible say what they wish it said other than what it actually says. You will find that out on December the 2nd at 6 o'clock. If you miss, I feel sorry for you if you miss December the 2nd. I feel sorry for the other side that shows up on December the 2nd. I've never met people that were so hell-bent on making the Bible say something God never intended for it to say. And by the way, I'm going to say one thing. I don't care how ticked off they get. I'm about to throw this microphone. I've read all of these supposed 200 out of context Bible verses. Let me tell you what I'm sick of. I'm sick of people that take something that is meant to be explicitly in the context of the beauty of Jesus, the beauty of the gospel.
It's almost sickening to hear him talk. I don't know about you guys, but what you gotta admit, it's very ironic. He's like, I'm sick of people trying to make the Bible say what it doesn't say. You mean like saying that it's a tilted, wobbling, spinning ball in an ever-expanding universe of nothingness when it says it's a stationary plane enclosed with a firmament that's immovable and fixed on pillars with corners that shall never be moved ever, and that heaven's above us and hell is below us, and there's water above us and the firmament holds the water back, and that the actual gates of the firmament were open so that it would flood, and there are fountains of the deep, and we're surrounded by water in all directions. He drew a circle, but there are corners. Seemingly there was some type of square of sorts, and he drew a circle in it. You mean like that? You mean like saying that that actually means a tilted, wobbling, spinning cartoon water ball with water bending convexly to the exterior of it while atmosphere somehow sits adjacent to a near-perfect vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr, violating the second law of thermodynamics, but don't worry about that. We're a tiny little speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe of nothingness. They obviously could not have had me go up there. Even if I had just been chill, talked slow, covered the basics, they do not want this work, bro. I gotta admit. It is very funny that this guy is saying this. Watch a couple more minutes of it. We'll just get into the debate. We're not going to watch the full thing, but it is sickening, bro. And I'm going to be honest with you, man. This is why people hate religion. It's this overly animated, arrogant, condescending, look at me, I'm special. I believe in the Bible. I'm special. Like just being extra. I'm sitting on the front row. These people are like, that's right. Come on. That's right. Over and over like they were robots. I guess he cheated on his wife with his secretary, then divorced his wife, then married the secretary he was cheating on his wife with immediately. She's on the front row, just like she runs the church. She's in the middle of everything, jumping up, being super animated and loud. It was just gross. It was just lame. I don't care if this offends you, bro. This is lame. Yeshua would just be chilling, man. He wouldn't be like, hey, I believe in God, everyone look at me. Like that's just not. Anyway, bro, let's watch a little bit more of it.
The glory and holiness and fear of God, and erasing its original context to make it talk about something that is so asinine, so ridiculous, so unbelievably crack smoking crazy, that what bothers me is not that they believe it. What bothers me is they use the Bible to say that's why they believe it.
More projection, brother. Because we've discovered the Earth was a stationary topographical plane that was enclosed based on the second law of thermodynamics, objective measurements, long-distance observations, laser tests, radio and microwave transmission tests, and many other things. Then we found out, wow, the scriptures have been literally viable literally this entire time when it comes to the description of creation. That's why it brings so many people to the scriptures, and it brings so many people to the Creator, because it was literally accurate. Let me also say this. One thing the guy said that was right was flat earth does not save you, and some people make it sort of an idol. Flat earth does not save you. And people think, well, all the ancient cosmologies knew about the scriptures. But there are some things that are kind of hard to explain, where how did the Hebrew authors know that when it says the ends of the earth are like the most windy on the earth and all the winds come from there? Well, it turns out Antarctica is the windiest place on the earth. But that the seas are calm at the ends of the earth. Well, every other shoreline, the sea is super violent coming onto the shore, but in Antarctica, it's notoriously calm. So not only is it accurate and viable for a literal description of the realm that we inhabit, it had details that doesn't even make sense that they knew it. It is exclusively detailed. Okay? Yeah, sure, everyone knew the earth was a stationary plane in the center, but the scriptures have these like little gems in it, right? And so people start realizing, wait a minute, It's been right about everything. Now we're trying to figure out where we live. Maybe we should go to the source that's been correct so far, and it says there's water above us. It says there's water below us. It says there's water all around us. It says there's an ends to the earth. It says there's a firmament stretched out like a tent. Maybe, just maybe, this is correct. It says that there are layers. So anyway, I just want to throw that out there. I mean, it doesn't matter what he says. What's happening is the Father is exposing this church. I'm just going to say it like it is. There's nothing that their lies can do to stop it. And let me give you some feedback. So he goes on this little rant here. This is after he's announced, this is like his third meltdown. This is after he's announced that he's going to do the debate on December 2nd. First, he just goes on this rant about how stupid flat earth is and how he's going to give them plenty of time. So they never feel like they're being strawman. We can end it once and for all. Just plenty of time. As long as they want to explain their side, if they want to bring some other people up, go for it, whatever you want to do, okay? This is the behind the scenes tea here. Then Dean was reaching out to him consistently because I talked to Dean a couple times leading up to it, and because he called me and asked me if I'd like to do it after he prayed about it. And Dean's asking, what's the format? Like, can we get the actual format so I can know what's going to happen? He just said, yeah, sure, give me a little bit. Then he just started ignoring him. And then on Wednesday, he's like, I really need the format. Do I need to get a moderator? Like, what's the deal? He says, I'll send it to you tomorrow. And then he doesn't respond again until the day of, when he gets there. When he literally physically gets to the church, he tells him the format. Okay? Everything that this dude did, he broke his word. He lied the entire time. Everything that he did was super shiesty. Okay, then we have the quote-unquote debate, which we're going to cover some of now. And then immediately, once it ends, because he throws a little temper tantrum, they pull the stream. During the middle of the stream, they disabled the comments because they were getting checked so hard by the people viewing it. They pulled the stream. Oh, I'm going to give Flat Earth my platform because truth doesn't fear investigation. I'm going to give them all 3 million followers. You have 2 million followers, but okay, I'm going to let them all see it. Pulled it immediately, then wait a couple days, post a post on Facebook that's just a complete lie about what happened, right? I comment on it, a couple people comment on it. I'm blocked, bro. I'm like, I stay on the front row. I know for a fact that every single thing in this post is a lie. The truth is that you misquoted scripture. You got called out. You said that the scripture says that there are many planets when it says worlds. He told you no, the Greek is eon. It means ages. You just ignored it, right? You said that it says that we're one amongst many habitable planets. He says no, the word planet doesn't even exist when it comes to scripture. It's in the KJV one time. It's mistranslated. That word properly translated as constellation. He even said what the Hebrew word was. He said that's a fact. And then Greg Locke said that's not a fact. So he's blatantly lying about scripture, right? It's so bad. Anyway, he's blocked me. He's blocking anyone that doesn't fit the narrative of how he was the victim, he was the bigger man, all this crazy stuff. This is not what the creator, this is nothing on behalf of the creator. I'm just going to say that, okay? So, anyway, I don't know, I don't want to watch too much. We'll watch a little bit more of him just so you can understand the vibe leading up to this. Now you know the context, and you know the context of his son apparently being a flat earther as well. We'll watch a little bit more, and then we're just going to get into their back and forth, and we're going to skip through the presentations a bit and get to where it kind of goes down because we can't watch it all. If you haven't seen it, I do encourage you to watch it. It's worth watching it. I have the stream on my channel. It's like raw, and then you get to see the aftermath, and you see me walk outside, and I talk to you guys. I talk to Dean, all of that, but it's not as professional quality as this. So we're just watching it we're going to watch it from the more professional version. But if you want to see the raw, uncut, like where you can see the audience and see everything that happens, you can watch it on my channel. I streamed it live. So, okay. And reminder that I played the trailer, but dude, the summit's Friday, and it's going to be fire. You definitely don't want to miss the summit, bro. You know, you can miss if you want to, but I mean, you know, I wouldn't suggest it. Shout out to Nominal, gifted 10 memberships. That reminds me, welcome to the Misfits, whoever gets it, and check out the new merch, bro. This is the new merch. I wanted to get it in before anyone else did. This is embroidered. It's fire, man. So that's the new logo. That's the slogan. Speak up so you can speak truth unequivocally, right? It's super cool. So we'll announce these soon. I'm not even really making money on them. I wanted the little bonding moment. So this is embroidered. It's very nice. So cool. Welcome to the Misfits. And if you're a member, or Patreon supporter, etc., you'll get like a discount on the merch. It's fire. And then we're going to make some more. I have the fasting merch down there. Anyway, not to get too sidetracked. So, let's just say that the environment was pretty exciting. It was like tons of people were there, bro. Like when I showed up, I thought there's no way there's this many people here right now. Like it was insane. Welcome, electrifying CT to the Miswits. Cindy Bink, welcome to Miswit level 1. Like I said, thank you to my boy Nominal for the generous 10 memberships. And Clay Undersill, my boy, legend, welcome to the Miswits. And Hogwired, welcome to the Miswits. I'm not going to leave you guys hanging. So welcome to Wes FE. Hey, welcome to the Miswits level 1. That's what I'm talking about. All right, we got some new Miswits. Kryptonian, Miswits level 3. What a legend. So welcome to the Miswits. And by the way, bro, we're going to be launching the Miswits app here soon. You're going to have to give me a few weeks because it has to go through all the Apple and Google things, but it's going to be dope. So definitely stay tuned for that. Download the app. All right, cool. Austin, we should read a bit of that press release. Holy cow, the lies. I can't even access it because I got blocked. I think I'm in a group chat that has it, though. So I'll read the... I think I should read it first. We'll read it first, okay? This is what it says. This is the Flat Earth Debate official press statement on their Facebook after they took the stream down immediately. The December 2nd Flat Earth Debate between Pastor Dean Odle, Flat Earth, and the host, Pastor Greg Locke, Spherical Earth, came to an abrupt end after 4 long hours when Locke decided Odle and his followers, who were the large majority of attendees, had not come in good faith, but were there only to attack, intimidate, and provoke Locke and others who were there for a peaceful debate based on the Bible. Wow. Well, Doug Maurer, Miswit for 14 months. Much love. OG Miswit, welcome all new Miswits. That's what I'm talking about. Clay Undersell gifted 10 memberships. What are you doing, brother? Shout out to my boy Clay Undersill. That's my homie. I think you better come out to Florida and kick it, bro. I told you, doors open to you. Thank you so much for the 10 memberships, bro. Welcome all the new Miswits. Pretty good time to be a Miswit because a new merch is dropping. If you go to the summit, you'll get exclusive access to the merch with a discount. It's literally as much of a discount on the merch as I can possibly do. Okay. So just remember what that just said, right? Like, oh, we didn't come in good faith. We came to attack and intimidate. Can you address how the Flat Earthers need to stop appealing to those 200 verses? Most of them don't support Flat Earth just as fast as they actually do. Yes, actually, I do agree. Flat Earthers should stop just posting the meme about 200 plus verses. Member for 12 months. Hey, 1 year hype. Shout out to my boy Adam. How you been, brother? Yeah, dude. OG Miswit. So a lot of the verses... Jay Savoy, welcome to the Miswits. So yeah, a lot of them aren't good, like actual exclusive Flat Earth evidence. As this guy, he put them all on there, Nathan Roberts, right? But they're not all good, and it gives people like this ammunition to say, look at them just reaching. Although a couple of them he said actually are good ones, right? Where like New Jerusalem, it doesn't fit on the globe; it would be hanging off into space. That's why it's a Flat Earth verse. He doesn't understand some of them, but a lot of them are, people shouldn't just, there's plenty of ammunition in the scriptures. If you believe in the scriptures, you want to show someone the scriptures support a level, stationary, topographical plane enclosed in a firmament as a cosmology. You don't need to reach, you don't need to make things up. Just like he said, Nebuchadnezzar is shown a dream of a tree, right? And then he's like, oh, the tree can be seen from everywhere. That's a Flat Earth verse. Although I will even say there's some arguments to be had about, was he taken on a literal mountain to see all of the things? And then that's where we start getting into a difference of like, why is the devil showing the Messiah all of the kingdoms if he's God and already knows all the kingdoms? Of course, he was there with the creation and he's the son of the creator anyway, but my point is maybe that one's a bit of a reach. A bunch of them he's right about. So that's very smart on his behalf. If you don't know what he did, he has a list of 200 verses and he just debated against that. He didn't debate against anything that Dean Odle posted. Nothing. And I think he tried to do one verse and he's blatantly wrong about it. But he's able to make good points where, yeah, you're correct. That is clearly a reach. That's about a dream. It's not about a literal description of the earth. That's correct. Where that way it's like he's winning. It's kind of like a Glober debating against, another random made-up flat earther that says ridiculous things. Thanks for everything you do. Miss me on the haters who say truth should be free. More to come. Hey, thank you so much. I don't know how to say your name. free thinking. Oh, I guess it's free thinking. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Yeah, haters gonna hate. All right, just remember what this started off as. We're going to go through it, and it says that we were super violent and all this crazy stuff. And it gets worse. It's the most insane, slanderous lies I've ever seen come from a church. All right, let's watch a little bit more of this guy freaking out.
So if I was you, I would not miss December 2nd. And I'm going to have to pray. I told my wife, look, I don't care. I told my wife, I'm going to have to pray that I am not totally sarcastic the whole time. I feel like I'm talking to diaper-wearing babies when it comes to the Bible on this situation. I'm like...
Bro, the arrogance is disgusting. We're going to play the whole 9 minutes, okay? I'll be right back. I'm going to speed it up to 1.25. I'll be right back. I'm about to go fix a drink. And let's just watch it, because this gives the context. This is after he was like, oh, some people told me I overreacted, so I need you to calm down, you know? And then he goes on to this rant right here, but I'll be right back. Let's just watch this so you know what's going on, because we're not going to watch like the whole 2.5 hour presentation of Dean or anything like that. I do encourage you to go watch it if you're not familiar with the scripture's description of the earth. But let's just check out what this goofy goober's got to say here.
Lord, please don't let me be condescending.
And this is like blasphemous, sarcastic nonsense, bro. Like the freaking audacity of this guy. The creator I believe in, bro, changed my whole life, man. Changed my whole life. It's not funny, bro. With this getting hammered? No, dude. I'm not about to go fix a drink. Like, literally, I prayed and had life-changing experiences. All of a sudden, I'm pulled out of the house that I was tempted in, put into a house 5 acres by myself, fasting, praying, reading the scriptures, life-changing things, given messages, answered my prayers, shown me things directly in the scriptures, answered my prayer about a wife and children directly in the scriptures. This guy infuriates me, bro. You're held to a higher standard if you call yourself a preacher or a teacher of the scriptures, a preacher, and you do stuff like this. I would hope people heed the warning, not going down with the ship, because his number's obviously been pulled. I'm not speaking on behalf of the creator. I'm just telling you what I see. But anyway.
Because what I just read in the Bible is so simple, so sound, so theological, that how anybody in the right mind could twist it and contort and disrespect the Bible, it gets my dander up. That's all I'll say. It's ridiculous. So here's what we'll find out on December the 2nd. We'll find out who's willing to change their theology based on the Bible, and who's willing to ignore the Bible because of their preconceived ideas from videos that began to surface on YouTube in 2016 and made people QAnon conspiracy theorists. Okay? Look, I'm not being mean, but I will if I have to. After December the 2nd, I will never allow anyone to have that silly conversation in this church ever again. I'm going to give you till December 2nd to get that mess out of your system. I'm telling you, I have never in my life seen people that are so vitriolic over one of the dumbest conspiracy theories on the planet. Now, I know some of you got yoked up in, that's fine. And I know some of you, you're, I don't know. Okay, cool. After December 2nd, when the Bible obliterates all 200 of these nonsensical verses that they think they are ramrodding us with, you're going to walk away doing one of two things. Having a better love and respect and admiration for the Bible, or totally disrespecting and disregarding the Bible altogether just because, as their society teaches them, this is how I feel it to be true. Really? There's a lot of people that feel themselves to be true that are going to bust hell wide open. So I'll be honest, I didn't even, and that's why I've not even mentioned. I just keep saying December 2nd. Okay, they'll clip it. I'm telling you. I told the men, I'm disgusted at the lack of reverence that these people have for the truth of God's word. And he may be my friend, but I'll let him and everybody else know on that platform. If you think I'm going to back down, you've lost your mind. People are like, well, why are you wasting your time with such a debate? Number one, it does seem to be a great waste of time, until a few weeks ago I said something about it. And holy smokes, if people didn't have a meltdown crazy fit. Well, we didn't know you believed that. And I'm like, well, I happen to preach the Bible, so the Bible is what I believe. And by the way, I'll go one step further because I got to get back to the text. But I was reading this morning. I was reading all over the Bible this morning. I got it early. The Bible talks about hirelings in John chapter 10. You know what it says about hirelings? It says when the wolf comes, he runs from the wolf and makes the sheep vulnerable. People are like, Brother Love, why you always feel like you got to fight? Because I'm not a hireling, I'm a shepherd. When wolf doctrine infiltrates the church, cowards run in the opposite direction. Shepherds use a global platform to expose the wolf doctrine. Now, there's some people that won't show up that's already left our church over it, and that's okay. If you leave a church over the shape of the earth, you need to figure out the shape of your heart. But I'm just going to tell you right now, all this disrespect to the Word of God is going to stop around here. I don't care who you are. I'm going to fight to the death for the truth, inerrancy, and context of this book. And I'm not going to let Bozo the Clown theology clearly ruin what the Bible obviously means to say.
And you see that this guy is clearly just like an expert in like emotional nonsense. Like, what a joke. And again, I'm going to tell you, it's very obvious what has happened. His son brought it up to him. He got super triggered. It's like this emotional thing. He has to prove his son wrong. And he bashed his son in front of all of these people. I think that's plenty of that because we got plenty to cover in the other debate. Okay, so now it is important to watch what he says at the beginning. Mind you, this is right after people are singing praise and worship. And let's see what this guy has got to say. I think I can sit on the screen with you here. All right.
Well, give the Lord some praise tonight. Welcome to the great...
Hi, guys. Let me know if there is some feedback because I'm not wearing my headphones coming through my monitor and my mic's on. Let me know if there's an echo or anything, and I'll just mute whenever it's playing. So just let me know quickly if it's echoing, if you don't mind.
Creation debate. We are honored that you are here. Thank you so much for being in our house tonight, the house of the Lord here at Global Vision. We honor you for your presence. You can be seated all over the house. I'm going to give you just a couple of kind of some schematics and schedule and ground rules a little bit, if you will, for tonight's discussion and lively debate. It's going to be super exciting. I know, obviously, that not just some of our church folk are here, but a lot of other churches and other church folk are here. And then some non-church folk are here as well, and that's okay. I'm just glad that everybody is in the house tonight. Amen. I'm honored that you're here. We even have people outside that aren't happy to be here. I'm not sure why they showed up, but they're here.
And that's just like this made-up thing, you know? One is for the first layout, or two is for the second. This is the second. So 2 if you like this layout, and 1 if you like this layout. And let me also say this. So you know some of the tactics that they're doing, right? So they released this press release the day of saying that they had to bring in armed security with AR because they were getting threats and they were worried about the flat earthers being violent. Okay. Then he starts off by saying some people aren't happy to be here, not sure why they're here. Like every single flat earther that I talked to was laughing, loving, hugging, saying prayers. Like it was because this is a big stage for the truth. Everyone was just super loving. People there that had beef previously were just being nice to each other. Everybody. All right, two wins. Thank you guys. Everyone was being nice to each other, bro. Everyone was in a good mood. Everyone was smiling. There was one guy, there's always one, who had clearly been drinking and was being like loud or was like handing out flyers or something. They told him to stop, and he said, you need permission from the preacher to hand out flyers. He said, God told me I could, and he was being extra, okay? A bunch of people not being happy about being there. I mean, maybe that's what you're referring to. My point is that, dude, is that Streamlabs? Yep, Streamlabs. Dude, it was like a very positive, loving vibration. And that's before and after. Bro, I was there, okay? And a lot of people talk to me. So anyway, I just wanted to address that. Like, they created this narrative that we're these crazy, chaotic, violent people before we even got there, right? I mean, we're gonna read some more of that. We're gonna read some more. Let me go ahead and read some more of it. Okay, so then it says, because I wanted you to listen to him just being a psychopath. After saying that we were not there in good faith, does it sound like he said, I'm going to try my best to not be sarcastic? That's the opposite of good faith. Okay. Debating against a list of arguments that your opponents didn't make, bad faith. Strawmanning, bad faith. Interrupting the rebuttal, bad faith. Okay, we talk about bad faith. Okay. He says that they decided that we had not come in good faith and were only there to attack, intimidate, and provoke Locke and others who were there for a peaceful debate based on the Bible. Locke opened the evening in the spirit of unity and reconciliation and delivered clear... What do you need to reconcile? Oh, you being a jerk. Delivered clear instructions for the crowd to remain civil and loving, but Odle wasted no time to angrily threaten a walkout after Locke levied this first line of questioning. We're about to see that. Odle repeated his threat every time Locke challenged him on a point of fact, but Locke continued showing great restraint. It's so gay, it makes me want to throw up in my mouth. Even while Odle delivered his opening presentation by stating false premise that the Bible was not in any way a book of metaphors. Another lie. I want you to think about this. And Kingdom of Context made an awesome comment on the thing, quoting scripture about how important it is not to be lying. Okay? I'm blocked. I can't check it out anymore. And I wasn't even, all I was saying was I said, the Father's chosen to expose your church, and there's nothing that your lies can do to stop that. And I mean, you can get triggered if you want, but it says that Odle started his presentation by stating the false premise that the Bible was not in any way a book of metaphors, but had to be taken literally at all times. And he says quite the opposite. He says, yes, of course, there is symbolic language in the Bible, but it always represents something real. For example, you have in Revelation, right? And he gave the example of his interpretation of the symbolism in Revelation, where you have the beast with 7 heads and 10 horns. And he's like, okay, well, if you look at the P5 of the United Nations, so you have the permanent members, there's 5, but there's also Germany comes in at times, and then there's also a 7th that comes in. The EU as a whole, in emergencies like it did with the Iranian nuclear deal, that gives you 7 permanent members, and there's 10 rotating positions underneath it. So he interprets that as being 710 because that is actually symbolic of the one world order, etc. Now, these interpretation, but the point is that he's saying, yes, there are metaphors, there is symbolism, right? He makes that very quickly. What he says is, well, he used the word hyperbole, which means to exaggerate or lie even. And he said, the Creator does not do that. Okay, so he did not say there's no symbolic language. He never said that. He said the opposite. He gave an example of the opposite. This is days later, a church's official public press release. Let me read this super chat. Electrifying CT, thank you for the $10 super chat. If someone leaves a church and still seeks truth in the Bible, why does it matter that they left the church? Of course, that only affects the church's money flow. Yeah, of course. I mean, most of the people I know that had super serious experience were led out of the church. Is that number 20 keeping up with what you've donated? Because that would be super cool touch if they're doing that. All right, cool. Let's get through this so we can go ahead and get on to the debate. A lot of people reaching out to me like, I'm so sad you didn't get up there. And I was frustrated too, but bro, it wasn't meant to happen, man. 828 watching, 281 likes, hit the like. Yeah, smash the like button for the algorithms if you don't mind. All right, so it says that it's not a book in any way a book of metaphors, but had to be taken literally at all times, when in reality he literally gave an example of a metaphor. Odle then went on to deliver a 2-hour filibuster wrought with pseudoscience fallacies and gross misrepresentation of Scripture, yet he couldn't rebut any one of the Scriptures. Locke and his minority crowd remained quiet and civil throughout Odle's very long monologue. Oh, you said that we could have up to 6 hours to speak if we wanted to. How is a specific prepared presentation a monologue? Anyway, and even applauded along with Locke when appropriate, never once disputing Odle. Locke then followed with his very brief biblical presentation, but actually everyone around me was disputing it the whole time. It's a polarizing subject. I mean, it is what it is. But truth is, Locke then followed with his very brief biblical presentation. You mean just preaching a emotion, barely talking about the scriptures. The Odle's crowd repeatedly interrupted Locke. I will say there's some truth to that. There were some people that were saying things, and it would have been much better for them not to do that. Because one person saying something gives them an excuse to isolate it and then make it a whole thing. With heckling and disruptive outbursts, that's clearly exaggeration. When Locke concluded his opening presentation, Odle retorted with more combative language and continued bullying posture while denying the Bible truth Locke had presented, which further incited his crowd to outbursts that put the security team on high alert. The security team wasn't on high alert. It was a bunch of people just giving hugs and laughing. Locke eventually, and the security was actually pretty cool, most of them that I talked to. Locke eventually decided he had seen enough and told Odle to leave. When Odle responded by throwing his microphone at Locke, we'll see that he, of course, just tossed it underhanded. It was clear that he had gotten exactly what he came for. The Global Vision Bible Church security team did an admirable job of keeping the peace while Odle's Flat Earth supporters erupted with anger and took over the floor. Didn't happen either. Several of Odle's supporters had to be restrained for rushing toward Locke while yelling profanities. Didn't happen either. And I started to walk up there to get the mic. I wanted to walk it back. I was like, I just saw that it slipped out of our hands, and I got stopped, but I was just calmly walking there because I was supposed to be coming up in a second. While yelling profanities, and many more screamed in rage at the small number of Global Vision members in attendance. None of that happened. The visitors continued raging in the parking lot as some defiantly smoked marijuana in the parking lot. I literally live streamed it, went outside to the parking lot. We were all around Dean just telling him good job. One enraged visitor rammed 3 cars as he sped away, further necessitating police involvement. I don't know about if there was accidentally some type of fender bender. I don't know anything about that. Sadly, despite 4 very difficult hours, the actual debate never happened. For this and for the bad faith behavior of Odle and his Flat Earth supporters, Global Vision Bible Church and Locke Media have decided to remove the event from all platform archives. That's funny because you removed it before supposedly anyone did anything defiantly afterwards. You removed it immediately. I have people that were watching it the whole time. We will not help them promote their deceptive fairy tales and conspiracy theories as we consider them to be doctrines of demons. The truth is clear. The Bible never claims that the earth is flat. Okay. So there we go. We covered that. And just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. That's the official press release from a church on behalf of a pastor. Okay. And let's see what actually happened. Christian churches are registered under Roman Catholic papacy, the little horn, the same people that removed scripture from the Bible and made their own version. When studying, always check the root Hebrew definition. Yeah, go to the root Hebrew and Greek. That clears up the confusion 90% of the time. Sometimes it takes further investigation and contextual understanding and taking scripture to interpret scripture. And I shout out Kingdom and Context. That's what his channel is about, and he does a phenomenal job. Vavavumanis, thank you for the $20 super chat. All right, let's keep going.
Nonetheless, and I promise everyone will be well protected and respected tonight in this discussion and in this debate. So I want to say just a word before I bring up my friend, and I do mean my friend. Many of you don't know anything about the context of our church. I know you're finding bathrooms, and we're pretty high-tech redneck around here. We've been in tent church for 4 years, and so a lot of people aren't used to that. As it gets a little cooler, we'll crank on the heaters, and we'll get things to a comfortable level for you in the house. But let me just say this. Not everybody's here for a flat spherical earth debate, right? Some people are here maybe you're searching, maybe your mind's already made up, or for some of you, maybe you're here for the wrong reason. Let me just say this. If you're here for the wrong reason, would you please let everyone else enjoy what's going to happen tonight in the house? We would appreciate that very, very much.
And let's just call it like it is. Great presentation tonight, Austin, reviewing this watershed event in the history of Father's plan to unveil the truth. Yeah, I agree. Thank you for the $20 super chat, John Monroe. I think this is the beginning of the second wave, which will be significantly bigger than the first one, and nothing will stop it. And I think that it's very telling that one of the biggest flat earth events were in a church. Every flat earther was watching this, bro. People that just have heard of flat earth were watching it. Anti-flat earthers in Discord watched it. Everyone watched what the scriptures say about the earth. That is pretty telling. That's him kind of tipping his hat to us, in my opinion, that it's about to go down. And we've basically been in training for the last 7 years so we could be prepared. So they came with the wrong intention. We had people drive from all over the country to come there just to support something they're passionate about, which is the truth of the scriptures, the beautiful, majestic truth of the nature of where we live and how it was created, and it's unique and it's special, and it was undermined, and we were brainwashed with this belief void of any evidence when we were young enough that we couldn't even truly think for ourselves, that inverted the scriptures from the very beginning. Oh, it's stationary? No, it's tilted, wobbling, spinning, flying through space as it follows the sun, going 500,000 miles per hour through the galaxy, while the galaxy goes 1.2 million miles per hour through an ever-expanding universe of nothingness. No, it says stationary, immovable, and fixed, shall never be moved, on pillars, cannot be moved, it shall never, ever, ever be moved. Oh, say the opposite, right? Oh, it says that it's a plane, that it's spread out. He had some epic flat earth verses, right? But it's like, takes shape like clay pressed under a sill, its features stand out like a garment. No, it's actually a sphere. That no one will ever measure the dimensions of the earth, which he should have thrown that one in there. No one will ever measure the dimensions of the earth. Oh, it's 3,959 miles in radius. It's 24,901 miles circumference. We know exactly how big it is, right? That you are protected in a firmament and that there are waters above. Okay, you're not protected by anything. Any random rock could come and hit you at any point in time. You're completely exposed in a vacuum of nothingness where there's nothing there, much less water. It was inverted. People are passionate about it because it changed their life. And they feel passionate about the scriptures. That's why people came from 18 hours, 16 hours, 20 hours. I talked to people that drove from so far, that paid so much money to fly there. No one comes 18 hours in bad faith, bro. Okay? But anyway, let's move on. Just everything's being twisted, bro. And whatever you think about this subject or where you fall on the subject, right? When you have to twist and lie constantly, you're doing something wrong, okay? I'll move it over in a second.
As Christians, and I have to talk from a Christian perspective because I'm a Christian and I'm a pastor, and I know not everybody in the room is a Christian, nor am I forcing that upon you. We'll both preach the gospel tonight. We're gospel preachers. We're not heretics. We believe that Jesus is not a way, but the one and only way to the kingdom of God. We believe that in this room, okay? Now, there are some things that we are worlds apart on. Worlds apart. There are things that we're worlds apart on, there is no doubt. And we'll discuss those things. But listen to me very close. We have a lot of live stream cameras going, including all of our platforms, many other platforms, Pastor Dean's platform. And so there's a lot going on. There's a lot of working parts tonight, right? We got security. We got all of that. We don't want to have to quiet anybody down, okay? We don't want to have to, drag anybody out. And so let's just all be friends and family. Listen, the worst thing about this culture, one of really the top 3 worst things about this culture, is we think that disagreement is automatic discrimination. We can disagree and be okay about some things, right?
Yeah, right after we just played the video of you acting like a complete and total man-child. Kingdom of context, only if the heavens above could be measured and the foundation of the earth below searched outward, I reject all of searched out, would I reject all of Israel's descendants because of all they have done, says Yah. Jeremiah 21:37. Bro, exactly. Meaning, you can't do those things because he's not going to turn on them. So you cannot know the dimensions of the earth, bro. Exactly. You've done good over the years. Witsit, thank you for the good times and for all the great, unique information you share. Thank you so much, CZ, for being a miswit for 5 months and for the kind words, brother.
At the end of the day, God's right? God's right. I'm not right. He's not right. You're not right. They're not right. It's not us and them. And so listen very, very closely. I'm going to talk, and our people know I cry as much as I preach sometimes. So it's a weird context to cry in, but let me just share something.
Yeah, you emotionally deceive people.
From my heart that I think is important.
And you know how he's been trained to deceive people, even though he may not understand that? The whole talk with certain inflections to get people worked up is literally what they teach you in ministry school to be a preacher.
And we're going to get started, and we're really going to have a good time tonight. Might get lively, might get a little dicey, but it's going to be fun, right? It's going to be fun. We're going to let the Word of God do its work, and we're coming tonight from a strictly Christian perspective. But listen to me.
Okay.
As much as in this room there are great levels and varying degrees of disagreement, understand that at the end of the day, we want to leave being friends, being Christians, being somewhat unified as we can. We will, as believers, attack perhaps ideas and ideologies, but we're not going to tolerate attacking people and attacking individuals, okay? He's not here to attack me, and I'm not here to attack him.
Let me point this out, dude. This is the domino effect. His son said something to him about it, got super triggered, belittled him. He had never researched it. His son clearly had, right? Because no one goes to their parents saying that the earth is flat without having done research. Got super triggered, probably lost parts of the certain points. And now he's like, he'll never go back. Then he publicly says something to his church, never go back. Then after this, he'll never go back. It would truly take an intervention from the Creator directly and tons of humility for him to do that. That's the problem with acting like this.
Now, both of us have very demonstrative personalities. And so both of us will have to harness ourselves a little bit, and that's okay. And that's just part of who we are. That's why God made us, and perhaps that's the reason the God of the universe put us up here on
and he must have forgot he got this whole opener too, bro.
this sake. We're here tonight. It's not that I didn't know what he believed about the earth, and he didn't know what I believed about the earth. We've been friends for a while, and I preached for him at the Skyfall Conference and had a wonderful time. I was there to preach on deliverance.
My heart grieves for Greg's son, who, being a young man in search of truth, must now be painfully ashamed of his own father. I agree. We need to reach out to him and embrace him, though. He needs to stay strong. He doesn't need to let people intimidate him. John Munner, thank you for $10 super chat. If anyone thinks that they can reach him, they should.
I wasn't there to preach on cosmology, nor did he ask me to, right? And so we knew where each other was. But however long ago it's been now, it seems like months, but I guess really only a little more than a month, I had my now famous...
Greg proceeds to go against every ground rule he just rolled out. I know.
Rant. In a Sunday morning message for about 12 to 15 minutes, because you have to understand, as a local church pastor, there was just a lot of division that began to creep in various ways, and various people. And I thought,
you think that maybe you ranting about how stupid flat Earth is had anything to do with it?
You know what? I'm just going to kind of nip this. Now, I'm a guy that just kind of gets up and says what I feel pastorally needs to be said, but here's what I under-anticipated, right?
Okay.
And a lot of passion to spend the entirety of my time trying to convince me what to the burial and the resurrection of Jesus Christ and have freedom. And make sure we have Pastor Dean's mic and everything that he's going to need. Here's how things are going to flow tonight. I told him, listen, we had a gifts debate a couple years ago, kind of a deliverance debate, and we had a guy, and he was super stiff, you know.
And you got smoked.
He just managed the time. And I said, you know what? I don't want us to have that divisiveness and be like, oh my goodness, we only got 1 minute left. I said, I really want to make this a debate, but also a discussion. And so here's what we're going to do. In a moment when I bring Pastor Dean to the platform, we're going to sit down in these comfy chairs, and we're really just going to have a bit of a discussion, right? We're going to open-ended, just bare bones, hillbilly honest, ask a few questions of each other. I want you to get to know his mindset and the inner workings of how he was led into this theological position, as well as myself. And then, after just a little bit, kind of get to know you time,
my heart grieves for Greg's son, who, being a young man in search of truth, must now be painfully ashamed of his own father.
Can you guys confirm that you heard that?
Lies equals malware/viruses, some will reinstall trying to remove. Self-defense mech in the code. Satan uses lies like rootkits, malware, viruses, rats, etc.
Dude. Alright, I'm going to change the settings to 20 and above. But thank you guys for the support. We can't have that. Alright, let's keep going. Let me come over here for a second.
Then we are going...
I'm going to go ahead and move on to where they sit down together. He says that we're going to be super cordial and nice and respectful, and we can disagree, and we're still believers, and blah, blah, blah. He literally does the opposite of everything he said.
We honor you. We welcome you. Hallelujah. All righty. Wonderful. Well, amen. Thank you, brother. Whew. Well, we're going to have a lively time tonight. It's going to be exciting. I want you to just, kind of welcome the people and just kind of give us, and again, we won't take a long, long time with this, but, hey, church it until tomorrow, and you drove a long ways to get here, many of you, and so it's going to be a good time. Kind of give us just a working idea in the ministry of how you were led into this.
Well, just so some of you, a lot of you know me, a lot of you don't. I came back to, I got saved when I was 11 years old in a little Baptist church in Odle, Alabama, Northside Baptist Church.
Why is his mic not on?
On me as I walked down the aisle. I remember stepping out of the aisle. I don't remember walking down it. And
He gives a bit of his testimony.
Alabama was at Troy State University, it's now Troy. And I was really feeling depressed. I was partying. I was in Sigma Chi fraternity. I was getting drunk every night and partying every night. And I was getting burnt out. And I had a modeling contract. I was supposed to be in the first Die Hard movie and all that stuff. And so we're getting ready to do that.
That's a Christmas movie, by the way. I just want you to know that.
It is. My favorite ornament's the one where he's in the air duct. And the month into this, the Holy Spirit spoke to me. First time I really to me and lived forever. He called me to the ministry. That's a whole other story. But so I started preaching.
I know people want to hear some of people want me to break down what they were arguing about.
I was in prisons and did evangelism and did Africa home, and we started Fire and Grace Church, and we started two demons out of Christians. I'm already, ostracized with that. I had to walk away from the Assemblies of God, just become independent, And I said, what could it be? And so a friend of mine that had gotten saved out in Hollywood, this guy worked with all the big folks in Hollywood. He gotten saved, and I was kind of mentoring and discipling him from a distance. And one day he just sent me this question. He said, does firmament earth ring a bell? Now, he's already a little strange being in Hollywood, but I was like,
Tyler 432, Witsit. When Dean said he was going to have you on stage, he got super triggered. You know, I kind of go back and forth because now that I've heard that his son was a flat earther, it's very possible he does know who I am and it maybe had something to do with it. I don't know. But I think really it was much more that he was going through the scriptures, debunking that he was just patently wrong about them. And that's very humiliating for a preacher in front of his congregation to lose credibility like that. But thank you for the super chat.
I was like, what is he talking about? I don't even know. So he sent me this video. And it said nothing about flat earth or biblical cosmology. It said nothing about it in the beginning, but I just started watching it. And the first part of it was a lot about NASA's fakery, where they've been caught faking stuff at the ISS and all kind of stuff, and the moon landings and all that. And I already didn't believe in the moon landing. So he sent me this, and I'm like, what is he talking about? But as it got about halfway through it, the Holy Spirit just came all over me. I knew. I said, you know what? They've lied about everything. Not just some things, but everything. And I began to see, the high-altitude balloon footage, and there is no curve.
We are not to ridicule him for his misunderstanding. We are to pray for him and ask Yeshua to send Holy Spirit to humble him to the truth. I don't think anyone's ridiculing from his misunderstanding. I think it's just his belligerently arrogant behavior. But, I think I set it to $20. I hope it works. So we'll wait and see if this one reads out loud. If not, I'll read it. Very generous super chat, brother. Thank you so much. All right, you guys picked this one. You voted for this scene.
And the long distance photography, and there is no curve. And we've done the experiments ourselves. And so I began to see these things, and I was like, wow. And then I pulled the Bible out again and went back and go, I began to realize I have believed what men had to say about God's creation instead of what the Bible just plainly said. And I realized, even in my younger days, when I was in my 20s and 30s,
I don't know if it's going to read it, but I'll read it. Very generous donation, Jake. Thank you so much, brother. Hey, Austin, my wife and I enjoyed meeting you at Hilton Garden Inn, so you might remember us. You have the same name as our son. I do remember you. Keep doing what you do, bro. May Yah bless you and your family. Thank you so much, and it was awesome meeting you guys. You guys were very cool. Thank you for the very generous super chat, and may we meet again.
I would read Joshua 10, where Joshua told the earth, he's standing on the earth, and he tells the sun and the moon to stop moving. And I would always say, wait a minute, Lord, how does this happen? Because he didn't tell the earth to stop spinning. So that always troubled me. I could never reconcile that in my mind with what I had been
Guess what he never responded to?
taught from a child. And once God opened my eyes to this, and then I began to see the evidence, and which I'm going to share a lot of that. I began to see the evidence. I pulled my Bible out, and I pulled out my...
One of my only critiques is he did so incredible with the scriptures. Like, for brevity's sake, he, hindsight's 2020. I couldn't even have done as good as he did. Don't twist this, but hit the scriptures, and if he could have got me or someone else up there just to like slice down, because like we're in the trenches, we know this stuff. It may have worked better, but I will say I think exactly what was supposed to happen happened. So there's my take on that. People keep asking me. Like, I think he did an incredible job.
Strong's and my Greek and Hebrew dictionaries and lexicons and started going back to it all. And I had to admit that I hadn't just taken God's word.
Video volume low. Dang, I don't know what to do about that. It's turned all the way up. Let me try to find an alternative version.
Word, literally, in those areas of how he described, he created the earth. And that it was still in at rest, that it was motionless, that it was stable, that it was not flying through this vast universe. That he didn't teach any of that. And so it took me about a month. I couldn't sleep much because I just kept studying and studying and studying. And then finally, the Lord had me share it to our church. And I turned off everything. I turned off our public broadcast and said, I'm just going to share it to our church and see how they respond. And it's been amazing. And then...
All right, you guys let me know if this one's better.
The government covered it up, but when those documents come out that were kept secret, and we know, okay, they were discussing this between them, and they have to do that, and it's the same way with NASA, and it's the same way with our other government agencies and military. They don't tell us everything, what they actually do, and then the Freedom of Information Act, I'm going to tell you this, I believe the Freedom of Information Act is Jesus made them do it, because Jesus said everything done in secret and spoken in secret is going to be shouted from the rooftops.
This is actually a pretty interesting point, bro. Like, it is kind of true. I will say what we were talking, and I won't veer off on this. We were talking about, like, the scriptures say that the creator's in control of all the people in charge, and it's basically a reflection of the immorality or morality of the people. Like, they're standing with Yah. And so people are like, oh, we're so screwed. Like, it's not fair. We have these tyrannical people. Dude, you're murdering hundreds of millions of babies, bro. What do you think's going to happen? You know what I'm saying? But it's like these safety nets and safety measures are put in place that don't really make sense. Why do they have to tell us what they're doing so much? Why do they have to put it in front of us, right? Why is the information always accessible, even if it's a little more difficult to get to? Why do we end up being able to get the declassified documents in the first place, right? Because the average person doesn't even utilize it. So it is a pretty interesting point.
And I actually believe it's a rule that God has made them start revealing things to us. And so it's easy to determine. I look at a document that's top secret. It was kept top secret from us for years and years and years and decades. And finally now it's released. Oh, I can go, I see why they were hiding it.
Bless you guys, off to a lighthouse meeting, LO. I promise it's going to be a real thing. Shout out to my boy Kingdom and Context, man. Much love, brother. Thanks for stopping by.
Gotcha. All right. I know you're going to talk a little bit about those documents, and so let me just kind of move on to another question, because I'm really anxious to get you hooked up and let you start doing your actual prep.
No, you're not. I absolutely love how he opened with the account of Joshua praying for the sun to stop. Yeah, in case you guys don't know, bro, the scriptures say that the sun and moon stopped in the sky in Joshua, which in the globe model would mean the earth stopped spinning, which is ridiculous. You would all immediately die. If the earth was spinning, then it just stopped, you would die. You would get flung off, you would die. It would be the most violent car wreck you could ever imagine. But anyway.
Presentation and make sure the guys have the cord and the computer and all of that ready. Okay, the age-old question is, why don't you guys still have an actual map? Why do you have a model but not a scaled map?
Nobody does. You know that all of our maps are wrong. Every single one of them.
Well, we have a scale, and you can tell me that this is 200 miles apart from certain towns, and I can look at the scale on a regular map, and I can drive it. It's exactly 200 miles apart.
All right, now this is where your boy comes in. All right, now, relatively in the north, it's pretty similar, right? Whether it's flat or globe, I think it's a little bit different. I think they actually stretch the north out just a little bit, and then the layout of the land's a little different. But when it comes to small increments of land like that, is very similar, right? There's a huge overlap. But actually, at the equator and below is where you start to get major discrepancies between the two models. Now, what we found out is actually if you compare Google Maps and these nautical mile claims and the actual paths traveled, we've actually mapped out certain roads, certainly like in Australia, compared to the Google Maps, and they changed them. They drastically changed them, right? Like if it's straight, they'll make it look like it's really curved, right? Or they'll say it's just straight in a certain distance, but you're actually curving a lot more distance, right? They change them, and they're not completely accurate. But why do we not have a map? This is the answer. This is the answer. In 1776, the king gave a decree that no one will, and maybe I can pull it up, that no one is allowed to publish or patent a map unless it adheres to the globe coordinate systems of longitude and latitude. Okay? Dan Weston, thank you for the $10 super chat. Austin, I agree with Dean that there is no way Locke wanted you on that stage. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. I don't know if you know who I was or what, but it wasn't meant to happen. But it would have been epic. It definitely would have been epic. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Brother, much love. That's the answer. Okay, so there's a guy that goes by the name of Gleason, Alexander Gleason. He wrote a book. Okay, he's a flat earther, a very extensive book. He sends this book to his friend. He wants to tell him about how the Earth's actually a plane. And he explains in the book, when I made my map, I had to create it with this globe coordinate system of longitude and latitude because it was the only way that I could patent it or publish it, because the king gave a decree that you couldn't do it otherwise. That's the answer. That's why we don't have a map. Because believe it or not, we didn't have billions of dollars with the royal societies and with all the world's governments to map out everything with the globular assumption that then forces it into that Cartesian coordinate system. Because all the sphere does was take angles to Polaris to get latitude, go to around the equator, and then loop it back down. And then 90% of people live in the north. When you travel in the south, there's tons of discrepancies, but we just move on. And one example of some of the discrepancies, and there are many, right, is check this out. So there's something called the Argo fleet, and it's these smart buoys, right? And you can track them. They should be going at the current speed, let's say 1 miles per hour. So to circumnavigate at 60 south latitude should be 15,000 miles or 15,000 hours, which is about 2 years. I'm looking at buoys that have been going 7 years and are only 3/4 circumnavigating. They've only done 3/4 circumnavigation. So if you do the math, the boat has gone 61,000 miles. in the south, just like the world record for the speedboat is way faster in the north than in the south, because they think they're going a shorter distance, which means they think they're going a slower speed, but in reality they're going a greater distance. The same boat, just in the south water, has a significantly lower world record speed. Okay, and then of course you can keep going. When they started going into the south, assuming that there was a symmetry of a sphere, they constantly got lost. They were off by hundreds of miles. It didn't work. Right? They had to create all kinds of magnetic declination charts that tried to correct for it. Many different sailors, like veteran sailors, saying when we're in the south, all of a sudden it doesn't work. Assuming there's a sphere and that it's symmetrical doesn't work. Okay, so why do we not have a map? That's why. That's the answer. Because you can't. You're not even allowed to patent one without the assumed coordinate systems of longitude and latitude of a sphere. Right? That's the answer. And if you actually look into truly verifying and testing some of these distances, they fall apart. GPS will be wrong on like a 17-mile bike ride. So people can assume it when you're driving and your GPS, quote unquote GPS, is correcting as you go. You think it worked. All right, anyway.
Again, you have to know how to use maps. Maps have different scales and different things that you look at. But bottom line is that all maps are wrong. The projection map, one of the Mercator maps.
Not sure if you mentioned the discrepancy, but the north has 21 time zones, 24 at the south, and 27 time zones crossing Australia. Yeah, discrepancy is a little bit more than that, but yeah, there are more time zones in the south than in the north. I have a whole stream about it.
Show Iceland like bigger than Africa, and that's not true. So what I'm saying is, nobody has a true.
Yeah, they're just going to say that that's disproportionate based on it being a globe being flattened out.
Accurate to.
But we can travel based off our model and based off our map and get exact.
No, yeah, you can travel off of the updated transform coordinate systems, but in the south, you have to actually be able to verify the distances, and that's not being done at all. And all the data and facts and evidence and information shows that there is significantly more area in the south, which is why it takes way longer to do things in the south, because they're going way farther than they think they are on the globe, which explains all the southern discrepancies. The vast majority of all transportation happens in the north, right? Undersea cables go from northern to northern continent, but not south to south, right? All of the trade routes, they want to go north to north. 95% of planes that fly from the south, they pop up north, then come back down. It's overwhelmingly obvious that the south is consistently different than the north, when it should be symmetrical, whether that's flora and fauna, the plant and animal life, everything. Okay, I mean, this is all that people say, the map, and it works. You can't get past that. You don't understand how that works. You don't understand that you just put it into a spherical geometry coordinate system. You transform it. You make updates and corrections that the north would practically be the same. Like you guys don't get that? It's weird.
Exactly where we want to get, but you can't do that on the model of the flat Earth.
No, it's not true.
And even Africa is like 3,000 miles wider than it's supposed to be, because it's looking down on a spherical Earth, and it's just been flattened out.
No, there's a freaking dude. You make a correction with the key on the map, bro.
Absolutely not true.
That is 100% true.
No, it's not. No, it's not. In fact, navigation, and I have this in my book, navigation is called the Great Circle navigation, not the Great Sphere navigation. All right, so everything.
Yeah, but every pilot would tell you that's an actual commercial airline pilot.
Where's my Army pilot?
Yeah.
Stand up, Army pilot. Where are you?
Okay, see.
So what I'm saying is not every.
See, okay, what happened was this guy jumped up and he said he was a pilot, and he said, okay, see, like he wasn't a military pilot, he was just a normal pilot. The other guy that stood up was the military pilot. Later in the debate, he stands up as the military pilot, and he's like, oh, he's not a commercial pilot, right? He just keeps moving the goalposts. Was McToon there to advise him? Since Locke brought up Satanists that started FE, which came from McToon, in which case Locke would know who you are. Yeah, he probably doesn't know who I am. Once I found out that his son does know about flat Earth. McToon was at this debate, didn't talk to me, funny enough, but he did talk to Dave. And that's right, that's where he would have got the information that supposedly a Satanist started flat Earth, which is hilariously a lie. First of all, the guy that really brought flat Earth out was Eric Dubay, and of course, flat Earth is nothing new. To lie about how a Satanist started flat Earth back up shows that you have to be a dishonest person. And of course, if you're watching McToon's videos and believing everything he says, when I've caught him in over 100 lies, speaks for itself, man. And that's what's so funny. You don't go to PhD physicists. You go to random weirdo anti-flat earthers on the internet to regurgitate all their misinformation and strawmans. That's interesting, isn't it?
pilot will tell you that. I have a friend, good dear friend.
Commercial airline pilots will tell you that.
A commercial pilot will tell you. Yes. I have multiple. In fact,
because I don't want to get on a plane of a guy that doesn't know about the
White House is like Virgin Galactic. You just have to keep waiting.
rotation of the Earth, because I'll end up in the wrong place. That's the entire idea.
Because this is what okay. This is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. All right, if you believe the Earth is spinning, and if you believe in the Coriolis effect, that you have to.
I definitely believe in the Coriolis effect.
It's not even in the SEAL manual, and I have a SEAL friend. So, what I'm going to tell you right now is that if that was happening, you could not land a plane on a north-south runway, because if the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and an airplane is flying at 500 miles an hour, and you have to count in velocity and you have to figure all that in, they could not land on a north-south runway. It's impossible. Gyroscopes in planes tell the pilot that they're flying flat and level, and many pilots have come out. An F-16 pilot's come out and a whistleblower and said it's flat.
But he just wants to hear one pilot, but once we point out that we have dozens of them, it doesn't matter anymore. How powerful if you would lead us into prayer. I'll lead us into prayer at some point. He's an agent? He may be. Yeah, he may be. I don't even want to talk about it. Don't care. Too much attention already. Yeah, bro, I will say that the north to south Great Meridian flights, I have a stream on this, is a big problem for the globe. You have to land on a moving surface that's going perpendicular to the way that the plane's landing on north-south runways. And there's many problems, right? I mean, yeah, there's all kinds of problems. But of course, the gyroscope itself, check this out, and here's a little challenge. The gyroscope itself, it maintains its rigidity in space, and it makes sure that the plane is horizontal and level, parallel to the ground. Let me repeat that. The gyroscope that's on the plane, it maintains the plane's level. It ensures that the plane is level, horizontal, and parallel to the ground. Now, if it's parallel to the ground and it's horizontal, what would that mean the ground is? Horizontal. Oh no, you can just always treat the Earth like it's flat. You have to, but it's actually not, I promise. It's just so big. Okay, no, it's not just so big. It has a radius value. We know exactly how big it supposedly is. But the gyroscope maintains level, horizontal, parallel nature of the plane to the Earth, right? They claim that there's something called pendulous vanes that constantly correct for it as it goes over the ball. Well, can someone please show me the raw data that shows that it actually does that? Because the data I've seen pulled prove that it in no way corrects for the curvature of the Earth. There's vibrational displacement if anything gets off, or if it starts to make any wide turns or anything like that, or starts to dip down abruptly. The pendulous vanes will help the gyroscope maintain its horizontal, right? It is not correcting for 8 inches per mile squared as it goes around the ball. That isn't what happens. That is not what happens. So no one's actually verified that. Gyroscopes debunk the globe on the plane. This is why many pilots woke up and realized, okay, this is a problem. My plane, the way I fly, assuming the Earth is flat and stationary, my actual horizon indicator and my gyroscope, amongst many other things, show me that the Earth is in fact a stationary plane. Just like the retired military pilot that comes out and says, I used to fly fighter jets right off the water going Mach 2 or 3. There's no way that I was curving. I couldn't be curving. I couldn't even physically have done that. That's when he realized that the Earth was flat. When he thought about how he had flown so fast right above the water. Okay, so planes are a big problem for the globe. It's ironic that they'll actually even bring them up. It's wild. So there we go. We want to do a test where we take the gyroscope, many different gyroscopes with many different engineers and stuff like that, fly south on a super long flight. Dave and I want to do it, charter the flight, and the gyroscope should tilt, and then flip over. And if it does not, the Earth is objectively not a sphere. There's no way around it. And we'll have multiple gyroscopes on there. And that's just game over. That was an epic trip, and I'm glad as I was able to make it. So many are doing amazing work these days. Agreed, and thank you for the $10 super chat. Run Boston, very nice kicking it with you as always, brother. Tyler Thompson, welcome to the Miswits, man. Like I said, we got the new Miswits merch. It's super fresh. The hoodie's high quality. This is embroidered. I can't wait to announce it. Go to the summit, trueearther.com. Link in the description. Get your summit tickets, and I'll give you like an exclusive discount on the merch, and you'll be able to get it before everyone else, where I won't even make $1 on it. I'll just give you the full discount percentage to basically get it for free, because it's just a third party, so they print it, they embroider it, they ship it. So, I mean, it does cost money. I had to pay for this as well, but it's pretty cool. Anyway, welcome to the Miswits. Let's continue.
He knows it. Here's another thing. You see a F-16, I've been down in Pensacola where you see the Blue Angels do their thing. They will fly 50 feet off of the water, breaking the sound barrier, okay? Now that means that they are moving over 700 miles an hour, right? They break the sound barrier. Sometimes they're flying at Mach 2 in a straight line. Now, if they're flying that fast and the Earth's curving, and most people don't, on your side do not know how much the Earth curves. They don't even know the formula. But it's 8 inches per mile squared. Now, if you do that going that fast, you're going to have to be nosing the plane down. In fact, if you're going 500 miles an hour, you're going to be nosing the plane down like 2,000 feet, which is over half a mile every few minutes, right? If you're flying at Mach 2, it's incredible. They would have to be nosing the plane down continually, and pilots will tell you that they never nose their plane down to follow the curvature of the Earth. That is a fact.
They don't have to have their nose down to follow the curvature of the Earth. They fly at altitude, and altitude takes care of the curvature of the Earth. That's the entire point of a pilot. That's how he keeps the plane in the air. To say that you got to nose down and go around the Earth would be ridiculous.
But people just clapped, bro. He said they don't have to worry about they don't have to nose down and worry about the curve of the Earth. They just maintain it. That's the whole point of flying, is that it just happens. That's the whole point of flying. The whole point of flying is to fly like the Earth is flat and stationary. Your model says it just is magically compensated because of gravity, even though the nose is tilted up, which is a cool story. We get your idea. That's the whole point of flying. People start clapping. No, the objective fact is that you have to fly a plane like it's flat and stationary. It was engineered that way. If you do anything other than that, you will die. If it's flown like a flat, non-rotating surface is beneath you, parallel to you. Your gyroscope maintains a horizontal level relative to the parallel horizontal plane underneath you. This is a fact. Right? And the gyroscope maintains its rigidity in space. You fly the plane like it's completely flat and horizontal, even tipping your nose up the vast majority of the time. Nothing is accounted for in terms of the Earth spinning or the Earth being a globe, right? And you guys claim, well, yeah, you go up and down in horizontal layers. And I talked to a pilot. I have the video. Many of you guys have seen it, where I'm like, so you fly the plane like the Earth is stationary and flat, but it's actually spinning and curving. He said, yeah, exactly. I'm like, well, maybe it's stationary and flat, bro. And then he brings up the pressure zones. I'm like, oh, you maintain altitude by going up and down into different pressure zones in layman terms. But those are horizontal layers that you're adjusting, correct? He said, yes. So you're adjusting up and down to horizontal layers, flying the plane like it's a stationary plane. But then you just say, oh, well, actually, as I go up and down, assuming horizontal layers that I'm parallel to the Earth, actually it's bending me around the ball automatically, perfectly. Just trust me. Everything occurs on the Earth as if it's a stationary plane, but it's actually a tilted, wobbling, spinning ball. And that's the still man. Dude, I'll even take the look, bro. I'll be the glober, bro. Okay? Here's the glow position of the planes. Sure, we do. This is a still man, meaning it's actually accurate. It's the best that the globe can say. That's what a still man is, okay? Yeah, sure, we fly the plane like the Earth is a stationary topographical plane underneath us. And yes, we of course assume that we're parallel to that, and we go up and down in different parallel horizontal layers of pressure, maintaining our pressure and our altitude within these horizontal layers. And we fly the Earth as if the Earth is fly the plane as if the Earth is completely stationary and flat. We land on runways in all directions as if the Earth is completely still, immovable, and stationary. But gravity is actually bending us around the globe, right? As we go, as we follow the different pressure zones, the atmosphere is actually bending around the globe as well. So that is going to carry us with it. Although, yes, the atmosphere doesn't move in lockstep with the sphere, it is slightly dragged behind it, and then the drag behind the sphere, Earth, is proportionate to altitude, but it's just not that much, and as we adjust for wind, it compensates for it. So we basically can just neglect the fact that we're in air that's detached from the Earth but is lagging behind it. We can ignore the fact that we're supposedly going down 8 inches per mile squared around the globe. We can ignore the fact that it's supposedly rotating 1,037 miles per hour east of the equator, and that it would actually be changing as we go north and south. We can ignore the fact that on the meridian flights that we actually land on a moving runway, and that north to south meridian flights don't really make sense, because somehow we just happen to live in a world where we fly the plane like it's a stationary, flat, non-rotating surface underneath us, and like the Earth is moving in tandem with the Earth, or with the atmosphere, even though our model says that it's not. You don't have to account for curvature because gravity bends it around the globe for us. Everything presents itself as if the Earth is a stationary plane. That is a still man of the globe. Okay, so we can just cut out all the nonsense.
Think about aerodynamics. Aerodynamics will tell you right now, you cannot fly a plane at Mach 2. You cannot fly a plane in any curve. I don't care if it's this way, or this way. They do not fly. They will come apart. That's why the SR-71, there was one time, it just came to pieces. It had to fly straight and level, or it would just burn up and tear apart. So No,
And,
I'm sorry.
and the part that's a good point about that is, yes, if you took these planes going Mach 2 or Mach 3, 10, 20, 30 feet above water, just flying over the water, they're just maintaining horizontal and level, and any slight movement, and we've talked to the pilot that did it for years, slight movement would mean death, right? You have to be very precise, very specific. You're maintaining flat and horizontal parallel with your gyroscope maintaining you being parallel over the surface, the flat body of water, as you go Mach 2 or Mach 3 over it. If you begin to come off, tilt, you'll just immediately lose control. You'll hit into the water. You'll actually suffer damage. You can either suffer structural damage or it can even burn up. $50 super chat. AP, thank you for the very generous super chat, brother. Would you entertain an idea that the entire creation could be spherical? That includes the dome above the plane and below the plane, holding the waters of the deep in all directions, assuming the ether is electrostatic surrounding a magnetic ring plane Earth. Not only do I entertain that, that is my current understanding of the realm that we live in. We live on the dielectric plane, the plane of inertia. The science calls it the block domain wall in the middle of the magnetic field, right? We have a torus field that goes around us. We experience the top half of it. The quote-unquote North Pole is around Polaris. Everything moves in a vortex around that because magnetic fields have a vortex. As above, so below. You would have the same thing beneath us. And yes, I believe that the dome would actually hold out the waters above, and then there's a fountain of the deep that may just come right out of the vortex. So simply put, you have the magnetic field, you have a vortex in and out. So in theory, if you could get to the center, you'd be able to get out of here, and you'd be able to go down. That would be, in my opinion, the fountains of the deep, because they would go forever as far as we could even fathom, because they'd go outside the torus field. Those would then feed the bodies of water from underneath into our plane. So yes, we would basically be in a sphere, right? And we would experience the hemisphere above us, as above, so below in the torus field. We're on the dielectric plane. Effectively, it's a gigantic magnetic field with the vortex and underneath it or inside of it. And of course, if you want to listen to Tesla, he would say that the magnetism itself is simply the ether thrown into motion. The static electricity is the ether under stress or under strain. You take this geometry, all of a sudden, all the planets from a geocentric position move perfectly within the torus field geometry. If you look at the magnetic flux on a plane, it's a giant vortex. If you look at the interferometry measurements of the ether drift, as some would say, whatever you want to say, you do interferometry measurements. Despite the cause, it doesn't matter. It measures a preferred direction in the same direction that the sky moves and increases with altitude and changes with direction. All of this refutes the claims that they say and shows that there's a beautiful, sacred, reoccurring theme and geometry in all scales of nature, from the small to the big. You can easily have a grand unified theory if you don't have some religious philosophical bias that you can't be important, that the earth is not special. I cover all of this on my channel, so if you're new to this channel, you can go to Relatively Speaking. You can go to my most recent the next to last Schooling Globers. It's called True Earth 101. I break it all down. I show you guys all the stuff that we just talked about. But yes, I know that was a lot. You kind of served me up. Thanks for the alley-oop. All right, let's keep going.
Don't nose a plane down.
So you've never seen a plane curve. You've never seen a plane do flips, go up, go down, barrel roll.
No. What you're talking about is you're going somewhere else with this. That's different. When I'm talking a plane flying at Mach 1, Mach 2, Mach 3, they're not nosing the plane down.
But I don't travel to go preach at Mach 1, Mach 2. I'm talking about real people understanding the science behind it.
So you just refuted my point and gave me an irrefutable piece of evidence. So I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about real people. Like, what? That's called a red herring fallacy, Mr. Greg Locke.
This, not just speculations of being able to say, well, a lot of pilots have come out. Well, I would like to see one of them. Because
they're here.
There was like 5 sitting right around us. I've personally talked to many of them. Like, are we still playing this game where no pilot thinks the earth is flat? You know, every single pilot that exists thinks you have to fly the plane like the earth is flat. Just many of them have never truly thought about it. There are a ton of them that can't publicly come out, and I've actually talked to a couple that are afraid to publicly come out as flat earthers. Every time I talk to a pilot getting off the plane, they confirm either that you have to fly the plane like the earth is flat and stationary, or that it is in fact flat and stationary. So this idea that there's no pilot that exists that thinks the earth is flat is absolutely ridiculous, man.
They're not here. He just said he wasn't a military pilot. Listen, these are the people.
That guy right there.
See, he's a liar. He just said he wasn't a military pilot. Yes, there was one guy that's not a military pilot. There's another guy right to his left, because I'm sitting right behind them, by the way, that is a military pilot in a white button down. He absolutely is a military pilot. First, the guy says, oh, he doesn't count. He's not a military pilot. Then the military pilot stands up, right? And he's like, no, look, he points him out. He is a military pilot. So you heard him just say he's not a. I'm pointing out that he's being intentionally dishonest. So watch him say he's not a military pilot. Then he corrects him and see what he says.
They're not here. He just said he wasn't a military pilot. Listen, these are the people.
That guy right there.
Hold on now.
The white shirt guy.
Commercial airline pilot.
Army pilot.
Commercial airline pilot.
What difference does it make?
Because the people...
See, now it's a commercial airline pilot. So he just said he wasn't a military pilot. There's the Army pilot. Oh, he's a commercial airline pilot. Oh, he's not a commercial airline pilot. It's just weird sophistry and dishonesty. I don't understand it. It's not that it's even in any way really going to change what the truth is here, but it's just should be eye-opening to people. If the person that's defending you is constantly lying and using tactics, something's not adding up.
that want to talk are helicopter pilots are the only flat earthers I've ever met. I've only met 3 of them, which is fine. And then people that fly small planes for small distances, because if you're going to get in an airplane, and I know you guys hate the southern hemisphere and all that kind of stuff, I'm telling you, there is no possible way to make it from point A to point B without curvature and rotation of the earth. It's an impossibility. Now,
bro, what is this dude talking about, bro? This is so bad. It's so bad, dude. There's no way to make it from point A to point B without curvature and rotation. Bro, you literally objectively have to fly a plane like the earth is not moving and like it's flat. Even if it's a spinning globe, let me remind you, Mr. Greg, if the earth is a spinning globe, as I believe because I was indoctrinated with cartoons and I automatically take the scriptures, subvert them, and force them into the scientism that I was brainwashed with, knowing that the earth is a tilted, wobbling, spinning cartoon ball that wobbles at 4 different ways, and I can't explain exactly how or even know that that's the case majority of the time. But that being the case, the earth is, of course, spinning and curving, but because it's so big, so because of the angular velocity of the earth and because of its velocity in proportion to its size, and because of the curvature rate in proportion to its size, for the small local application of flying a plane, you must fly the plane like it's stationary and flat, because it would be the same if it was spinning and curving. You just can't tell. Gravity pulls us around the globe automatically as if the earth is flat. You never have to count for spin. You never have to count for curve. If you did that, you would die.
I know your side does not believe in that. But to say that you guys have professional surveyors that survey, I'm not talking about little bitty areas or pilots.
Okay, let me bring this up. Since you bring up surveyors, U.S. Geological Survey is very clear that
I know many surveyors and pilots that are flat earthers.
They don't even count curvature over 100 square miles. Well, you know what? That's about foolish, because either they don't know. They count it as flat over 100 square miles. They count the earth as flat. Do you know how much curvature is at 100 miles supposed to be there?
Well, we have a surveyor in the room tonight.
Hold on. I'm asking you. Do you know how much curvature of the earth is supposed to be there in 100 miles?
Well, if you use the parabolic approximation, which is the zetetic astronomy, which is nonsense, because that's a curve as an arch. It would look like the world would look like the St. Louis Arch.
No, that's.
And this is how you know he's been watching people like Professor Dave. So what these people do when they study flat Earth for a debate, they go to MC Toon, FTFE, and Mr. Professor Dave and Simon Dan. That's all they do. Because the only person that said that is Professor Dave. It's incredibly ignorant. Obviously, it's accurate up to 1,000 miles and even further, right? So for all intents and purposes, that's an accurate approximation. It's actually exactly what would be used in any situation. So no one's saying that you just continue the parabolic trajectory all the way. If you didn't know, you can actually use that curvature rate and put it on a sphere for a localized region, and not just a small localized region, over 1,000 miles. It's completely accurate. It's just a simpler version of doing it as opposed to using some other math. Okay, secondly, bro, again, like we covered, you never account for the spin of the earth or the curve of the earth in a plane. That's just patently wrong. It's just patently wrong. What did he say right before that?
Which is supposed to be there in 100 miles.
Well, if you use...
Oh, yeah, so let me correct this. So, yes, on plane surveying with civil engineering, for everything, whether that's building bridges, canals, runways, railways, I can give you all the documentation. Up to 100 square miles, you have to completely neglect any notion of the Earth's curvature, and you treat the Earth like it's a plane. And when it's even longer than 10 miles, which is very rare, like a bridge, well, they just do it in segments smaller than 10 miles, so they assume it's a plane the entire way. That's the facts. You can't build anything, canals, bridges, runways, railways, anything, without assuming that the Earth's a plane, completely neglecting curvature. Now, 100 square miles is 10 miles in each direction. So it's not 100 consecutive miles. Now, over 10 miles, that's still 66 feet. So if I'm building a bridge that needs to be level, if it's over water, 66 feet is a big deal. In a canal, 66 feet is a big deal. If it's curving, you need to know that. But we neglect it. Look at civilengineering.net or org. You'll see very clearly. Just type in plane surveying, civil engineering, 100 square miles. It'll tell you very point blank. These are hostile witnesses. And they say, but for distances greater than that, you would invoke geodetic surveying that accounts for the curvature of the earth. But we don't do that. The only time geodetic surveying is even mentioned is when people are trying to map out the precip presupposed sphere by taking plane survey segments, piecing it together, then throwing out all the observations that don't fit within the predetermined window that is derived from the radius value, then applying a weighted mean, which is cooking the books to make sure that the observations that match your prediction the most are weighted the strongest to factor into the average the most, right? And then you factor in standard refraction 7/6R, which extends the globe from 15 to 17%. So basically, the general practice in geodetic surveying is that we use plane survey, we neglect all the measurements that fall outside of our assumption, and then we assume that on average, the Earth will appear 17% bigger than the globe claims. In all practical reality of civil engineering, up to 100 square miles, which is 10 miles in each direction, 10 by 10, of course, it is completely neglected, and whenever we do longer than that, we do it in segments, okay? These are just facts, Mr. Greg Locke.
The parabolic approximation, which is the zetetic astronomy, which is nonsense because that's a curve as an arch. It would look like the world would look like the St. Louis Arch.
No, that is not it. Every scientist, I have a PhD in physics here with me that's highly sought after across the world by Google and NIH and everything else. She will tell you that if you're going to have a ball that's 24,901 miles in circumference and it's a perfect sphere, right? You have a sphere, and that's what NASA shows us is a perfect sphere. Though Neil deGrasse Tyson says it's a pear-shaped thing, right? But here we go. Here we go. If you have a sphere...
It's not a perfect sphere, but I get it. Go ahead.
Well, that's the pictures they give us, so somebody's wrong.
You didn't listen to what he said. He said, like, NASA shows a perfect sphere. Yeah, it's an oblate spheroid, but if you were to shrink it down to a pool ball, it'd be smoother than the world's smoothest pool ball. So, yeah, for those purposes, perfect sphere, but it's an oblate spheroid. He's making a point that the pictures that we see look like a sphere. Well, yeah, they say that it's slightly more oblate at the equator and below, but not much that you would ever be able to tell from a picture from space, which is all cartoons. I see someone say, Professor Dave made me question the globe even more, LOL. That's my wife's testimony, was that she heard about Flat Earth from Eddie Bravo. She saw some NASA fakery, and she's like, wow, this is kind of crazy. They're clearly faking space. Why would they have to do that? She started looking into it, and she saw, when she looked up Flat Earth, she saw Professor Dave, and she's like, why do these people have to be so disingenuous and such liars and so condescending and so douchey? And it made her, like, more interested in figuring out Flat Earth, because if they have to prop up hit pieces to stop you from looking into something, and they're super condescending and they're misrepresenting what their actual position is, it makes an honest person be like, wait a minute, why do you have to lie to kick it? So it's pretty funny. That's the same experience that my wife had. Oh, sorry, wrong one.
But here's the thing. If it's curving, if it's a sphere, 24,901 miles, the math does not lie. It is 8 inches per mile squared at the equator. And actually, if you go up the ball, going east and west, it actually increases to 9 1/4, 9 1/2. It actually, the curve gets worse. So no, these are things we can calculate, and they're not arguing. I have engineers and PhDs in physics who will explain to you.
NASA shows us a perfect sphere. I just addressed that, bro. I just addressed that. They claim it's not a perfect sphere. It's an oblate spheroid, but from the supposed distance from space, you wouldn't be able to tell, because if you shrink the oblate spheroid down to the pool ball, it'd be smoother than the world's smoothest pool ball. So, not the best argument.
The math if you need to explain to you, but I don't know where you're coming from with that crazy stuff. The Earth, if it is the ball,
it comes right out of the Zetetic Astronomy book from Samuel Robotham.
No, it doesn't. I've never even read his book.
Dude, it doesn't matter, bro. The math is accurate up to 1,000 or more miles, bro.
Okay.
No, this math is very clear. It's as clear as it gets. Where's my PhD in physics? Please stand. What's
the square?
I'm gonna just ask you to raise your hand.
Is an approximation.
Does the Earth, if it's a sphere curving 24,901 miles?
Of course, it's approximation, because you're talking about a general curvature rate of a sphere that has topography and isn't completely a smooth ball. So of course it's approximation. What an ignorant interjection. If you're going to actually test the R value, you're going to use the R value as if it is a sphere. The 17 miles more that it is at the equator wouldn't change that at all. So of course it's approximation.
Circumference. Is that an average of 8 inches per mile squared? Yes.
Right, but the square is an approximation.
He just said average, and then you responded with approximation.
Yes or no?
No.
Absolutely.
It's actually 7.9 inches. It's accurate. It's
7.98 inches.
In Alabama. And like I said, she knows what she's talking about. So that's why I brought.
I mean, anyone that can do basic math knows what you're talking about, brother.
These people, because we're not going to go down these crazy roads. I mean, math is math.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And the math is not in your favor.
The math is quite literally in our favor. That's why we are a community that exists. We falsified the radius value. Let me break this down for you, man. And if you're listening to it, go. If your son is listening to it, go share with your dad. This is ridiculous, but it's very simple. So if a sphere is where we live. It has a radius value of 3,959 miles. That's a very specific dimension claim. We can test it. That means the surface must curve at a very specific rate. Specifically, we should see the curvature of the Earth, the geometric horizon that blocks things in the distance, at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Meaning, if I'm 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, the square root of 1 is 1, so 1 times 1.225 is 1.225, which means if I'm a foot off the Earth, I should see the curvature of the Earth, the geometric horizon, at 1.2 miles. It's a very specific dimensions claim, and it's a very specific testable claim, and the falsification of the R value, if it's wrong at all, falsifies the entire model. All of it is dependent upon that. Day and night cycle, quote unquote gravity, going to space with the radius of orbit requires the radius of Earth, the distances on the Earth, the longitude latitude system, everything requires the R value be correct. If that R value is falsified, we falsified it. And the entire model is falsified. That's why we exist. The math quite literally is not in your favor, my friend.
And so, I mean, yeah, anybody could bring testimonies, anybody could bring doctors, PhDs, that's fine. But the squared is an approximation. It's a parabolic approximation for an arch. That's 100% the facts.
No.
That's 100% true.
No. It's not.
It is.
It is not. If you draw a circle, you can figure out how much.
At the end of the day, answered, regardless of how off our maps are, which we can...
Is there no curvature when we go out with high zoom cameras?
That's not what I asked.
No, I can ask whatever I want.
Is there an actual map that can be produced like we have a map? We don't have a model. We have a map.
Okay. The reason that we don't have a map is because it's illegal to even patent one or explore past the 60th south latitude. The southern oceans are very difficult to map out with cartography. It took hundreds of years of millions or billions of dollars of the world's governments to map out even the coastlines of land masses on the Earth. They forced it into a longitude-latitude spherical coordinate system and did not allow anyone else to produce any other type of map. It's literally not allowed since 1776. So that's why I put in that rap song. Every time the model's under attack is tragic, they start asking where a map is. If they lied about the Earth, what you even asking? It's an ignorant question, my friend. Okay.
And an entire model that can be made predictions off of.
I've already answered the question.
There are no predictions
I'm not answering it again.
that can be made from a flat Earth model.
Dude, I got all kinds of predictions for you, man. Okay, my prediction is that the stars are going to keep doing the same thing for all recorded history forever. They're going to keep circling around and resetting every year. Oh, wow, look at that. That's what the stars do. That's crazy. I have another prediction for you. Since the Earth is a plane and the sky is above us, we'll never see shooting stars coming directly up from the horizon. What a coincidence. It's never been recorded, documented, or observed in the history of mankind. I got another prediction for you. Since the Earth is a plane, the horizon is it's just simply apparent. It's just optical. It'll fluctuate with conditions throughout the day from day to day as well. Wow, that's exactly what we see. I got plenty of predictions for you, man. My prediction is that I can shoot radio waves of all frequencies line of sight depending upon the weather conditions, and it won't be blocked by a geometric horizon. I got another prediction for you. I can send microwaves out that are significantly more coherent with the smaller beam divergence, and it won't be blocked or physically obstructed by a geometric horizon or curvature of the Earth. Oh, look at that. Oh, what people call the radio horizon is further than the curvature of the Earth, the geometric horizon, and we go even further than that when the conditions are cooperative. There are all kinds of predictions that we can make with the plane Earth. All the predictions of the sky that you claim are predictions are postdictions. We've seen the sky do the same thing for all recorded history. There's something that's over 2,000 years old called the Antikythera mechanism, which is more intricate and precise prediction, really just recording of the motion of everything in the sky, and anyone can even replicate to this day. We can't even replicate it with supercomputers. We can't even fully understand the Antikythera mechanism. Geocentric stationary plane civilization created it. Dude, you guys have no predictions. In fact, your predictions, and I won't just keep rambling, but one of your predictions is that a lunar eclipse is the Earth blocking the light from the sun, casting a shadow onto the moon. Yet during the lunar eclipse, sometimes we see what's called a selenian eclipse, where the sun and the moon are both above the Earth. So how's the Earth blocking the light from the sun, casting a shadow onto the moon? So if it's actually above the Earth, your model's prediction is specifically wrong. That's a geometric impossibility, not to mention the shadow comes from the top down, which is the wrong way, falsifying your model as well. Your predictions specifically don't work, like the radius value prediction. Why are you talking so fast? Just because I know the stream's going to be super long. Sorry.
Maps are wrong. All the maps are wrong.
All the maps are wrong.
All the maps are wrong, and they know it.
So then why isn't your map wrong when you say Antarctica encircles the entire disk and the north?
Oh, you're just a hater. more talking points. No, they're just specific refutations. Where's the data for any flatness, my guy? All plane survey measurements in the history of mankind. Here, listen carefully. Where's the data for flatness? Here's the data, okay? Listen carefully. I got you. Don't worry. Okay. We send radio transmissions over 100 megahertz, line of sight horizontally over the Earth, over 2,500 miles. It's been recorded as amateur world records multiple times. According to the globe model, nothing over 40 megahertz can bounce back down off the ionosphere, and those radio waves should be blocked at less than 200 miles. Yes, they go 2,500 miles, line of sight, over 100 megahertz. We also have microwaves that go far beyond the supposed curvature of the Earth. That's a physical wave that goes out, right? Even though waves aren't things, they're just types of movements, a perturbation of the background medium. We won't get into that. We send microwaves and radio waves, line of sight, right through where the curvature of the Earth is supposed to be, and it doesn't get blocked. That is a physical refutation, and i.e. a measurement. Once the signal is reached, right, we would know the distance, okay, and we would know that that distance is achieved via horizontal line of sight propagation. Therefore, that's a physical measurement, a physical refutation of the curvature of the Earth. There is some data for flatness. By the way, I've been in this, you're typing and not listening. So I'm not going to respond anymore. It's all good. Let's just keep going with the stream.
North Pole is right in the middle. Why isn't your map wrong, but our map is wrong, but the model proves that all the predictions for our map are 1,000% correct?
They're not. The earliest, listen, you got to understand that there are people, that's why they
I do understand. That's why I'm asking you the question.
You interrupted me. I'll tell you what, I'm not going to do this interruption thing, all right? I'm not. So we can just go to a presentation if we're going to do this. I'm not.
I would have loved to have Dean do his presentation and to have you in the chair portion of the debate. Yeah, that would have been wild. That would have been a good time. And I would just try to stay super calm. Dan Weston, thank you for the $10 super chat, brother. Much love.
I just want you to answer the question.
No, I'm not.
You keep interrupting him.
Why not?
I'm not going to do this interrupt because I start giving an answer, you interrupt me.
No. Answer the question.
I'm not doing it.
Now, who is it that's acting inappropriate already?
I'll give you 30 seconds of silence. Why do you not have a map or a model that can make predictions?
Why? We do. And I'm going to tell you, it's been very accurate. The astrolabe is another instrument that's proved this. It's based on a flat, non-rotating Earth. The astrolabe, that's how they navigated seas long before we got to this nonsense, okay, about their spinning ball thing. It's always been based on, even the compass itself is based on a flat, circular Earth. It doesn't work if you're down here. It's not pointing through the ball. So what I'm saying is that, bottom line, that is not even the argument. The argument is not there. We know there's discrepancies in the maps, and the early explorers who went into the Arctic region, who used the instruments that they had based on a sphere, they would always find themselves out of reckoning, they said, sometimes extreme out of reckoning when they went there. I document all this, Captain Ross and all these others. I document captain after captain after captain who, before they had to lie and before there was NASA, that when you go into the southern part, the southern hemisphere, if that's what you want to call it, when you go there, that they are out of reckoning trying to base their navigation on a sphere. That's documented history.
Well, I mean, you can make a dead man say anything, so it's easy to talk about what used to happen back then. We have more technology now than the world's ever imagined, and it's growing every day. So why can't you...
But then he claims that it was proven 2,500 years ago.
...do those same things now? Why do you always have to talk about these people that used to try to do this? Did you...
No, he just pointed out that when you go navigate in the south with a spherical assumption of symmetry, it doesn't work.
You know, right now, there's between 1,000 and 5,000 people on the continent of Antarctica. And people are like, well, NASA's there.
No one disputes that you can go there with specific government approval in a specific area. This is called a straw man.
And there's these, gunny penguins that are keeping people from getting it. It's just...
No. It's just a fact, bro. Think about how weird you sound when the Antarctic Treaty and subsequent legislation is easily accessible. It's easily accessible, bro. You cannot go there. You have to give your route 180 days in advance. They have to approve it. They have to approve your team. They have to approve what you bring. You're not allowed to go past the 60 south latitude without specific express approval. For private free exploration is specifically and expressly forbidden. You are not allowed to even propose a route directly over it. I've personally reached out to them. And then if they were to approve your route, which they will not approve a route directly over the center, they say it's too dangerous to try to rescue you if something happens, then they make you go through all kinds of permits, one of which costs a minimum of $250,000. And if they then deny you, they don't even have to reimburse you. You can go on an approved guided tour to a very specific little tip. That doesn't help us at all. No one disputes that there's ice out there that people can go to. So why do you guys have to lie so much?
It's this fantastical nonsense where people have flown over it, taken pictures. You know, people have all of these people have circumnavigated Antarctica. You can buy a cruise ticket.
This is also easily disproven. The people actually just dip off a little bit into the south of Antarctica, then pop back up north. You can look at their own published and projected routes that prove they didn't go over Antarctica or all the way around it.
You can buy a cruise ticket and go to Antarctica. And here's what's interesting. In 2019, the Flat Earth folks were going to take a cruise to Antarctica to prove their thoughts. Nothing ever came of it.
Here, let me explain that to you.
You can fly there today.
No, you can.
Flying there doesn't do anything, brother.
Yeah, fly there and see the coastline. That's about all you can do. A little bit of the coastline.
Absolutely not.
Oh, yes. And if you want to go there and stay, you have to have permission from a government. Have you ever seen the amount of stuff you have to fill out to go through there?
Yes.
And also, they're not going to let you go on an expedition inland just as a me or you. They're not going to let that happen. And here's another thing. If this would be easy to prove, but they hide this from us too. All we'd have to prove is go to Antarctica. Let me and you go to Antarctica, spend a week there in the summer, and let's see if the sun does a 360-degree circle all the way around us. If so, it's a ball. But if the sun comes in this way and then leaves that way, then it's not. It is what we say it is. And they have webcam videos, right? At Antarctica, and
all right, we're gonna move on.
Explanations like, it's too cold.
Okay,
we can't run it for.
So he gives an awesome scriptural. I mean, this goes a bit longer. I think there's a few things he said that I wanted to kind of address, but
expect me to change my entire theology over one man that got turned away?
No, what a straw man, bro. He's addressing your claim that you can just easily go there and freely explore, which is objectively wrong.
No, you agreed.
You're terrible at debating, bro. I'm sorry.
Go with me.
Without government approval.
You agreed to go with me.
Go there without you hadn't proved it. You're just taking the word of people. You hadn't been there. Just like you taking the word of your own eyes, you have to be able to question it. God, that's not what we're talking about. If we're answer, stop. Hold on.
You got to set the tone before we look at the scriptures because
they change it regularly. Stars never change.
I know the earth rotates one time a day, 1,000 miles, 1,000 miles an hour, and I believe in the 66. I don't know about all this. The whole galaxies move. There are people in this room that believe.
Bro, now remember what he said. He made it very clear because I had people telling me, no, he's a geocentrist and all this stuff. No, he's not. He just said that the earth is spinning and that we're going around the sun 66,600 miles per hour. Now just remember that in a little bit. It's very funny. This is the first thing I was going to say when I got up. I would have absolutely dunked all over this dude. It's pretty crazy. So he just to address that, people were telling me that he's geocentric. No, he just said the earth is spinning, flying around the sun, right? That's specifically not geocentrism.
The earth is stationary, but want to convince me of upward acceleration instead of gravity.
That's not true. Nobody believes that.
Sure
Nobody
they do.
believes that I know.
Nobody believes in upward acceleration in the form of misplaced gravity.
Do you hear it? No, we don't.
No.
That's the Flat Earth Society.
But it's interesting. How did you come to a debate so ill-prepared after a month that you think flat earthers think that? Shouldn't that make you logically question, am I being fed misinformation and propaganda to strawman the actual flat earth position?
Controlled opposition. They believe a bunch of nonsense like a pancake.
So the Flat Earth Society.
That is not what we believe.
Okay, so y'all don't get along with the Flat Earth Society?
No.
They're, what do you call them, shields?
Yeah. Exactly.
So, okay, look, this is what I have a hard time with. There are like 9 different models or beliefs about flat Earth, and I don't.
Yeah. Well, guess how many models there are for the globe? 0. There's not even a fully functional model at all. You don't model the Earth. What you do is you model different phenomena, right? So I could give you a frisbee and move my hand around the center and say, there's a model of circumnavigation on a flat Earth. For example, the globe has a geodynamo model for the core, right? It has a geomagnetic field model coming from the geodynamo model that supposedly gives you the magnetic field of the Earth, which is provably in no way even viable. It doesn't work. Harvard, Stanford, and Yale will all tell you can't figure it out. Give you a PDF from a former Harvard professor, I believe it is, that says it's titled 100+ years of failures with the geodynamo model, unless I'm getting mixed up with the tidal theory. I have plenty of documentation showing you that it doesn't work. There's something called the symmetry problem. There's a problem with the magnitude of the field where it supposedly is. There's a problem with even the mechanism of how it could sustain the magnetic field. There are tons of discrepancies. With supercomputers in 2023, they can't make that model work. My point is that's a model of the core or a model for the magnetic field. You have different models for different phenomena, right? That's how it works. You don't have a model of the Earth. Okay, that's not how it works. And of course, so you have different versions. For example, some people believe in Newtonian mechanics still. No one that actually knows what they're talking about, right? Just people that remember what they were told in like 9th grade, that mass attracts mass, been debunked over 100 years. Some people believe in the theory of gravity of relativity. Some people believe in modified Newtonian dynamics in 2023 because they know that relativity doesn't work and it requires dark matter, which can't be verified. There are people that believe in all kinds of different models and theories and versions of the supposed tilted, wobbling, spinning globe. Okay? So the fact that there are different people, there are people that have discovered the Earth's not a globe and they're trying to figure out what it is and they have different opinions on it, doesn't somehow undermine or falsify the fact that the Earth is provably and measurably a stationary plane. That's a ridiculous argument. And I think I have a fully functional ability to model most phenomena observed, whether that's predicting all positions of the stars and the planets, right? Whether that's explaining redshift, explaining galaxies, explaining everything that we observe, explaining the actual spiral motion. Oh, I saw that it's glitching out on my YouTube. So that's not a good argument, brother. Okay, there's no such thing as a globe model. Can anyone please send me the globe model? It doesn't exist. Run Boston Bear, much love, brother. Thanks for kicking it. Good night, bro. So I don't know, just a talking point, but you guys get it.
Who's right, who's wrong? Why is Flat Earth Society wrong? But why are you guys correct? You see what I'm saying? That's what I don't understand. And so just shouting things is not going to help. The reason people can't fathom this is because there's so many different belief systems about it. Whereas we have one model that works.
Yeah, but you literally don't, bro. You don't. Like, here, let me steel man this for you again, bro. Here comes Baller Austin. Okay. Well, the way that science works is over time, we slowly begin to figure out more and more about where we live and how the world naturally works, okay? We don't really understand many things, okay? Most of these different models and phenomena, we model them individually and we're still trying to work on them. For example, we can't explain the geodynamo model. We can't explain the core of the Earth. In fact, we just discovered that it's supposedly spinning the other way, which would just be in relation to us on the surface. We can't even explain how that did happen, and we overlooked it in our data over the last 30, 40 years. Supposedly, the core is actually spinning slower than the Earth, which makes it look like it's going backwards from our perspective if we were able to see it, but we didn't know that. We were wrong this entire time. We also have tons of discrepancies in our seismic data, and our seismology models of the Earth don't work. Right? Whether that's come from reception or epicenter discrepancies, we can't explain it. We also cannot explain what's called dark matter, how the galaxy rotational speeds don't match the prediction of gravity, or how the galaxy cluster discovered in 1933 by Fritz Zwicky only had 1% of the mass predicted for the gravitational pull required to keep the galaxies inside the cluster from escaping. So then we invented something called dark matter. Since then, we've discovered that supposedly would have to make up 85% at least of all matter in the universe. Also, we have something called accelerative expansion. We claim the universe accelerating, expanding in all directions because Edwin Hubble in 1927 discovered that actually it looks like we're in the center. So we came up with a theory that creates the illusion that we're in the center, even though we're actually tucked away in an insignificant corner, flying around the sun, flying through space in a gigantic, ever-expanding universe. It just looks like we're in the center. It's just an illusion, right? So then we had to figure out, well, okay, then if it's expanding and that's the cause of the redshift, let's measure it. Wait a minute. Space has to be going over 4 times faster than the speed of light. Now we're realizing that it's actually 8 times faster than the speed of light. So we have something called the cosmological constant problem. We have to come up with some type of energy that's causing space itself to actually travel and accelerate and expand 4 times to 8 times faster than the speed of light. But this energy isn't found anywhere. That's called dark energy. Dark energy and dark matter combined make up 96% of the universe. So in our current cosmology, we don't understand 96% of it. But there are tons of confusing different models that exist. There are over 200 different variations of modified Newtonian dynamics. There are relativistic modified Newtonian dynamics. There are electromagnetic nature of gravity theories. There are push gravity theories. There are etheric models that are being proposed. There is a plethora of models that we are trying to explain our current cosmology because it's starting to slowly fall apart. There's also something called the Hubble tension problem, where we look at the cosmic microwave background and we use the ladder method in astronomy to compare the supposed expansion rate, and they do not match. We also have something called the flatness problem, where there should be positive or negative curvature from the supposed singularity that was the Big Bang that expanded everywhere, but it's that the universe is completely flat, and the energy density would have had to have been 0.07001, that close to zero energy density for it to be flat like that, and we can't explain how that could possibly happen. So one person proposed the idea that it was an inflation theory that disappeared and can't be found, or something called the inflaton that doesn't exist anymore that made that happen. There's also the horizon problem, where the particles for a homogeneous distribution of temperature and energy would have had to interact, but with the time limit of 13.5 billion years, the supposed age of the universe, which someone else is proposing is actually 26 billion years now. They're doubling the age of the universe to explain the early galaxy formation problem, that in 13.5 billion years, going the speed of light, which is supposedly c, it can only go a finite distance, which gives you a horizon in all directions around you, which means that these particles couldn't have interacted because they're way further apart from that. We have many problems and many theories and many different claimed models of the current spherical Earth that is supposedly tilted, wobbling, and spinning. We cannot figure it out. We don't know exactly what's happened. There's about 30 different models just to explain why sidereal rotation is slowing down over time, which are speeding up over time, which would insinuate that the Earth is speeding up, right? Because time is getting shorter, just like the scripture predicts. We can't explain many things, including even just the magnetic field on the globe model. So if someone were to be ignorant on my side and misrepresent the globe by saying, oh, the reason people don't understand flat Earth is because there's so many ideas and it's so confusing, that would be hypocritical, because over here at the globe model, I just covered a fraction of the many different issues that we have that we still can't explain, with all the world's funding, all the governments, all the universities, with hundreds of years and endless funding in attempts to try to explain it. So just tap me in, coach. Call me in. I'll help you guys out.
Because you've been brainwashed with it since you were born. That's why you have one model. That's what they wanted you to believe. But listen, we can go back. We can go back to the scientists who believed, the people that y'all look to for this, that created this.
I don't look to any of them.
Copernicus and all them. Look, they were thinking the sun was 3 million miles away.
Yeah, he says stuff like that. Like, I don't care what NASA says. I didn't learn anything I know about the Earth from NASA. I don't care about any of the people that came up with my theory. Bro, NASA's the only people that claim to show you that the Earth's a sphere. They gave you all the models. Copernicus came up with your belief. You have to believe in them, bro. You have to believe in man over the scriptures. And like, if that's your forte, it's all good, brother.
And it was 12 million miles away. Now it's 93 million miles away. So don't tell me about you guys have been working on this.
That's
thing.
because they're...
Bro said take a breath, Austin. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of throw it out there. I don't want to make the stream super long.
There's technological advancements across the ages.
But again, it's been changing all the time, and I don't believe the sun's 93 million miles away at all.
In
fact, there's evidence to prove that it's not. So what I'm getting at is we can do, like I said, we can.
Oh, let me hit you guys with something real fast. I'm gonna give you both sides here. Okay, so this is a home run for you guys. Okay. We know that the Earth is 93 million miles away from the sun, because back in the day in the 60s, we actually sent radar out to the sun. We timed how long it took the radar to get back, and that told us that the distance to the sun was 93 million miles away using the speed of light and how long it took to get the radio transmission back. When we sent the radar to the sun, it told us that it was actually 93 million miles away. Well, that's unfortunate, because your model claims that actually the sun is a black body, and black body radiation absorbs all light. It literally cannot reflect any, which means you could not, of course, reflect radio or radar back, because radar is by definition electromagnetic radiation, i.e. light, which means you could not send radar to the sun and get it back according to your own model, because the black body radiation that comes from the sun would actually absorb all the lines of electromagnetic radiation of any radio wave that you sent at it. So that claim doesn't work within your own model. There's just a little silver bullet for you guys real quick.
Right here all day long, but I didn't come to...
Because that's basically the only way they claim to actually know the distance. That and the presuppositions of trigonometry and other masses and stuff.
I come to argue like this. I mean, maybe you want to make a show out of it, but I'm not here to argue like...
I just want to answer the questions that I don't have the answers to, that I'm trying to figure out.
Well,
They're very simple questions. Very.
No. You're not going to play. Look, here's what you're doing. You're playing this little game here with me. You don't have an answer.
Because I'm not a flat earther.
Hold on.
Bro, chill out, brother.
Hold on. Universe at 500 million.
I do have an answer.
Hold on. And the stars never change in our view, ever.
That's not true.
That is true.
That's not true. What's the answer for the stars being the same for all recorded history?
That is true, because I've been looking at it for a long time. It is true.
Well, go to the southern hemisphere and look at the same ones.
Yeah, I've looked at it. I know.
You've been in the southern hemisphere?
Yes, I have.
And you've looked up? Can you see Polaris from the southern hemisphere?
Sometimes.
His argument is now that since you can't see Polaris from the southern hemisphere, the Earth's a sphere. But unfortunately for him, just like Dean's about to say, Polaris has actually been observed below the equator, which is impossible on your model, but it's just refraction. It's an illusion, and the star's not really there. It's blocked by the Earth, but it's promised to get lifted up. But on a flat Earth, bro, you can't see forever. It eventually falls beyond your limit of perspective, which is why it looks like it's going down as you get further away from it. It's actually how we created the globe, because we took the angles to Polaris and created latitude system. So just like the long hallway, that ceiling looks like it's going down, and the the floor looks like it's converging up to meet in the middle, the sky does the same thing. That's why we can't see Polaris forever. It's no coincidence that typically it can't be observed around a certain place, because that's how we created the globe model, by taking angle measurements on a flat plane to Polaris and then mapping it on a presupposed sphere with the latitude system. Once we could no longer see Polaris, we started to loop the presupposed sphere back around. So that's an insane question, my friend.
Sometimes you can. It depends.
You never can.
No.
You never can.
He said you never can. Objectively, Polaris has been seen below the equator. So since he says you never can, it implies that is a requirement for the sphere, and it validates it. So since it has objectively been recorded below the equator, I guess that would refute the globe model. I agree with you, Greg.
To a certain degree south you can. But here's the thing. In our model, the biblical model, I believe, and we believe, that both the sun and the moon are much smaller and much lower and closer to the earth, as well as the stars.
Same size?
We believe they're the same size. And we don't believe,
I mean, yeah. What an absurd notion that they're the same size. That's why they appear to be exactly the same size.
The stars are some distant galaxies that are trillions of miles away.
Right.
We believe the stars are much closer. So when things are smaller and closer, when you move away from them, you don't get to see them because of perspective. It's anything like I've got a video, I'll show you in a minute, where a guy puts his camera on the ground on a flat football field, and he starts walking away from it. Well, he starts walking away from it.
They claim that the football field is sloped because of the runoff of the water, which is not necessarily untrue, but doesn't deny the fact that because of perspective, things will look like they're disappearing in the distance.
Feet disappear from
It's actually just based on Rayleigh's criteria and angular resolution and the actual resolvability limit of the eye or whatever object that you're using. The angle of view, the reception and propagation angles relative to what you're seeing will fall below the resolvability, the resolution angle, and then you'll no longer be able to make it out or separate it from what's around it. Thus, it would look like it's disappearing. There would be no resolvable information. So on a stationary plane, if things move away from you, they would have to eventually disappear from the bottom up relative to the reception and propagation angles.
And then he gets up to his knees, and then up to his waist. And then, by the time he's at the end of the football field, he can squat down, you can't see him. He hadn't left the flat football field, right? It's a matter of perspective. And so what happens is, like, the sun doesn't go down. It doesn't go around a curve. It just simply gets too far away for us to see because it's lower and smaller, and it gets further away. And it's actually what the Bible says. The Bible doesn't say, the King James will say the sun goes up and down. If you look the word up, it's bo in the Hebrew, and it means just to come in and go out. That's all it means. Like to walk in, it says like to walk in the front door and walk out the back door. It's not talking about going over a curve. And so, again, that's what I'm talking about. Our model, and that's what we get at. I'm not, you try to take your model and apply stuff to it to ours. They're completely different.
Oh, they're way different. There's no doubt about that.
They're
There's no
completely
doubt.
different.
And I'm not trying to amalgamate the two. There is no amalgamation in them, okay?
But
There's
you've been doing that the whole time.
no way I can believe that the sun and moon are the same size, and they're, 32 miles wide? Is that
Something like that.
Like 3,000?
There's no way you can believe the sun and the moon are the same size, but the scriptures say one is a light for the day, one is for the night, and we see them to be exactly the same size. Your model claims it's just a coincidence that the sun is 400 times bigger than the moon, but just coincidentally, also exactly 400 times further away, so they look like they're the same size to such an extent that they're the exact same size required for there to be total eclipses. Okay, bro.
Miles. Why can't I go out in the middle of the night and get a telescope and find the sun?
You can't because
What a ridiculous, bro. You can't see forever. There's something called attenuation of light. It falls below the resolvability, and the information from the sun can no longer be received because we have a limit to our perspective, bro. That's why. And of course, light, a local light source, wouldn't cover up the entire sun. You just said you weren't going to combine the two models, but then you did it, right? So the local light source, you can take a flashlight, put it over a flat surface, move it around. It doesn't light up the entire surface. Why can't you pull a telescope out and see the sun, bro? Are you kidding me? You can't see forever, man.
every instrument, I don't care what we have. I don't care if it's the most powerful instrument you got. It has a limit to its vision. Most of us in here have a P900.
Yeah,
I have a
but,
P900.
yeah, but I'm talking about like a telescope.
Yeah, we've used telescopes. We've used...
Long live True Earth. That one is for Austin. No matter what you catchphrase it, it is not a globe. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I still always rep flat Earth, though, brother.
So why can't I find the sun if it's only 3,000 miles away?
It's too far away, and it's moving.
How can it be
it's
too
moving
far
1,000 miles an hour, and it's moving too far away. Again, it's perspective. It's like anything.
I don't make claims about how fast the sun moves or how big it is or how far away it is. I don't even know what medium it's in. I do vibe with the electric sun theory in part, but I don't know how far away it is or what it is.
You can drive a car down the road.
By the way, guys, we're obviously not watching the 4 hours, so we're watching this. Then we're going to skip over to this guy, what he says a little bit.
And camera, no matter how powerful its divergence, the way
He has to explain to him that you can't see forever.
we see things, everything goes down like this to a point. That's why when you see a plane can be flying at us from this
Let's see if he even addresses this.
direction, and it can be maintaining an altitude of 40,000 feet. But when you're looking at it coming at you, it's going to be low on the horizon. Then it's going to look like it's high above your head. As it goes over you, your eyes are seeing it as it's going down this way, and it's never changed altitude. That's the same with the sun or the moon or the stars.
It can't be the same with the sun, the moon, and the stars. That's an impossibility. And
I
you
disagree.
can't-
I disagree.
He just said nuh-uh. So perspective doesn't apply to the sun, moon, and the stars. It just applies to everything else in all recorded history. And it can't do that because of reasons.
You can't have a sun and a moon that are the same size and stay in the exact, whatever, if y'all use the phrase orbit, in the exact same orbit, in the exact same path, it's an impossibility to have that. There's no way in that model.
You don't understand the model.
That scientifically, I
He
don't.
literally doesn't even know what he's talking about. Who said that they're in the exact same position? He's basically saying that they would eventually hit each other, I'm guessing. That's the only way I can even make sense of it. No one's claiming what altitude or anything is at. And no, this is a very intricately, beautifully made system, bro. Okay? Things seem to go up and down. But at certain times, we see that they're the same size as they begin to potentially have the same altitude. So, and yeah, you could have quantum locking, electromagnetic, or like magnetic levitation or quantum locking to lock in there. Or don't get triggered. Could be in the vortex of the ether drift that would just keep them spinning around in the celestial milk. It's been known for a long time.
Understand the model because it doesn't work.
Well, our
I just explained to you that it does work, though.
on rotate 58, first satellite, Echo satellite.
He dropped some gravy about how they were still admitting in declassified documents they were just using nothing but balloon satellites when they claimed to have put a real satellite in a vacuum after that.
Mylar 6 track missiles in system really is, but they just don't tell you that. You have to dig and find that out.
Well, we have a military guy. How many military folks do we have in the building? On either side. If you're military, stand up. If you're military, stand up.
Appreciate your service.
And missile systems. Why would they build over?
Oh, here we go. This is the part.
Of dollars on over-the-horizon missile systems. Why would they build over-the-horizon missile systems unless they were going to shoot them over the horizon for the curvature of the earth for an enemy that you can't see?
Okay, so how do you not know that? So for an enemy you can't see, you said it. Okay, so actually if you look at even like radio transmissions of the military or even commercial, right? There's a radio horizon. This is a perfect example of the same thing. The radio horizon is actually further away than the supposed geometric horizon or curve of the earth. Why is that? Aren't the radio waves going to get blocked by the curve of the earth? So wouldn't the radio horizon be where just do the math of the sphere and wherever the curvature of the earth is should block it? Same with microwaves, right? But that is not what we do. We know that it's actually further than that consistently. So the radio horizon, which is an average location of where the radio waves won't go any further or the microwaves won't go any further, right? It's further than that. It's just really based on attenuation. Microwaves, they're being a higher frequency, they attenuate faster because, for example, they're attenuated in humidity or moisture much quicker, right? And radio waves go a little further. So we know it's further than the curve of the earth, and we have an average location where you can't really send it anymore because it'll attenuate. But consistently or regularly, these will go further than even the radio horizon. So again, you have the curvature of the earth. That would be a geometric horizon. The radio horizon is further than that. And we see the signals go even further than the radio horizon. It isn't physically obstructing them, right? It's just based on weather conditions, interference, electromagnetic interference, attenuation of the signals, etc. So that's what the radio horizon is. Same thing with over the horizon weapon systems. We can only see so far. That's what the horizon is, right? We have an optical convergence point. The horizon is apparent. It's where the sky appears to meet the ground. By definition, it's apparent. Even your model admits it's apparent because it goes up and down, back and forth. It fluctuates. The apparent location of the horizon, right? Apparent horizon is redundant. It's where it appears to meet the ground. Sky. So anyway, we can only see so far. So if we want to hit an enemy beyond how far we can see, you would have to create a system that would arc and then hit the person based on some other type of coordinate system, some other way that you got their coordinates. And what they do to get their coordinates for target acquirement is they do not use the sphere, they use Cartesian coordinate systems coming from your local position. That is a flat Cartesian coordinate system radiating out centered on you, and that's how we actually hit our targets. We don't use the globe. We don't use the curvature of the earth for any over the horizon weapon systems. We just know that we cannot see that far, so we've developed systems to go beyond where we can see see by tracking them in another manner and then tracking the trajectory of the arc that then hit them. So yeah, you can only see so far. We have over the horizon or over the visual limit weapon systems. Nothing to do with the curve of the earth. And again, this horizon that is built to go past is not the curvature of the earth, just like the radio horizon is further than the curvature of the earth. Ironically, both of these systems debunk the globe earth.
In fact, have you interviewed I interviewed a guy named Sean. He's in my book. He was a Sparrow missile instructor for the Navy. And I interviewed
this is a death blow, bro.
him, and I said, tell me about
Let me read this real fast. I'll stop pausing so much, sorry. Night Blazer 100, thank you for the $10 super chat. Thank you, Witsit, for all you do. I've learned so much from your streams. I hope for the best for you and your family. The truth will conquer all in the end, and we will win. Hey, agreed, and we just got to keep speaking the truth so you can speak truth unequivocally. Thank you for the super chat and the kind words, brother. Much love.
laser weapon on your ship. Now, the Navy
Listen to this. This is gravy. I've read about the Sparrow missile system.
he was a Sparrow missile instructor for the Navy.
Oh, he's just a Sparrow missile instructor. I mean,
I interviewed him, and I said, tell me about your laser weapon on your ship. Now, the Navy has a laser weapon. I actually have the article. I actually have it in this. The Navy has a laser weapon that is clearly lasers are line of sight. They don't bend over a curve.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the ones that do.
No. Look, you can shoot. Okay, let's say I give you your alleged curve. Yes, you can shoot a projectile up in the air over a curve and then make it land where you want to. All right, hold on.
I'm talking about shooting it straight across.
No.
Going around
They
the
don't
curvature of the
shoot.
earth.
Nothing does this. A laser doesn't do this.
they don't shoot it straight forward, bro. You don't. What are you talking about? They shoot it straight forward, then he moves his hand in an arc. What are you talking about, bro? Yeah, we shoot it straight forward because we know that the curvature of the earth is not going to block it. If we shot it straight forward on the globe, it would get blocked by the curvature of the earth. On a globe, you'd have to aim it up, or you'd have to loop it back down around, for sure. You can loop it back down around. But if you just shot it straight out, it would get blocked by the curve of the earth. On a flat earth, though, it wouldn't. And of course, for long distance, we create arc trajectories to maximize distance.
I'm not asking about a laser.
I'm telling you about a weapon system. Now, you want to talk about your weapon system, I want to talk about mine, all right?
But I asked you about mine because I asked the question.
And I just said, I don't know exactly what weapon you're talking about. I'm being specific. What weapon are you talking about?
He doesn't even know. He just said over-the-horizon weapon systems, but I just buried it.
Over the horizon missile system, which is a missile that shoots across the ground over the horizon because of the curvature of the earth and hits an intended target that you can't see because of the curvature of the earth.
Okay, hear what I'm about to say. I don't care about that. I'm telling you, I'm going to tell you what. No. Don't interrupt me. Because if you interrupt me, we're just going to be done. Because I'm not going to be interrupted.
This is what they're talking about in the press. He says, if you interrupt me, we're just going to be done. He's talking about we're going to be done with this back and forth interaction. I'm just going to go to my presentation because if you keep interrupting me, it's not fair. Then he violently and aggressively threatened to leave and storm out from the beginning once he started hitting him with facts. No, you're wrong. He should have rebutted it. Sure, but you're just wrong. I just buried it. And again, if you just shot a missile out, line of sight horizontal over the earth, if the earth was a globe, it would block the missile. Okay? So it's beyond where we can see because we can't see forever. That's what the horizon has a visual limit.
We were done
Which, by the way, if it's a physical place and it's not a visual limit, then why does it move around?
when we got started, I can tell you that. But
Yeah. You know,
my brother is a lieutenant colonel in the military.
my friend, Lieutenant Colonel.
Then I want him to stand up and I want him to publicly deny over the horizon missile systems in the United States military.
Let's stop right there.
You don't have to deny it. It doesn't help you.
All right. I'm going to tell you about a laser because we know lasers are line of sight weapons.
Right.
My Lieutenant Colonel friend, he actually speaks fluent Russian, taught at West Point, and will tell you that they're not only are their radar, but laser weapons are line of sight weapons. The Navy admits in their defense magazine.
Let me read this real fast. You guys ever heard of a Freudian slip? This is one of the comments I screenshot because I'm blocked now. But you guys ever heard of a Freudian slip? Quote, this is Greg Locke. Quote, I am deceived, so you can go ahead and leave now because you're not going to convince me what the Bible clearly says. He said that. It was a Freudian slip. All right, let's keep going.
That their laser weapon that has no curvature to it whatsoever, it's not curving, can shoot down Russian and Chinese cruise missiles flying 50 feet over the water over 100 miles away. Now, let me explain to you what 100 miles is, because you didn't know a minute ago what curvature is supposed to be there at 100 miles. I'll tell you. If the Earth is a sphere 24,901 miles in circumference, the 8 inches per mile squared on average means that in 100 miles, there should be 6,666 feet of curvature. That's well over a mile of curve. There is no laser weapon shooting from a Navy ship doing this to hit a missile moving at Mach 4. I'm sorry, but the Navy admits by that the Earth is level and non-rotating.
I mean, it's hitting a missile going Mach 4, a ground-to-air missile defense system, 100 miles, bro, which is line of sight. It has to be line of sight. And this is what's so funny, bro. People will say, no, it's refracting. Oh, really? Can you please show me the military documents where the Navy accounts for refraction? They look at the visual corridor and all the temperature inversions all the way over 100 miles. Then they factor it in. They say, okay, we're going to aim our laser here, but it's actually going to bend down and hit the missile going Mach 4 down here. So we'll aim much higher than it actually is going because it's going to bend down. We don't want to miss it. Got to account for refraction, or maybe other people would die and we would miss the target. That is actual physical proof that the Earth is not a sphere. If you shoot it even ground to air, if you shoot 100 miles, and then you guys are always claiming that the laser just bends around the globe because of refraction, no, they would have to account for that. They wouldn't be able to use it as a reliable missile defense system. So a missile going Mach 4, flying that fast, and you're going to lead it and hit it with a laser, line of sight, horizontal propagation of a laser, right? Proves to you that they're just shooting it straight over a plane. They're using the altitude of the missile above the plane, extended horizontal baseline from them. They're not accounting for refraction. That is game, set, match. You guys want to tell us that all the lasers that we shoot are actually bending around the curve of the Earth? Then the military could not use the ground-to-air missile defense systems of lasers over 100 miles because they would have to account for refraction, which varies greatly throughout the day. They'd have to be able to monitor all the way up to the height of the missile, all the way through the very corridor that they're shooting, and then they'd have to aim off of the target so that it would bend down and hit it. They do not do that objectively, so that is refutation of the sphere, per usual. But of course, people can just run around and say the word refraction, and somehow that gets them out of every refutation. No, that doesn't work here, bro. I'm sorry. So that is actually a great point that he brought up.
I can assure you, the United States military does not admit that the Earth is flat. And if it does, then how come you can't trust them, but now you can trust them? You see, you only trust people.
And think about a stupid... No, he's talking about a technology, a weapon system that's used and successful, and by proxy, that means that there's an admission that the Earth's a plane for that weapon system to work, most of them of which are classified. Then you say, oh, now you can trust them. No, they didn't come out and say, oh, we're lying, the Earth is flat. They said, here's a military defense system. Here's an instructor for the Sparrow missile defense system that is a laser. And here's how it works. Here's its capabilities. Here's its range. Here's how we use it. And he's saying that that would mean that the Earth has to be a plane. Then you use this little gaslighting technique of, oh, now you can trust the government. Like, bro, come on, do better.
Answer that question.
You only trust people that are on your side.
And he did answer that question. He pointed out that no, this is FOIA by force when they're not allowed to release it, or they would face capital punishment via treason. Then eventually, after 30, 40, usually 50 years, they have to, according to the FOIA Act, they have to release the information upon request, so the documents become declassified against their will. That's not the same as propaganda they're putting out live currently. He answered that question. You then got dunked on with the physical technology, and then you revert back to the tactic of gaslighting him by bringing up the same question he already answered. These are very dishonest, anti-flat earth tactics, and you're supposed to be representing the creator, my friend. Like, I need you to chill, bro. You need to, I hope you see this somehow, you need to re-examine what you're doing.
You never trust anybody that has an opposing side.
Not true.
Projection.
100% true.
I've listened to all kinds of people about this stuff. I've interviewed all kinds of people. I guarantee you I've done far more research than you have on this issue.
Oh, I guarantee you after this debate, I'll never research this foolishness again. I can promise you that right now.
Oh, but he was the one that wasn't being mean, and then watch the crowd cheers for that. I'll never research this foolishness again. He's just condescending, even though he's clearly ignorant.
Now,
look at them. They're all cheering. They said that his followers were so respectful and kind. This is before the debate even really starts, before his presentation. And listen what he says and listen to the crowd. And then remember the official press release. It's like they think people just won't go and watch it or something. They sent out this press release, removed the video like they can hide it from the world, and everyone's just going to read what they said about it and then just not watch it and believe it. Hundreds of thousands of people have already seen it, bro. You're not going to escape this. The creator trapped you, pulled you in via your pride to make this happen. It's stamped in the ether forever, my friend, right? But look at how you're acting. This is the 5th or 6th comment you've made that's derogatory, not to mention all the insults and derogatory comments you made over the last 3-4 weeks. Dude, you're the one that's hostile. You're the one that's interrupting him. You're the one that's being aggressive. Dude, if he ever gets worked up at all, he's just reciprocating your behavior or having to stand up for himself to speak. You are the one that is not showing the fruits of the Spirit, my friend.
All kinds of people about this stuff. I've interviewed all kinds of people. I guarantee you I've done far more research than you have on this issue.
Oh, I guarantee you after this debate, I'll never research this foolishness again. I can promise you that right now.
Well, see, that means you've already made up your mind.
I have made up my mind because I'm about to show you from the Bible God's made up his mind.
I love to see that.
You're about to.
Because I know you can't do it.
But you get to go first, so get your computer and get that thing hooked up because I got a lot of questions I could ask.
All right, everybody. I think we're ready to get started here. We come to you. God gets to make it a spinning, flying. That scripture here, we're going to read a few through 20 fables from the Son of Heaven. Even the parts that they want to call hyperbole means what he says. Now, there's symbolic. I think Pastor Greg called one. He said hyperbole, but hyperbole means exaggeration and lies, and God doesn't do that. The Bible doesn't use those things. God means what he says. Now, there's...
Oh, was I muted right then? I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to read it again. So, I'm sorry about that. All right, look. What his official press release says is that it says, Odle delivered his... thank you, Hibbler. Sorry, I was tripping. It's first time tonight, doing better. So he says, Odle delivered his opening presentation by stating the false premise that the Bible was not in any way a book of metaphors, but had to be taken literally at all times. So again, just remember, he says that Odle's opening claim was that the book is in no way, that the Bible is in no way a book of metaphors, and it must be taken literally at all times. Now let's listen to what he actually says. Amateur hour. Yeah, sorry, bro. Sorry. All right, check this out. Just keep in mind that's what their claim was.
And I think Pastor Greg called one, he said hyperbole, but hyperbole means exaggeration and lies, and God doesn't do that. The Bible doesn't use those things. God means what he says. Now, there's symbolic language. I'll say, like, for instance, let's talk about a symbolic language. The Bible talks about a 7-head, 10-horned beast in the book of Revelation and in Daniel, right? But that 7-head, 10-horned beast, we find out, is a literal thing. It's going to be a world government. In fact, the United Nations has already become that, a 7-head, 10-horned beast. You have the 5 on the permanent council. You have the P5 plus 1, which is Germany, which 6, and then the EU head comes in when they have a serious problem, like the Iranian nuclear deal. So you have 7 heads, and then under that you have 10 rotating positions. So literally the UN, that's going to end up being a world government, has already 7 heads and 10 horns. So even though there's symbolic language at times in the Bible, it's talking about something that's real. Okay? And that was what...
Okay, so his point was, even though there is symbolic language in the Bible, it's talking about something that's real, right? That's his point. That's his only point, man. And he says, he gives you a specific example of a metaphor in the Bible They go around and say he claimed that there is no metaphors at all and that it must be taken literally, as in physically literal at all times. That's not what he said. He gave you an example of symbolism and a metaphor. Think about how dishonest that is. So I definitely encourage you to watch this if you haven't seen it, even out of curiosity's sake, because I learned things that are in the scriptures I didn't know. And like I've now realized, dude, the scriptures is, if you want to figure out where we live, bro, it's a good place to start. Where how the Hebrew authors back then know that there was tons of wind coming from the ends of the earth, and now we know that Antarctica is like the windiest place on the earth, or that the waters are calm at the ends of the earth, but every other shoreline the water's like raging in waves, but yet at Antarctica it's consistently calm, right? Like how did it know this stuff? How they know this stuff? Well, it tells you that there's a circuit. It tells you many details that are very important, as does the book of Enoch, which ironically he goes against. So Locke, that is. So it is very interesting. He laid out some super dope things that I had not even paid attention to. I'll tell you one of the things that didn't get addressed because we don't have time to watch his presentation. I encourage you to go watch it. I think he did a phenomenal job. When it comes to the scriptural arguments, he did incredible. One of the things that he points out is that the Messiah, Yeshua, people say Jesus, right, himself said he taught from a Hebrew cosmology by saying that the stars were going to fall down to the earth. Now, supposedly the sun, our sun is a star, and all the other stars are suns and bigger than our sun. Our sun's actually a relatively small star. If the stars were to come down to the earth, one star would completely destroy the earth. How can all these different stars come down to the earth? So he's teaching from a Hebrew cosmology. Obviously, the question I was going to ask when I got up there was like, I was just going to say it like this, but, you know, I get that this is a polarizing subject and it sounds crazy when you first hear it, but to me, it never really made sense that Yeshua or Jesus would come to the earth as the Messiah, be present during the creation of this place, and all the Hebrew people had misinterpreted Genesis to be literal and had an incorrect cosmology, and that he wouldn't correct any of them how they were wrong about the very first book, allegedly first book, right? The very first book and how it describes what the Creator created. You're saying that the Messiah, many of them would say that he is God, right? You're saying that he came here when he was present during creation and didn't correct any of the Hebrew people, that they were wrong about creation itself, their very cosmological worldview. Cosmology is about the origin of the quote-unquote universe or existence, okay? It's like directly tied to your worldview. Well, what's the number one thing that is attributed to a creator? His creation. Understanding his creation and what it says in the beginning, describing it, would be very important, right? It would be very important. And the Messiah didn't even tell all the Hebrew people they were wrong about it. And then he teaches from a Hebrew cosmology saying the stars are going to fall to the earth. Pretty crazy, man. And you can see how dangerous it is to not understand what it's really saying, because now they're like, no, the stars are actually must be symbolic or something. And just, no, dude, no, it's not what he said. That's the words of the Messiah himself. So anyway, that got ignored. All of his verses get ignored, okay? Long story short, he lays out all kinds of stuff. I definitely encourage you watching it. And Greg Locke ignores all of it. Like every single one. I think he acted like he addressed one. Like, this is a good, I'll drop this link because they added post-edit memes and stuff to kind of explain what he was saying. So there's a link in the YouTube chat. Don't worry, Rockfin and Rumble, I didn't forget you guys. I will check the chats in a second. So now we're going to go on here. There were some really cool testimonies about from believers from that used to be atheists that found out about the scriptures. That was very cool. Okay, now we're going to go over here to Greg getting up here, supposedly rebutting things. Now, it's like, and I will say, I can tell that he goes in and out. Like, he has these moments where he's like, stay calm, stay kind. But, you can tell, like, that's how he introduces him on the stage, and then he gets upset. That's how he goes back onto the stage. And he starts by saying, oh, there's a lot of information I wasn't even privy to. But he gets worked up. He works himself up out of arrogance and pride every single time. So, anyway, let's check it out. And we're not going to watch all of it, but.
Thank you, Pastor Dean. Thank you. That's good. Give him a hand. Not everybody wants to debate these issues, and so that's a big deal, right? That's a big deal. And so thank you so much for your thoroughness. Sorry we don't really have 6 hours apiece. We could talk about this for 20 hours apiece. Okay, you're not going to get the whole ball of wax, right? You're just not. You're not going to get all of it at one time. There's a lot there, and so I recognize the fact that we feel.
If I need a moment before listening to this again, we're not going to listen to that much of it.
Like at least that we're we're feeding you with a fire hose and just trying to give you so much information. And I know we had to skip through a lot. So once again, give him a round of applause. Thank you, sir, for your honesty. I appreciate that. And it's good to have a little our honesty back and forth, even our snarkiness. You know, we get a little fired up about things. That's all right. That's part of it. And so I want to go into the word of the Lord and give you the perspective from my vantage point theologically. Now, I'm not a real big high-tech redneck PowerPoint guy, and so some of the verses will come up just when I call the guys in the back. They can throw them up. I'm just a Bible guy, right? So I'm going to do some flipping, and this is a Bible debate, so I suppose that at least a few of you have your Bible tonight. And so I don't have to take as long as he did, only because he has a lot of information that I don't have, right? A lot of information that I am not privy to, as it were. And so he had a lot to say. And so
you're not informed about the subject, bro. Okay, so look, he just run through someone else's flat earth list of Bible verses that the dude reaches on. He cherry picks them out that clearly aren't actually exclusive to flat earth or take kind of context or are metaphorical about like symbolism in a dream, etc., which did represent a real thing like Nebuchadnezzar, right? So that's all he does. He emotionally gets riled up and he starts like straw manning and not addressing Dean at all.
I don't believe in E.T. and little green men. I do believe that is going to be a last days deception, that they are going to say, oh, let me say this. In Acts chapter 17 and verse 26, you know what the Bible says? We are all men made of one blood, for to dwell on all the face of the earth. The times are appointed, and here's what God says. And he hath given us the bounds of our habitation. That's why I don't believe in aliens. We agree with that, right? I don't believe in E.T. and little green men. I do believe that is going to be a last days deception, that they are going to say, oh, look what the aliens can. Ain't no aliens. You believe in that nonsense, you need to quit smoking meth, okay? There's no such thing as that. But I want you to understand that at the end of the day, right here according to the Bible, he bound our habitation. My question is, why does he have to specifically tell us that our habitation to earth has been bound?
Because it's bounded? Dude, Matt Long and I just turned and looked at each other like, good point. Why does he have to tell us that our habitat on the earth has been bounded? Because it's bounded, maybe. Bro, let me summarize his arguments, right? So, Dean makes a point. He's like, bro, the same people, you don't believe in the Big Bang? It's not the same people that brought us Big Bang and evolution and, all this other nonsense are the same quote-unquote scientists that say this. The scriptures are wrong and science has proved it wrong, and they've been wrong about all of it. And you don't believe all of it, but you just take their word for the same people making claims about things that are out in space, right? Like Jaron makes the good point that like these are things you could test, like supposed evolution and stuff, the age of the earth, all these crazy claims. These are things on the earth that you could test, and we know that they're wrong and lying about, right? But you believe them, no questions asked, about things thousands of light years away you could never test, that actually undermine and invert the scriptures? That's wild. There's this huge disconnect. The globe is this spell that just gets everyone somehow. They can see through evolution in the age of the universe. Now, some Christians will do mental gymnastics and be like, oh, no. There's a gap theory, and that's where it fits into the 4 billion years in the middle for evolution. Or like, oh, no, the age of the universe, it is old because of this. And they'll come up with all these models and stuff, try to cram science into the scriptures. But most believers will be like, no, evolution's nonsense. The supposed age of the universe is nonsense, right? The Big Bang is nonsense. But for some reason, when it comes to the tiny speck of dust that is the tilted, wobbling, spinning water ball in a vacuum with air sitting adjacent to a near-perfect vacuum flying around the sun that then flies through the galaxy, that then flies through the universe in a tiny little tucked away corner that's insignificant in this gigantic, ever-expanding universe of nothingness going 4 times the speed of light in all directions, that's 13.5 billion years old. Somehow, all of that's legit. No questions asked. Now, they say it's 13.5 billion years old, and they use this for evolution. So this guy says, this is very important, because I can't find it, and we can't sit here and watch him forever. This guy says multiple times, and I quote, I don't believe that the universe is expanding. I believe that our knowledge about the universe is expanding. He said that like 3 times. Exact quote. As if it was profound. I don't believe that the universe is expanding. I believe our knowledge about it is expanding. That's a complete non sequitur, irrelevant, weirdo thing to say. What? And I'm not trying to be ugly. I'm just saying that doesn't make any sense. Like, no, they claim that the universe is physically expanding. I don't think the universe is expanding. Just our knowledge about the universe is expanding. Okay, if you don't think the universe is expanding, you have a problem, my friend. Okay, so let me teach you, and this was the first thing I was going to cover when I went up there. Okay, so I'll be a glober. I'll explain to you why we say the universe is expanding. In 1927, Edwin Hubble, using newly developed telescopes that could see much further than before, decided to look out into the universe. There were ongoing cosmological disputes in the pursuit of science and knowledge and discovery about where we live and how the universe works. There were arguments about what distant galaxies were, or were we inside the only galaxy? Were there other galaxies? And no one could figure it out. Edwin Hubble set out on this ambitious journey to discover what the truth was. And he looked out into the distance in 1927 and he saw that there were other galaxies. Now, according to the current model, there was a singularity, right? Even the model of the time of Edwin Hubble. And everything that we see in the universe was once boiled down to an infinitesimally small point called a singularity. And then there was a Big Bang. Now, don't ask me how or why that happened, because we don't know. Okay, but there was a singularity and everything expanded out from there. There was something called an inflaton and inflation, and it just made it look like it's perfectly flat, but it's actually exploding and expanding like a grenade, but it was flat. So we looked out and we're like, okay, the Earth, adopting the Copernican principle at the time, which we still believe in, is the Copernican principle says the Earth does not occupy a special or unique position. So in layman terms, where we are in the universe is not important in the grand scheme of things. It's just a random position. The Earth is this tiny speck of dust in this huge universe. So if you shoot a dice a cajillion times, eventually you'll get the Earth. It's just random, chaotic, unimportant, not unique, not special. That's the Copernican principle. And I quote, the Earth does not occupy a special or unique position. Okay, so with that understanding of the singularity, the Big Bang, and the Copernican principle, we looked out into space expecting to see that we would see redshift and blue shift in all directions because it's going to all be coming from that singularity, the center where everything expanded out from, right? And the Earth should just be tucked away over here where we see motion going every which way and nothing cares about the Earth. But when we actually looked out further into space than we ever had with Edwin Hubble's new telescopes, and he noticed that everything moves in relation to the Earth. Even these super distant galaxies, they all move perfectly in relation to the Earth, as if the Earth were in the center. Everything moved in relation to the Earth. It should be moving every which way, but it wasn't. It was startling. It was a surprise. But that is how science works. And in our pursuit of understanding, he then had to come up with some type of explanation that would explain why every observation in astronomy makes it look like the Earth is in the center of the universe. So then he came up with the idea that actually the universe is accelerating and expanding in all directions, because if it's not, that would mean the Earth is in the center. So the analogy is like a raisin in a loaf of bread that you put in the oven, or let's say a balloon blowing up, right? So if we were a little ant on a balloon, as the balloon explodes or expands, and it's so much bigger than us, we would look around and we would think that we're in the center of the balloon because it's inflating and expanding in all directions away from us. So as far as we can tell, we're in the center. Really, it's just so much bigger than us, and it's expanding in all directions, so it makes it look like we are in the center of the balloon. Right? Now that analogy falls apart because the balloon has a center, so does the loaf of bread. But anyway, that's the idea. So it was a theory to explain away the observations making the Earth look like it's in the center. So if the universe is not accelerating and expanding in all directions, that would mean the Earth is in the center. And if the Earth is in the center of the universe, that means it cannot be moving. That's the only way to explain sidereal rotation and the different types of motion that we see in the sky in a cyclical nature. Right? So that would mean the Earth is it's geostatic, it's stationary, it's immovable, it's fixed, it's at rest. That would mean the Earth is stationary in the center of the universe. Because the only options we have is option A, the Earth is stationary and in the center of the universe, or option B, it just looks like that. It's actually an illusion because everything's accelerating and expanding in all directions. So when you said that you don't believe that the universe is expanding, you immediately said that the Earth is that the universe is geocentric, the Earth is in the center, and that it doesn't move. You do not have an astronomical or astrophysical alternative. That is just the facts of the matter. Okay? Now, this is actually why we call the alleged accelerative expansion of the universe Hubble constant, because that is the rate at which the universe is expanding. Edwin Hubble came up with the theory to explain it. That is why they call it the Hubble constant. If there is not a Hubble constant and accelerative expansion, then we would have to concede that the Earth is in the center of the universe. And might I also add that Hubble then said, well, this clearly implies that we're in the center of the universe, analogous in a sense to the ancient conceptions of a central Earth. This hypothesis can never be disproven, but We must avoid it at all costs because of the intolerable and horrific nature of a special and unique position. So we will only accept that as a last resort because, again, it's horrific and intolerable that we would be in a special place. That's what Hubble said. So that is the reason they say the universe is expanding. The fact that you got up there and said 3 times, I don't believe the universe is expanding. Of course you didn't want me to get the mic. I would have immediately explained that in as simple of terms as I could have. And, dude, you wouldn't have been able to hear, like, dude, it would have been over right there. I mean, so you admitted that the Earth is in the center, not moving, bro. So let me guess, now you think the universe is expanding. I don't think the universe is expanding, just our understanding of the universe. That doesn't make any sense. That's called a non sequitur. It doesn't follow. Those are irrelevant things. Okay? So there you go. That would have been the number one thing I said. Then I probably would have acknowledged, like, oh, the Messiah came here but didn't tell the Hebrew people they were wrong about cosmology. Then I would have probably broke down maybe Michelson, Morley, radio waves, microwaves, some basic things. But I really would have drove home the geocentric part, and that all observations show us we're in the center. Cosmic microwave background, galaxy rotational speeds needing dark matter, all this stuff, gravity falling apart. Because people were just uninformed and people have been lied to about this. So anyway, I find that part very interesting. Other than that, to summarize his position, because I don't even want you guys to see it. I don't want to see it again. And if you do want to watch, if you haven't seen it, I encourage you to tough it up, maybe 1.5 the debate. And definitely watch Dean's presentation on the scriptures because it's very good. But basically what he does is he goes up there and he grabs a list of the 200 proofs that the earth is, over 200 biblical proofs the earth is flat. And it's a list written by Nathan Roberts. And he makes a bunch of like reaches in it, right? And we covered that earlier. And he starts to cherry pick some of the worst ones and say like, oh, this is your doctrine, flat earthers. All of you believe this, and this is how stupid flat earth is. And I can go through all 200 of them. No, you couldn't go through all 200 of them. You couldn't even go through the ones that Dean presented. You only cherry picked the ones that were wrong on the list. We would all agree with you, right? Where he says, oh, the tree was so tall everyone on the earth could see it, but it's in a dream of Nebuchadnezzar representing him because the creator was showing him that he was going to take away his kingdom because he was the most powerful ruler on the earth at the time, right? So, yeah, that's right. That isn't a physical depiction of the earth or a tree that's literally tall enough that everyone on the earth can see it. So that would be an improper claim to say that it proved that the earth is flat from the scriptural perspective. There were a few examples like that. Again, he brought up the New Jerusalem. What does that even mean? Well, New Jerusalem's dimensions are given and it would be hanging off into space on a sphere. That is a good one. And he didn't understand it. But Dean gave very specific ones about it being immovable and fixed. He explained the firmament and the molten glass and how important it is. He explained the circuit of the sun. He explained how in Joshua it stopped moving. He explained the ends of the earth in detail, how it gives you vivid detail about the ends of the earth, that there's a firmament stretched out like a tent, what the word means, rakia, and how rock is the root word, how it's specifically beaten out strong as bronze. It's described as a physical container, that the earth's immovable and fixed, that it's on pillars, that it has corners, that he drew a circle in it. He broke down Isaiah, circle and ball, and the difference, right? This guy gets up there and ignores all of that. He ignores all of it. Okay, now that's what actually happened. I sat on the front row. I know exactly what happened. Okay, now we'll play a little bit towards the end of what he's saying, and then we'll kind of watch them go back and forth where it just escalates. It's already 1 a.m. here. Okay, here. We'll watch where he starts talking about some verses.
Now, let me read through this, right? Here is the clay under the seal analogy that he uses. I don't attack that because I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not real interested in the whole smash down, in the whole stamp down, in the whole upturned sides. And I'm not interested in it from this passage because this is not at all what that passage has anything to do with.
Now, mind you, the passage about it being pressed down, it says, and the earth takes shape like clay pressed under a sill, and its features stand out like garments. So that's not at all what it's talking about. It's not talking about the earth when it says the earth takes shape like clay pressed under sill. It's not talking about the earth. It's not at all what it's talking about.
Okay? I want to show you. Now, I know it's on the screens there, but sometimes I like to turn to certain places in the Bible. Hast thou commanded the morning since thy days? Now, again, he was correct. Okay, Job.
This is like very deceptive what he's about to do. Dan, thank you for the $10 super chat. Austin, maybe it's just as well you didn't go up. No matter what you said or showed, Locke would have just replied, "Nuh-uh," and defeated you. Yeah, but it would have just been to show other people. But no, I wasn't supposed to go up. I thank you for the $10 super chat, brother. I don't feel I'm fine with it. The creator, had his plan. I wasn't supposed to go up. It's all good. I was just explaining that would be one of the first things I broke down.
Is being rebuked by the Lord harshly. Things are happening in this context. God's asking him 84 questions that are basically unanswerable. And so he says, look, have you commanded the morning since thy days? No, you haven't commanded the morning, okay, because we don't get to do that. But watch this. And caused the day spring to know his place. Well, what's the day spring? Well, the day spring is just a King James word for the sunrise. And we know later in the context that Jesus is called the day spring, right? And so understand, he's simply talking about an analogy of the sun right here. He says plainly, is this not the day spring? Hey guys, don't move them things back there because I don't know my Bible until I go to the next one. Thank you. And so you
don't move it next because it starts talking about the earth.
The day spring. Hey guys, don't move them things back there because I don't know my Bible until I go to the next one. Thank you. And so you cause the day spring, the sunrise, to know his place. It's obvious he's talking about the sunrise. Now watch this. Everybody see that word it? Oh, you're going to get quiet now that I brought the Bible out. What's the word it referring to? The subject, which is the day spring, which is the sunrise. Y'all quit changing in passages back there. Go back to verse number 12 again. Hast thou commanded the morning since the days and caused the...
That wasn't their fault. You just said, look at the word it. They had to change it.
Day spring to know his place. The day spring, the sunrise, might take hold of the ends of the earth. We'll get to that passage. That the wicked might be shaken out of it. Next verse. He's still talking about the sunrise. He's saying that nothing, as the man of God said, is going to escape the heat of the sun. The sun's going to rise. No wicked person can hide. Okay, doesn't matter. Men love darkness rather than light, but the sun's going to rise. It's going to shine light. That's what the Bible says, that it might take hold of the ends of the earth, that the wicked might be shaken out.
Okay, now, he says like 30 times in this thing, don't worry, we're going to cover it. Don't worry, we're going to get into that. And he never anytime he says that, he doesn't ever get into it. He just puts it off, right? Now, what part of this would be a flat earth verse? He's right so far, that like it's talking about the day rise, and it's saying that it may take hold of the ends of the earth, because the it refers to the previous noun, which was the day rise, the sunrise, quote unquote, right? Okay, cool. Day spring, sunrise, that's right. It refers to the previous noun. That's how grammar works. That it may take hold of the ends of the earth. What's the ends of the earth on a sphere? So this is still a flat earth verse right here, but don't worry, we'll get into it. But we're never going to get into it. He never gets into any of the actual meat. It's very deceptive. It's as if he was being guided to deceive and spin and look over here and trick you. And now don't get quiet now that we brought the Bible out. No, we're just, you're not even making sense yet. What are you talking about? Okay, let's move on.
Out of it, watch this. It is turned, and he's correct in his analogy to say that the word does not mean turn like this. He's not talking about orbiting, he's talking about changed. It is changed as clay to the seal. Now listen, we can use 1,000 analogies about rings being pressed into wax. Here's exactly 1,000%, no way around it. He can even come back up and explain himself about it.
This is so funny, but he didn't let him come up and explain himself. This is what he actually ended the debate. This is so funny, bro, right? So when it says, and it takes shape like clay under a sill, what is it talking about? It says that it may take holds of the end of the earth. What? The sunrise. Okay. That the wicked might be shaken out of it. Out of what? The earth. That it may take hold of the ends of the earth, that the wicked might be shaken out of it. Out of what? The sunrise? That the wicked might be shaken out of the sunrise? No, that the sunrise, right? That it may take holds of the ends of the earth, that the wicked might be shaken out of it. The earth, out of the earth. Okay, that's what it says. And funny enough, NASA actually used this in one of their recent rocket launches. It's insane. It's so blatantly mockery of the scriptures. Eric Niner, $20 super chat. Thank you. You can lead a lock to flat water, but you can't make Greg unlock. Yeah. He locked us out, man. He locked us out. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Much love. Need assistance. Having these two guys debate and having you in the stands is one of the biggest oversights by the host of the event. You'd have crushed this jokester. Yeah, but it wasn't meant to be, man. It was he broke down the scriptures better than I could have, and it was all good. It's all good. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Need assistance. All right, check this out. This is important. I hope you guys are following. I'll put both of us on the screen. Okay. So he's making a point that the previous verse here, it says, hast thou commanded the morning since thy days and caused the day spring to know his place? Okay, like when the sun comes up. And just like you said, it's not talking about spinning. It's talking about coming in and out. He's correct about his analysis that debunks my claim, and we'll just skip over that. Okay, so he's correct so far, right? Read the verse. Hast thou commanded the morning since thy days, and caused the dayspring to know his place, that it might take holds of the ends of the earth, that the wicked might be shaken out of it. So what's it saying? He told the sunrise to know his place, that it may take hold of the ends of the earth, that the wicked might be shaken out of it. Out of what? The earth. Okay?
No wicked person can hide. Okay, it doesn't matter. Men love darkness rather than light, but the sun's going to rise. It's going to shine light. That's what the Bible says. That it might take hold of the ends of the earth, that the wicked might be shaken out of it. Watch this.
May be shaken out of what? The earth.
It is turned, and he's correct in his analogy to say that the word does not mean turned like this. He's not talking about orbiting, he's talking about changed. It is changed.
The earth and it, because what's the previous? That the wicked might be shaken out of it. It what? The earth. Okay, and just like it says, turned, not turned, but changed. Okay, that it may be changed.
Analogy to say that the word does not mean turned like this. He's not talking about orbiting, he's talking about changed. It is changed as clay to the seal.
The earth, bro. It is the earth. Clearly, that it is changed like clay under the sill. Now, this is a different verse because in another verse it says that the earth takes shape like clay pressed under a sill. So now you know what it's talking about because it's pre-used scripture to interpret scripture as an additional cherry on top here. The earth takes shape like clay pressed under a sill. Right after this, but this is what's so interesting, right? Is he saying that when it says that it takes shape like clay, right, that it changed like clay under the sill, it's talking about the sunrise. No, it says that the sunrise, no one can escape it, that it's going to shake the wicked out of the ends of the earth, and that so that the wicked, okay, again, that it may take hold of the ends of the earth, that the wicked might be shaken out of it.
It is changed as clay to the seal.
And it is changed as clay under the sill, talking about the previous noun, which is the earth. Just like before that, it is talking about the day rise. And that's how grammar works. Let me say this also. These verse 12, verse 13, verse 14, these are arbitrary determinations of whoever translated the scriptures. In the Hebrew and the Greek, it doesn't have those numbers. It's just written down. It doesn't have numbers. They arbitrarily determine them. Right? That's just one note there. But important to know, and there's no if and this is his home run. This is the one verse he says he rebuts. He is objectively wrong about it. Objectively. Doesn't even take much brain power to understand that he's wrong, right? Clearly, it's talking about the earth. Okay, this is like his whole home run here. This is the only verse that he prepared to rebut against what he was saying because he knew that he wrote that book titled Clay Under the Sill.
Now listen, we can use 1,000 analogies about rings being pressed into wax. Here's exactly 1,000%, no way around it. No way around it. He can even come back up and explain himself about it if he wants to, right? But I got a long way to go. He says, just as wax has no form whatsoever. Okay, and we don't even talk in this terminology. This is old English. Just as wax has no form. It's just wax. It's just hot wax. He says, just like when a signet ring, roll, I don't care what it is, okay? Just like when it is dipped in the wax, what happens? The wax gets into the cracks of the signet, and the signet comes to life before your very eyes. When the sun rises, it takes the darkness of the face of an earth that has no contour and no shape, but as the sun rises, the darkness of the crevices and the cracks of the earth began to show themselves. And
what is this dude talking about, bro?
When the sun rises, it sheds light on an earth that you could not see its contours and curvature or whatever you want to call it before that. And so just as the sun brings reality to what we could not see, so when a ring is dipped into the wax, all of a sudden the wax fills up the crack. There's only one thing he is talking about. And it is the revelation that sunlight brings when the sun rises in the morning. Now, wait a minute. Is there anybody in the room that would say, that's theological gymnastics because it's not talking about the day spring?
Yes, because it clearly says it's denoting the last noun, which was previously described as the earth, which is why the it after that. What's so funny is he doesn't talk about how this it is, that the wicked might be shaken out of it, is talking about the earth. Isn't that funny? So he knows this it is talking about the earth. How does he know that? Because the previous noun was earth. And then it says earth, or it says it again. Okay, so this is the one that he supposedly addresses, right? It's the one that he supposedly addresses. Now, I mean, I don't think he even...
Sides. That's great. That's fine. I don't mind if you use it. Here's my beef with it. You can believe the earth is any shape you want to, and we can have coffee.
He's not debating it.
Just not Starbucks.
Of course.
Can't get up and say that the Bible is just metaphors. Well, you can if it's a metaphor. Understanding,
okay, so what we're gonna do
of a
now,
metaphoric...
Again, I encourage you to watch all of it, because if you'll see, he doesn't address... Dude, if you watch Dean, he breaks down so many verses. There's just no questions asked. He just completely leaves no questions asked, bro, right? That it says the earth does not move. It is stationary. There is a firmament that is solid and physical over top of us. It holds back the waters above, etc. He even explains how previously people would try to do mental gymnastics, say, oh, there was a canopy theory. There used to be a firmament that's holding stuff back, holding water back, but it collapsed, and that's not what it says, right? And he explains how, no, it says it's still intact until the end of the day, the end of days. So he breaks down tons of it. I encourage you to watch it. And then doesn't he shout that it's all metaphor in about 20 minutes? I don't know. I can't sit here and watch it. It was unbearable to watch it. Oh, well, we just cut lights. You guys can still see me. Let me see if I can fix this. I'll go full screen real fast. You guys are going to have to listen to him for a bit. I'm sorry. See how much longer we have. Oh, quite a lot. Wow. Jeez Louise.
I'll tell you one of the reasons I called it out, because we got people in our own church eviscerating each other over this ridiculous...
Now, if you watch Dean, you'll see he was super chill, and this guy's just screaming the whole time, but then listen to the press release.
...ridiculousness. We got marriages on the rocks because of flat earth. And I'm not saying that people ain't stupid that believe the other way. I mean, there's crazy people on both sides. I get it. Both sides. We all crazy. But I've never, ever, ever, and I have messed with a lot of doctrine. I've never dealt with anything that is more divisive in the local church than flat earth theology. Never. Never. I mean, we got people that came to this church 2 or 3 years. Good people here tonight. The moment I called it out, I was lost. I'm not even saved. I'm not even regenerate. You working for the Mason? What? You believed everything until that one little deal? It's that big a deal to you? You know what? You just assume they're there? Do you know one of the verses on this list is Psalm 46:10, be still and know that I'm God?
You would think that this was his list, but it's not Dean's list at all. Right? It's not his list at all. That's all he debates is off the list of someone else the whole time. Literally, doesn't even address Dean's arguments at all.
Well, the earth is still, so Psalm 46:10, be still and know that I'm God. Some of you didn't even know that was on the list. He could have put worship Bozo the Clown on the list and put a fake reference. And some of you have been like, 241 verses now, preacher. You ain't even read it. Then he likes to say things like this. Well, Matthew's Bible from 1537 says flat earth.
Why are you debating someone that's not here, though? Need assistance, $5 super chat. Need a vid first part, flat earth breakdown with slides. Second part, answering all globe lies one by one. A one-side debate vid without globe or cogdice. Austin. That's a decent idea if I'm following you. We'll see. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Pastor Locke treated this debate like he treats context. Delete and ignore. Bro, that's what's so crazy is dude, look, bro, I was on the front row. Okay, if you didn't see it, I'm telling you, I was right there. This guy is a master wizard at just getting people, look over here, right? That's what he was doing the whole time. He was just distracting with emotional rants. He was just preaching, trying to win over the crowd, and you could tell those people were just eating it up. They're like, yeah, you tell him. But he didn't address any of it. Just like he said, he just deleted all the actual arguments that were made, and Dean did a good job of breaking it down. He broke down what the firmament was thoroughly. Like, it's crazy, bro. And I want to get to where he says he has these home run verses, right? He claims the whole time he's been saying that he can shut flat earth down with the Bible with just a verse or two, right? He said that the whole time leading up to this. So where are these verses here?
salvation. No, it's the people don't curve. Really? You ever seen dew in the morning on the grass? Water don't curve. Tell a surfer that. Water don't curve. Tell the people in the Philippines right now they're probably experiencing a unbelievable weather pattern of the ocean coming against them in a tsunami because of a huge, I think 7.2 perhaps, earthquake happened just maybe.
Okay. So the actual argument, of course, is that bodies at rest do not curve, they're flat. Fluid statics necessitates that water is level, horizontal, and flat. Fluid dynamics is the process of water seeking its level to get to a flat horizontal level. He says, oh, water don't curve. Have you ever seen dew on the grass in the morning? What about a water droplet or waves? I didn't know that flat earthers denied waves, which is body in motion, right? A body of water in motion. Of course, water droplets or dew is called surface tension, right? Surface tension. And it immediately goes flat once the surface tension is no longer strong enough to hold it there. The water is seeking its level, and water at rest is flat, okay? Even though the ocean's never perfectly at rest, it is getting close to at rest, right? And when it starts to get calmer and calmer, it gets flatter and flatter because water seeks its level. He then brings a level out and shows that there's an air bubble in it and says, what's that bubble in there then? Air. Oh man, bro, it was so bad. I've never seen this before, but a globe earth proponent brought out a level, a water level, a spirit level, and said that it proves water curves. It was bad, bro.
What, 3 hours before we started? 4 hours before we started? Tell them that water don't curve. You see, I love how everybody's like, water finds its own level. You know why? This is beautiful. Do you know why water always finds its own level? Because of gravity. Because of gravity. You know why a level works? Only because of gravity.
You know what's super funny, bro?
That's it.
You don't even know what gravity is. Flat earthers have researched it in depth, would have to completely school you on what it currently is claimed to be to even tell you why it's incorrect. Right? Like, for example, mass attracting mass is outdated by over 100 years. It's now the effect of bending and warping of space-time according to relativity, which has also been debunked on the quantum and cosmological scale, which is why we're now proposing modified Newtonian dynamics, which also doesn't work. For relativity to even possibly be true, not 83% of all matter in the universe has to be dark matter. You also have to have dark energy, which is allowed in relativity, even though Einstein said it wasn't part of his theory and it was his greatest cosmological blunder. But the point is that gravity, right, as you believe it, as you're invoking it right now, is simply that things have weight. So flat earthers do not deny gravity in the literal sense, which is gravitas. It means heavy, how heavy something is, weight, okay? Yes, you're right. The fact that things have weight, water finds its level because it has weight. That's correct. That's certainly a portion of it. Weight equals mass times gravity. Well, okay, what is gravity? Little g, downward acceleration of agreed upon average of 9.8 meters per second squared. That isn't even the claimed cause of it, right? That's just the effect. No one denies that things have a tendency to go down, and when they're more dense in the air, they go down, right? We have an agreed upon average, that's little g, okay? So you can replace that with little a, acceleration, because that's all little g is, downward acceleration. The question is, what causes that? There's a theory called gravity, really the theory of relativity. It's not a scientific theory that supposedly is the cause of downward acceleration, okay? That's it. The theory is unsubstantiated nonsense. It's not even a scientific theory. And it's impossible on its face. It attributes physical properties to conceptual abstractions of space and time, right? And it's been disproven within your own paradigm in many different ways. The quantum and cosmological scale show it cannot be true, even if you believe the Earth's a tilted, wobbling, spinning ball. But of course, if you don't have it, if you don't have relativity, it can't be a tilted, wobbling, spinning cartoon ball, because that means Michelson Morley debunks the claim that there's orbit. Relativity has to be true. So you're between a rock and a hard place. Your model is done. That's why it's at a standstill. No one can invoke the ether. No one can invoke anything else to try to explain observations on the quantum or cosmological scale. So now the globe model has been debunked, and that's why it's so censored. The flat Earth discussion is so censored. But the point is, we don't deny that things have weight, okay? So what is mass? What? It's just volume times density. It's just density times volume. Well, mass is undefined. I can cite top-level academic sources that'll tell you no one knows what mass is, right? It's just a conceptual quantification of quote-unquote the amount of matter according to Newton, and it hasn't really changed, but there's like 12 different definitions that don't really work, that they plug in different. No one can agree on what mass is. Okay, so it's weight equals mass times gravity in your paradigm, but mass is actually just volume times density. Gravity is just little g, which is downward acceleration. So weight equals volume times density times little a. Acceleration can be solved for with a kinematic equation that has nothing to do with your version of gravity. So we can explain everything engineering that uses little g, all water seeking its level, everything with a kinematic equation of initial height, velocity, and time, and you can get little a. Also, you can derive g from an electromagnetic interpretation of quote-unquote gravity. Also, you can show an equivalence between Coulomb's law of electrostatics and gravity. So you can even derive the number of 9.8 meters per second squared represented by the little g, or more properly, little a, with a dynamic equation of electromagnetism or electrostatics. Okay, so that's the reality. It in just saying gravity because you know the word and little g represents it doesn't make it somehow a slam dunk on flat Earth. And that was just me like not going too in depth with it, dude. The truth is, and if you're new to this conversation, this has brought you here, then that's good, and that's what's beautiful about this situation. Don't be this guy. Don't be the super arrogant, condescending guy who thinks you can talk down a flat earther by saying, oh, gravity. Every single flat earther knows the difference in Newtonian and Einsteinian gravity, why it was superseded, what it claims, how it's been disproven, how there's no evidence for it, there's no scientific experiment with the control or with the independent variable of space and time, bending and warping being manipulated or varied, that it's just a theory that doesn't work. It's not a scientific theory. We all know all the very specifics. Some of us know even more in depth, right? So it's like, it's insane that people think, it's just like when, what's his name? Neil deGrasse Tyson's like, you want to see gravity? It's so stupid. Then he asked the crowd, how many people in here don't believe in gravity? And I stood up because I don't believe in the current conception of gravity. Right? I don't have time to be like, well, I believe in what gravity literally means, which is gravitas, which means heavy, which means weight, but weight is actually volume times density times little a, and then mass is undefined reification fallacy of the conceptualization that's quantified of the amount of matter, but isn't even defined at the highest levels of academia, and gravity's falling apart. Because to actually unlearn all the pseudoscientific propaganda that you've been told, by the way, they teach children mass attracts mass so they can remember a 3-word phrase that isn't even viable or relevant in the current paradigm of your alleged anomalous physics and your quote-unquote model that doesn't actually exist, right? They just tell you these dumbed down repeatable phrases, then people turn around from an uninformed position and they gaslight people. And dude, truth is not fear investigation. If someone is more knowledgeable than you, you don't have a position to talk down to them, right? And so there's a word to the wise. I know that was a bit of a rant, but it's like, bro, you know, I'm going to do a stream where I fully break down what I just talked about in gravity because people are asking for it. We're also going to break down the ether. We're going to break down atomism here soon. So if you're new to the channel, stay tuned. There's plenty of information on here, and the content's only going to progressively get better. But if you want to know the truth, sometimes it requires some investment of time and energy. You have to learn things. Don't be like this guy. Just saying the word gravity, and then everyone's like laughing. This is such bad faith. This is not the fruits of the spirit, man. Those people in that room mocking and ridiculing and laughing at people that are more informed, that are taking bullets for the creator and saying the scripture are literally true with its creation account, and you guys are mocking them. I know I'm ranting, but it's like, it makes me mad. It was very difficult to sit there and listen to it, bro. It was painful. You have no idea what gravity is, sir. You don't know what you're talking about. That's why you're still a globe earther.
Now, I'm not interested in other people's ideas of what they think gravity is, or would be here till 1 o'clock in the morning. But just to show you, all right, just to show you. Let's just be honest. Listen, we're trying to be honest tonight, right? Is that what we want? Bootleg honesty?
No. There is no viable theory for gravity that the vector is down relative to the center of mass in your paradigm. They can't even come up with one to make things work for orbits and galaxies and the supposed downward vector, or even on the quantum scale, which makes up everything else. I don't have time to hear what everyone else thinks of gravity is. You don't know what it is. It isn't defining your own paradigm. Nothing works. It's just a belief you have to have. You guys want to know, let me say this one last thing. You want to know the evidence for gravity? That gravity has to exist for the Earth to be a sphere because it has to explain that everything is omnidirectional. That's your only evidence. That's affirming the consequent, begging the question nonsense. Reification fallacies. Those are 3 fallacies all built in one formal, one informal, and then a reification fallacy, which is one of the most intellectually inept fallacies that exists. Okay, like, bro, I'll be here all night trying to hear what. Dude, yeah, you'll be there all night trying to look into your own paradigm's claim of what gravity is, because no one can decide. There's over 200 variations of modified Newtonian dynamics alone. There's over 50 different interpretations of how to solve Einstein's equations. Dude, they're not even agreed upon on what Einstein's theory is to this day. So yeah, you're right. To truly try to sift through all the pseudoscientific propaganda people have been brainwashed with, where they run around with Dunning-Kruger thinking that they know things that they don't know and that they have a better grasp on things than they really do, it takes time and effort to unlearn some of the propaganda. That's right, bro. That's right. So just using a word doesn't mean anything. All right, I'm gonna actually just let it play because I'll keep on ranting.
Let's just be honest. How many of you in this room, on either side, in our church, it don't matter. No shame in this game. We just talking. We just debate. How many of you do not believe in gravity? Would you stand to your feet right now? Just stand up for a minute. And that's okay. I'm not shaming you. I'm not shaming you. I'm not shaming you. All right, now sit down. That's fine, man. So,
yeah, we don't believe in gravity, as has been defined. And you were actually trying to humiliate people. That's why I stood up.
Try to backhandedly teach something that simple observation doesn't even teach. Okay? You can come up with all these, and I know even Mr. Flat Earth Dave, I know he has a whole different, he doesn't have the, upward acceleration. He's got this whole, fantastical idea. I get it.
It's so fantastical that it's provable and testable, and Flat Earth Dave talks about how there's a downward electric current on the Earth and everything's intrinsically electrostatic, which is 10 to the 36 power stronger than gravity's even claimed to be. You can derive G from a kinematic equation or an electrostatic equivalence with little g with Coulomb's law, or an electromagnetic application of big G, which we don't even believe in, and that everything is provably electrostatic, and that the manipulation of electrostatics, which is actual science, can cause things to go up or down, or to weigh more, or to accelerate faster, which proves that it's the causal agent. You can never isolate the variable, because all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. It's so fantastical that it's actual and real and testable, and we can actually go verify it, as opposed to the bending and warping of space-time, two concepts that can never be accessed. It isn't even accessible. It's just pseudoscientific nonsense that was debunked the second it came out with. As soon as Tesla read it, he immediately refuted it. So that's his way of saying, oh, Dave has things I don't understand and I'm not informed about. And yeah, I get people do acknowledge the observations, but no, it doesn't matter. Like, bro, like, you can tell he's just now falling down the rabbit hole of flat Earth, and he's gonna stop looking into it, because I know many people in my personal life where the more they look into it, the more real it becomes, and they're like, okay, I gotta stop looking into it. Well, that is not good, bro. It says the truth. The truth doesn't fear investigation. Hold steadfast and prove all things to be true. You're supposed to expose the darkness to light. Do not partake in the unfruitful works of darkness, but rather expose them. That's why I say seek and speak truth unequivocally. And that the weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance. And what is true is rarely popular, and what is popular is rarely true, right? These are basic tenets of seeking truth.
I applaud people that want to use their brain. I'm not trying to shame people. My whole deal is believe in flat Earth all you want, and let's be friends. But do not tell me that the Bible consistently teaches it. It doesn't. The Bible does not teach any form of cosmology as far as the shape of the Earth is concerned. I'm not talking about creation.
Except that it does, and you didn't rebut any of his arguments.
For all of the soundbite technicians that are in the room. But then it says Earth has ends. There are 40 verses that talk about the ends of the Earth. Now, do I believe in that phrase? Absolutely. Of course, I believe in that phrase.
He says it's always talking about people. And he's wrong, like always. He's just wrong. So, I mean, you look into it yourself. It's not always talking about people. That's wrong. Let's move on to where he eventually, Dean's like, okay, he honestly let it go too long. He should have been like, bro, that's not my list. Can you argue what I did? And I heard someone try to say, well, I thought he was wrong until I realized that they agreed that he was going to make an argument and he was going to make an argument. And so he wasn't, and then they were supposed to rebut each other. So he wasn't supposed to be responding to Dean yet. No, okay, what he was supposed to do was come and prove the Earth's a sphere from Scripture, because that's what he claimed to do. Instead, what he did was go up there and claim to debunk the flat Earth by someone else's list of scriptures, which, as if to give the illusion he was debunking Dean or something, or rebutting his position, but he didn't do that at all. So, no, he wasn't supposed to go up there and rebut flat earth from some guy that wasn't there with some list that Dean didn't make. He was supposed to prove the earth's a sphere from Scripture, said it wouldn't take him much time at all. He was supposed to go up there and cover a verse or two that shuts it all down, right? Which his verse that shut it all down was that basically the mercy of the Creator is like unlimited, such as the heavens. And he's like, oh, but you think there's a firmament? You're limiting him. What? No, the Creator's at the very top, and we don't know any limit about where around the Creator. We don't claim there's a limit at the top where the Creator is, right? We live underneath the inhabitable firmament, the lower layers. So you're wrong about that. The second one was that you can basically your transgressions and your sin will be removed as far as the east is from the west, and that only makes sense on a globe. Now all of a sudden it's not metaphor when it talks about the earth. Now all of a sudden it's real life, literal, physical application. Okay, even if it is, east and west is the same thing on a flat earth or a globe. It's relative to north. It would go forever. If you go east and you go west, you're going to perpetually go in opposite directions, just like you would on a globe. So it's exactly the same, right? If you start east and you start west, you're going to keep going away from each other. And even when you meet, you're still going opposite directions. You're just going to keep, those directions are opposite, meaning that he's going to remove you from your sins and transgressions infinitely, forever, as far as you can even imagine. It will be as if it never happened. And I do encourage you guys to understand that none of us are perfect and that we have a Creator that's super forgiving and loving and merciful, and he wants you to just kind of concede and admit that you've done some things wrong, repent for them, and try to work your way through them and stop sinning, right? And that's the same principle. It applies. His home run verses did nothing but strengthen the cosmology of flat Earth. So it's wild.
8-hour tour. Got him down to 50 grand. What a deal.
This is where he then says he's going to put a flat earther in a balloon that goes up 100,000 feet when we've already done 120, 130,000 feet like dozens of times, and it showed the horizon's flat rising towards eye level. This is just a gaslighting technique to be like, oh, we're going to send the flat earther to space, basically. Well, it's stupid.
So when you get froggy, let's
bro,
jump.
I'll go in there tomorrow, bro.
You see, I believe in putting money where the mouth is.
No, you believe in taking money from other people that support your church and then spending their money on your arrogance and pride.
I don't believe in just open-ended say, hey, I never saw it. And you know that most people never will. Until now. So we're going to send someone up, and me and him going to get sent out there. And we're going to go find your magnetic Mount Meru nonsense. With the spear of destiny. You know who started that? A Satanist. Don't you come about this argument of authority? NASA. The first person to put flat earth on the internet was Mark Braun, and that guy is a satanic, blood, ritualistic heathen.
Okay, see, and this is such a disgusting lie, bro. Like, first of all, someone claims he was the first one like he does in 2014. Find that video. You can't. That's just a made-up story. And then, there's some crazy dude who was a Satanist that was into blood rituals who claimed that he was going to go to the center and blah, 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 and said he was a Satanist. What does that have to do with any one of us? Like, what 99.99999999999, a lot more 9% of flat earthers have nothing to do with that, think it's ridiculous, and don't care about it at all. The person that put flat earth on the map on the internet was Eric Dubé. And of course, that was just a resurgence of flat earth that's been here forever. So you just use that to gaslight people. Right? Yeah, there does appear that there may be a magnetic mountain. That's what ancient maps, including Mercator, which is the cartographer that you still use for your current maps that you show people in school, said that there was in the middle. We can't go there because there's something called the North Warning System, a trip line at 55 degrees north latitude that doesn't let you go there. You don't know any of this. You want to go to Antarctica? Oh, we're going to take a trip. Yeah, we're already planning one just to go out there, but maybe look at the sun. But we know that you can't actually freely and privately explore it. Going to the tip of the ice of Antarctica doesn't prove anything. You would know this if you just understood what it actually was, what the position of flat Earth actually is. Oh, you're going to go up to 100,000 feet in a balloon and see the curvature of the Earth, and you say no one's ever seen it because you know no one can, or most people never will. Now, until now, I'm going to put my money where my mouth is. No, according to your own side, you can't see the curvature of the Earth at over 60 miles up. You think that we're going to see it at 25 miles up? Of course you're not. We've already put balloons up there, which you can put them up for about $1,000 a piece. Why would you spend $50,000 to $75,000 to go up one time? And we've already videoed it. The horizon is flat and rises towards high level at 100,000 feet. Which, no duh, because even your own model has now admitted that you wouldn't see the curvature of the Earth from that height. Neil deGrasse Tyson, one of the most famous scientific communicator, who is an astrophysicist, has come out and said, everyone thinks Felix Baumgartner saw the curvature of the Earth from like 100,000 feet. You would never see the curvature of the Earth from that height. It's basic math. You wouldn't see the left to right curvature of the Earth if it was a globe at 100,000 feet. The fact that people say you see it on a plane is ridiculous. The fact that people say you see it in a balloon is ridiculous. The fact that people even claim they went up 60 miles in a parabolic flight that was in space for 2 minutes of floating, that they saw the curvature of the Earth, is ridiculous even in your own paradigm. You wouldn't see the curvature of the Earth. You absolutely would not. In fact, the guy that runs the world's biggest planetarium did the math to show you wouldn't even see the curvature of the Earth at 252 miles in your paradigm. Oh, but we're supposed to see the left to right curvature. Now, that's what you guys believe. I don't believe that. I think it's complete nonsense. I think we would see left to right curvature a lot, right? But it's convenient for you guys to say, well, you'll never see it no matter how high you go. It's going to look flat. That's a cool story. My point is that your own side has now acknowledged they have to say that. You think that we're going to go 100,000 feet? All three of your points, the North Pole, Antarctica, and 100,000 feet, just show that you don't even have a basic rudimentary understanding of what flat Earth is or the amount of research that's gone into it. Now what you've done is open the door to people that will be honest and actually research it. You can't see the curvature from 100,000 feet. We've done it many times. The Earth is a plane at that height. We've seen local hot spots of the sun, which he definitely didn't write about that, which cannot happen if it's 93 million miles away. We've seen a localized hotspot of the sun at high altitude over a specific localized section of clouds. That is impossible if the sun is 93 million miles away with completely evenly distributed parallel rays. You wouldn't have an isolated hotspot. It would be evenly distributed because we're just in a small little percentage of the entire spectrum of the divergence of the sun from 93 million miles away. There wouldn't be a localized hotspot. We've gone up, we've seen that. We've seen the sun and the moon are clearly local. We've seen that the horizon is horizontal and that it rises towards eye level. 100,000 feet balloon footage does nothing but debunk the globe. Okay? You can't go to Antarctica and freely and privately explore it. This is just a fact. Going on an approved guided tour to the tip means nothing. If you want to show me verifiable footage of 24-hour sun that doesn't come in and come back out and actually just continues to circle like it does in the north and we have endless footage of, holler at me. We've been waiting for a long time for something that's not doctored. We want to go as well, okay? But just saying you're just going to go there as if it's going to prove the Earth is a ball, it's not. That's ridiculous, right? We want to freely and privately explore across the alleged continent to prove that it is, in fact, a sphere, that you would have to circumnavigate it, pop back, go down south, pop back up north over the continent and keep going and do a circle to circumnavigate north to south to prove that it's a sphere. You can't, and then the north thing with the satanic gaslighting is ridiculous. So I repeated all of those twice or three times just so you understand. All three of his home run points here are ridiculous. His home run verse of east to west is ridiculous. His home run verse of how high the heavens are, you're limiting the creator. No, we're not. You don't understand it. You didn't listen to Dean. Is ridiculous. His claim that it is referring to the previous noun, skipping over the earth, which was the most recently used noun, which the it used right after that was about the earth, but then supposedly the next it's not about it. And then you ignored every single one of the verses. All you did was go attack some other dude's list where he made improper claims about the Bible verses. That is the summary of the debate, bro. It is that pathetic. And like, yeah, I'm being stern because, bro, you're claiming to speak on behalf of the creator, bro. You need to chill, man. Like, you need to take heed, brother. All right.
It's beyond evil and full of people that got a little bit. Imagine.
Everything he said was so wrong. I could break down all of it and show why all of it's wrong. Like, it just, we don't have time. Okay, here we go.
No. All right, shh. Let me, just a second. I just want to say this about Nathan Roberts. Okay, what you're doing with that list there, you're debating Nathan Roberts, not us.
No.
Okay, hold on.
I'm telling you the Bible. And here's how I know that. Because when I
You see how he said, what you're doing with that list right there is you're debating Nathan Roberts, not us. And he immediately interrupted him. No, I'm debating the Bible. No, I'm talking about the Bible. No, you're debating another person's list. You wouldn't even let him finish. So remember the way that some people are trying to paint in all this stuff? He went up there calmly because Greg actually asked him to say something because he could tell he wanted to say something because he wanted to stop him debating another list that wasn't his for a long period of time. He calmly says, what you're doing with that list, right, is debating Nathan Roberts, which is not us, because we don't think that. He immediately interrupted him. Now just keep track with how incredibly incessant the interruptions are from that guy.
Credit.
Let me finish what I say about Nathan, okay?
But I'm not worried about Nathan.
No, but you've been debating his list. Let me say what I got to say about his list. I have never posted his list because I don't agree that all of the verses refer to.
I don't believe that you agree with all of them. Absolutely. There's some of them that are just foolish.
Now, some of them refer, he says flat earth, but he's talking about just cosmology in general. But listen, Nathan Roberts was a young believer who I had to correct and rebuke.
See, he makes a good point. He's like, some of them he says flat earth, but just cosmology in general, which is correct.
and instruct on many things. He was a very young believer, and he was wrong about a lot of things, and he has since disappeared. Now, if you want to debate him, you can
I know he's
call
since
him.
disappeared, but here's the deal. These verses have so infiltrated the movement, whether you wrote them or not. That's why when I contextually disprove them, the crowd shouts at me, and they're mad.
Well,
No, because a couple of them you're wrong about, like New Jerusalem and seeing things from, like, everyone seeing him. Let me explain. One of them he points out is, like, everyone sees the Messiah when he returns. Like, how does everyone see him from a globe, right? And they're like, technology. Now, listen to this. This is important. He's like, the same way that the two witnesses, it says that from all nations that they'll see the two witnesses die. How will that happen? Because of technology. Correct. Everyone will have a television or a phone, and many people will be able to see that the two witnesses died. Okay? But it doesn't say everyone. It says people from all nations across the world. Okay, well, all people from all nations across the world have a TV or a phone. So yes, that makes sense. People from all nations around the world will see the two witnesses die because of technology. It says that everyone will see the Messiah return. That means if one person doesn't have a cell phone with them, if one person doesn't have a TV near them, they wouldn't see it, and that's if it was broadcasted, right? Right when he returns. So it was just staring, looking at the sky, waiting on him to return, then every single person would have to have a phone and a TV for that verse to actually come true. Now, of course, we know that that's not the same as two people dying after having a notorious, and like, they would be covered, the two witnesses would be covered around the clock 24/7 because they're performing miracles effectively. They're bringing fire from heaven, bro. Okay? So they would already be covered. These rebellious two witnesses that are making all these prophecies and crazy miracles are happening have died. So yes, people from all around the world would see that on technology. Not literally every single person, though, but it says that every single person will see the return of the Messiah, which means it cannot be just technology, because then you have to say every single person will have an iPhone, and it'll be charged, and they'll be ready to see it, and the camera will just be pointing at the sky where he's coming from. They'll just know to look at it when he comes back. It's ridiculous. You compare those two things, and they're not comparable at all. So he said, you better have your iPhone so you can see the Messiah return. Is that what you think? No, you're not going to be able to miss it, bro. Okay, everyone's going to see it. And yes, that is a flat earth verse. I don't care what anyone has to say about it. Just like New Jerusalem is, because if you look at the dimensions, it doesn't fit on the globe. It would be hanging off into space. It wouldn't even have a horizontal baseline for its foundation. It can't fit on the globe. It's so big, it couldn't fit on a globe. So you were wrong about that one as well. So you didn't debunk all of them. You debunked some of them that we agree with. Yes, like the Nebuchadnezzar, the tree that can be seen from all over the earth. Yes, that was a reach. There's a few of them that are a reach. Be still and know that I am God. Like, yes, that's a reach. That nothing to do with the earth being flat, right? So anyway, I mean, there's so much of it that's just wrong. Like, this is why he freaked out, because once he gets up here and he starts rebutting it, he's able to go through the verses he claimed. Because that's why I'm not going to talk about, like, how he says that there are many worlds and he says there are planets, right? Just watch as he starts to break. He starts panicking. He's like, in front of my congregation, you're about to show that I am lying about the scriptures, that I am not adept to preach, that I probably don't even know the fundamental doctrines of salvation, which scripture says that's how you test if someone's able to preach the word, is if they know the fundamental doctrines of salvation, right? That I don't even know the Greek, I don't know the Hebrew, I don't even research them before I come and preach about them, that I'm blatantly wrong about what the scriptures say. He was about to be exposed as a false preacher, a false teacher, and that is why the debate ended. A lot of people are saying it's because of me. I don't think so, man. I think it was he started to see his whole entire money and reputation dwindle away. He saw it in the balance, right? So, all right, let's watch that part, then we'll wrap it up.
What I'm saying, though.
I hear what you're saying.
Hear what I'm saying is Nathan Roberts is not the issue. And we don't agree with a lot of scriptures that's on his list that he took them out of context and they don't apply. So using his list is not debating me. It's debating him.
Absolutely. But the question is, how many verses do you have for flat earth? How many? No, he didn't. He only dealt with the firmament. There were no...
Bro. He said, how many verses do you have about flat earth? And someone said in the crowd, he gave you a ton of them. He said, no, he didn't. He only talked about the firmament. Again, I encourage you to go watch it. He talked about the firmament, how the earth is immovable and fixed and stationary, how there's ends of the earth, how it's stretched out flat and has a breadth, and how it has corners and ends, and how there's a circle drawn into it that has a finite corners and end. He talked about that it's not moving. talked about how there's water above us and below us. He talked about how there is a firmament and how it has layers. He talked about how the earth is flat. He talked about all of them. And he said, where are your flat earth verses? He gave them to you in his presentation. And he said, no, he didn't. He only talked about the firmament. That is called lying, bro. You're lying on a stage in a church claiming to speak on behalf of the Creator. You must not believe he's too real because you're playing a pretty dangerous game. Now, maybe you do, and maybe the Creator cares enough about you that he is correcting you here. Maybe you truly believe it. I am not judging you. I am not the judge of your soul or anything like that. But I am judging your behavior, and I am actually commanded to exercise righteous judgment. And what you're doing is evil. Okay? That's what you're doing. You're a wolf in sheep's clothing, and you need to beware. Take it or leave it.
No verses that he used on flat. Not one.
Yes, I did.
Not
yes,
only the clay, and I explained that with sunrise.
No. You didn't deal with the other verses. I pulled from Isaiah and Psalms. You didn't deal with that. Well, but I was going to say in my rebuttal, do I still get a rebuttal?
Sure, absolutely. Okay. I mean, we're not going to be able to go all night, but yeah, go ahead and start doing a rebuttal right now. It'll be all right. I got so much to say. These verses, there's tons of these verses. I got pages of my own notes. Pages.
Amen. All right.
It's verses that aren't his, bruh.
I'm going to try to be brief here. And you said, and I'm going to hold you to your word, you said that I could bring anybody I wanted, so I'm going to call up a couple of people to answer some things, Austin, and we'll let you come up and answer a couple of things that you said. But let me address just a few things.
Bro, we were so close. Bro, this is the moment I'm like, oh, bro, we're about to get up there. I started making sure my shirt was tucked in. I'm like, bro, we got this. I'm trying to think about what am I going to say. I'm going to calm everyone down. We got this, bro. I was so excited at this moment because I had already decided, like, oh, I'm not getting up there. There's no way. Like, they're not going to let me up there. They're going to renege. And they didn't even tell them the form until we got there. People were asking me, are you speaking? I'm like, I don't know. I wouldn't plan on it. But then he says he's going to pull me up there. And I'm like, bro, it's going to happen, bro. This is going to be one of the most epic moments for Flat Earth ever. Not because of me, just because he destroyed the scriptural argument. And then I'm going to get up there and be able to spit off some of the facts real quick. And so both boxes are going to be thoroughly checked in front of and on this stage, right? So, I say, like I said earlier, now I don't believe I was supposed to go up there. It would have happened, but someone said, yeah, I don't want to talk to Austin. Someone said the classic, I don't want to talk to Austin. That's funny. Someone was like, just add another person to the I don't want to talk to Austin list. I don't think he necessarily knew who I am, but some people suggest that he does.
Of my own notes. Pages.
Amen. All right. I'm going to try to be brief here. And you said, and I'm going to hold you to your word, you said that I could bring anybody I wanted, so I'm going to call up a couple of people to answer some things, Austin, and we'll let you come up and answer a couple of things that you said. But let me address just a few things in what Pastor Greg just showed. I'm going to show you some things. Now, first of all, I want to say this. And let me go back to my notes here that I made while you were...
Sorry, I was muted. This is where it starts to unravel, where he starts to expose the scriptural inaccuracies.
First of all, you say you're okay with us believing flat earth. Then you say that is end time deception. Then you talk about you don't want to insult people, but then you say things like you make God a liar if you believe flat earth. So I don't see how that you called us clowns.
I didn't say that tonight.
No, but you said it through this whole thing. So what I'm saying is that the people out here that are getting a little upset with you is because you're the way that you insult people.
No.
You literally said that we make God a liar if we believe in flat earth.
Wait, You said we weren't Christians if we didn't believe in flat earth. Yes, you most certainly did say that.
No,
absolutely.
No.
See, he should say a little bit calmer, but he's lying, dude. He just said that Dean claimed that you weren't a Christian if you didn't believe in flat earth, and he never said that. He said that you make God a liar if you say the earth is flat. You said that. You said that, bro.
Don't you shout me down in my own church.
Listen to me. I never said, and then this is a fact.
Absolutely, you did.
I preached this for years. Don't interrupt. I have said for years, you do not have to believe in flat earth biblical cosmology to be a born-again Christian. I have never made that an issue.
We'll rewind the video tonight when we're done, when you said that we're not biblical Christians if we do not adhere to the flat earth model.
When you used to speak out against...
That is a lie, bro.
Tongues and deliverance, you were not a biblical Christian in that area.
And guess what? Tongues is a gift of the Holy Spirit. Flat earth is not a gift of the Holy Spirit.
It's in the Bible.
What a heretical bunch of nonsense.
Do I get to do my rebuttal without you interrupting me or not?
He just called him a heretic, bro. He called him a heretic. Oh my goodness.
Ask me questions if you don't want me to rebuttal back.
You said you would speak, then I would get a
And just to clarify, right, he clearly says here, when you were speaking out against deliverance, you were not a Christian in that area. And what he's saying is you were scripturally incorrect, misguided in that area. Not saying that you aren't saved or you're not a believer. You were just misguided in that area, right? That's what he's saying. You weren't actually representing the way to follow Christ, which is what Christian means. You were actually following what it means to be a believer in that area. And I would say, bro, this could probably be applied to a lot of people, and that's all I'll say. But his point is still valid. He's saying, like, it is important. It's what the scriptures say about the earth. You are misguided about it. You were deceived about it, just like you were with deliverance. You were incorrect in that area. And he calls him a heretic. What are you talking about? Have you not read the scriptures, bro? Like, it specifically tells you to correct your brothers when they're wrong about what the scripture says. Just like I had to basically come eat crow and be like, I was wrong. I made a stream called Is Yeshua Divine? And I went on this big rant. John 1:1, duh. And I had to come on and explain. I did more thorough research. I was corrected by the Creator. And no, there is the Father, and then there is the Son. And the Father gave the authority to the Son. He says, I do nothing except on behalf of him. And I was given authority. He was there present when he created, but that he was created himself. And so I had to come on and admit I was wrong about that, and that was embarrassing, right? And it was embarrassing for me, and I'm not like a preacher. And so I'm sure if something that pivotal to a certain doctrine is introduced to someone that is a preacher, it's going to take a lot of humility. Similar to this guy, how he just dug his grave, burying and trashing flat earth so much. But anyway, that doesn't make... When someone reached out to me and told me that I was incorrect about whether it be the Trinity or that Jesus is the Father, right? Like, that wouldn't make them a bad person. They're trying to help me, bro. That's what they're instructed to do. Duh. Well, what part of this is confusing?
Yeah.
Let me have
I was still speaking, but I've been nice enough to let you jump up and rebuttal.
Let me finish.
So
First of all, rebuttal's not a verb, it's rebut, okay? And secondly, you said that we would have plenty of time. You only needed time to briefly cover one verse that proves it's a sphere. That's what you're supposed to be doing, is proving the earth's a sphere. But you actually just went on this huge rant debunking another person's flat earth list, not proving that it's a sphere. Okay, so that's why he has to eventually jump in, because you're just debating someone else that's not there, ignoring all of the verses that he said.
Let me actually give one without interrupting.
Then don't ask me a question. That's the whole point.
We did this a minute ago where we asked questions and you let me speak and I let you speak. I didn't say
And that's what we're doing.
I didn't say a word.
So give your rebuttal.
So I'm going to give it. All right. First of all, let's say this. And by the way, I'm just going to add this in. When we came this weekend, I was hoping that things would stay sweet and nice between us, but it's not the case. And so what I did was I rented a room at the Marriott for tomorrow morning if anybody wants to come have church with Fire and Grace Church.
Absolutely.
Because I'm not going to sit here under this kind of belligerent attacks and calling people names and stuff like that. I'm just not going to. I can't come back here because of it.
Okay.
All right. But
so you can do it, but I can't be abrasive, and because then that hurts everybody's feelings.
First of all, bro, even if he was being abrasive, what an immature response to say, oh, you can do it, but I can't be abrasive. Bro, are you kidding me? What are you, 5, bro? What are you talking about? Now, this definitely is where it started to turn, because now he said, like, look, we're going to have service over here, and that's like fighting words, I guess, to this preacher, right? But, but you can do it, but I can't do it. He wasn't doing it, bro. You weren't letting him speak. He was super calm, bro. He sat there and watched you strawman him for over an hour. How are you going to compare the two? You screamed the second you got up there. You insulted us personally for a month. You took personal jabs at us the entire time, yelling, screaming, interrupting, being abrasive, being insulting and belligerent. Like, what a joke. But dude, I'm saying, think about it. Like, he's like, I'm not just going to be a part of this, like, crazy attack, belligerent thing. I can't come back here. Oh, you can do it, but I can't do it. What a very mature response from you, bro. You're a great example.
That's okay. I get it.
Hold on a second.
I get it.
Has anybody, I've never called you a clown. You called, when you got up talking about this a few weeks ago, you said...
Hey, quit saying a few weeks ago. That was the first time I ever even mentioned...
Hey, quit saying a few weeks ago. Yeah, sure, I'm not going to publicly apologize and say something wrong, but don't talk about it. I didn't do it tonight, even though I said that you're calling God a liar. Because his other stream, we watched a little bit of earlier, he just goes on and on, just bashing people that say the earth's flat. Like, it's crazy, right? Calls them moronic, idiotic, clown, stupid, nonsense, archaic nonsense. Anyway.
I'm talking about tonight.
Tonight you have been insulted. And I wanted to keep it nice. And listen, let me say this very clearly.
You told me that I was
He
involved
took the opportunity, as the guy in the audience says, no, you didn't, so that he could start talking again.
in a deception.
You are.
And then when I say it, you're like, oh my
No,
goodness,
that's fine.
my feelings
That's fine.
are hurt.
We believe each other's deceived in there. That's fine. But when you say moronic, idiotic, when you start going down,
I didn't call you or anybody that. I said we attack ideologies. And as far as I'm concerned, the ideology is moronic.
All right, let me show you where you were. This is the kind of stuff. Is that okay? He started this out in Hebrews 11:3. I took a little note here. It says, "Through faith, we understand that the worlds were framed by the word of God, so the things which are seen are not made, but the things which appear." Now, his argument was the term worlds here means the planets, the solar system. The word here, if he looked it up in the Greek dictionary, he'd find out it doesn't mean anything like that. In fact, the word is the Greek word eon, which means ages or time periods, not planets. So that you just did with that verse is deception and error.
Now watch, he doesn't acknowledge it. Now, and you notice how, dude, there are people in the crowd, as soon as he says, if he had looked it up in the Greek, he would know it doesn't mean anything like that. People immediately were saying eons, ages. You know why? Because flat earthers that are believers have researched this. They're much more informed. They've already went through their diligence to discover that people say that it means planets and worlds, but actually it means ages. It's eons. It doesn't mean planets or worlds. That's like day one flat earth. When you see people say, oh, the Bible says the earth's a globe, you'll see them say that it says the word planet. You'll see them say the word, it has multiple worlds, and you research it. That's why people in the audience already were saying the answer. And when he said it, they all started cheering because they already knew. One side hasn't done any research diligently seeking truth. One side has diligently looked into the Hebrew and the Greek and the scriptural context and realized what it actually says. There's a stark contrast here. So he claimed one of his home run verses was that it says there are multiple worlds. First he says, why is he got to tell us that there's a boundary on our habitation? I don't know. Why are you denying that there is one, right? When you say that we're just swimming in a vacuum and can fly out there infinitely, even though he wouldn't let people go up high with the Tower of Babel, they let people fly into a vacuum and there's nothing protecting us and there is no boundary on our habitation. But anyway, his next one was this, right? Where he says, oh, look, it says there are multiple worlds. We're just the one habitable world, but there are multiple worlds, right? And he points out that no, point blank, that isn't true. If you actually look at the Greek word, you'll know that's not what it says. It doesn't say worlds. And what does the preacher who just misrepresented the scripture do? What does he do? Does he go up there and say, okay, sorry, I must have been wrong about that. I don't want to mislead people into a heliocentric cosmology of the enemy because I'm twisting the scriptures? No. What does he do? Immediately deflects and diverts, just like most globers I debate. Once you expose them and you prove them wrong or refute them, they divert and deflect and change the subject to something else. But whatever they do, they never concede honestly. This is bad, bro. This is not how this is bad because you're claiming to be a preacher, bro. It's so much worse than like the atheist that I debate.
Well, then explain the two verses that I used that led into that verse, because they did prove that we are the only habitable planet amongst many.
No. Well, first of all, the word planet does not exist. It's used one time in the...
You notice, he literally just skates past it.
So that you just did with that verse is planets, the solar system. The word here, if he looked it up in the Greek dictionary, he'd find out it doesn't mean anything like that. In fact, the word is the Greek word eon, which means ages or time periods, not planets. So that you just did with that verse is deception and error.
Well, then explain the two verses that I used that led into that verse, because they did prove that we are the only...
Well, then explain another verse. No, do your research before you preach, bro.
Only habitable planet amongst many.
No. Well, first of all, the word planet does not exist. It's used one time in the King James Version, and that's a mistranslation because the actual...
It's always a mistranslation
because the actual
when it doesn't
Hebrew
fit
word,
your side.
Yeah, he raised his voice because you're interrupting him. It's always a mistranslation. Dude, do you think it's no big deal if the word is mistranslated and you're preaching the mistranslation? You think it's no big deal? Because it's called planet in KJV. He's about to tell you what the actual word is, and you interrupted him before he can finish saying, oh, it's always a mistranslation. The fact that people can claim that anyone was wrong at the end other than that guy is wild, right? I mean, yeah, he's fiery at this point. He's trying to bully him and misrepresent the scriptures. So I tip my hat to him. I think he's fine.
Amongst many.
No. Well, first of all, the word planet does not exist. It's used one time in the King James Version, and that's a mistranslation because the actual...
It's always a mistranslation when it doesn't fit your side. It's always a mistranslation.
The actual Hebrew word is mazalah, which means constellations, not planets. And that's a fact.
And that's not a fact.
Then you're just...
That's not a fact. He said that's not a fact, bro. Because this is he's 0 for 2. It's getting bad. It's looking really bad for him. And if you get to go through each one, it gets worse and worse, like we've gone through a few today. It's not a fact, bro. That's what he said. And then he said, then you're deceived. Yeah, exactly. He is.
Doesn't fit your side. It's always a mistranslation.
The actual Hebrew word is mazalah, which means constellations, not planets. And that's a fact.
And that's not a fact.
Then you're deceived. All right?
If me being deceived means I believe in a spherical earth, I'm deceived, and you can just go ahead and leave and cancel this debate right now because you're not going to convince me what the Bible clearly says. The earth is not flat, 1,000%, and if I got people in our church that think it is, that's great. I love you, but if you want to go to his little service in the morning, then go to his service in the morning. It's not going to bother me one bit. The earth is not flat. It was
So who takes it off the rails, bro? Please enlighten me. 1,000 CZK, which I think is $44. I just looked it up. You are a legend, Austin. Keep up the great work. God bless you. Thank you so much, Liberty Stacker, for the generous $45 super chat and the kind words. I will keep it up. Absolutely. Thank you again. Everyone smash the like button if you haven't yet, so we can help the algorithms, so people can come learn the truth about this debate. So you see, he exposes him for the second one, and he says, that is not a fact. He just lies. And then he says, then you're deceived. And he starts getting, if I'm deceived because I think the earth's a sphere. Is that what he said? I mean, yeah, you are deceived because you think that the earth is a spinning, tilted, wobbling sphere, but claim that the Bible says so. You're clearly deceived in teaching people deception. But he was just saying, no, then you're deceived about that word. You think it means something it doesn't mean. You can look it up. It means constellation, not planet. Okay, and that word is plane, and it means wanderer. It's a wandering star. That's what the actual Greek word is anyway. And that's not what was used. It was the word used for constellation. And then look, he just spirals out of control. So I'm just going to let it play out right here because this is the part everyone's talking about.
All right.
If me being deceived,
fact.
And that's not a fact.
So who kicks who out here? Who just spirals? In fact, he walks away from him here to avoid it being too heated and just says the information, right? The Hebrew word, and it means constellation. Now watch this. If you haven't seen it, it's crazy.
Mazalah, which means constellations, not planets. And that's a fact.
And that's not a fact.
Then you're deceived. All right?
If me being deceived means I believe in a spherical earth, I'm deceived, and you can just go ahead and leave and cancel this debate right now because you're not going to convince me what the Bible clearly says. The earth is not flat, 1,000%, and if I got people in our church that think it is, that's great. I love you, but if you want to go to his little service in the morning, then go to his service in the morning. It's not going to bother me one bit. The earth is not flat. It was disproven 2,500 years ago. You can't show me one verse in the Bible that proves that the earth is flat. It's nonsense. It's nonsense. We're not going to get anywhere else because here's the problem. You use 2 hours of PowerPoint presentation, and your people are quiet. I use an hour and 15 minutes of...
Bro, I just want to point out, I'm sorry, I had to pause it, but like, bro, he says you can't show one verse, and he holds the paper up again, right? Which many of those verses he cannot rebut. He gave a whole PowerPoint. He then complains, you gave 2-hour PowerPoint. You didn't even respond to it, though. You're saying he didn't have verses support that the earth is flat. He gave you a 2-hour presentation showing the scripture and what it says about the earth being flat and stationary and enclosed in a firmament with ends with water above it. You say that he gave you nothing, he couldn't give you anything, and then complain about how long the PowerPoint was, which is where he gave it to you, which is where you got the information that you chose to ignore. It's just lies, bro. It's wild. Let's watch his temper tantrum without me interrupting.
The promise in the Bible that proves that the earth is flat. It's nonsense. It's nonsense. We're not going to get anywhere else because here's the problem. You use 2 hours of PowerPoint presentation and your people are quiet. I use an hour and 15 minutes of the Bible and they get mad and start throwing maters and taters at me. Okay?
All right, here's the deal. Let me just say this, and I'm walking out now. But I want to say this. Oh, listen, your folks are standing up yelling, go, get out. Okay, you know what? That's fine with me. Here's the deal. I gave you the scriptures. He gave you his version.
It's always somebody else's version.
Hold on. No.
This is nonsense.
You came up with your scriptures.
You just went on a little baby temper tantrum and you can't even let him calmly respond. And he said your version, he's being generous. No, you just bastardized the scriptures. Objectively, anyone with just a minor amount of attention and diligence can prove that.
Gave your interpretation of them. I gave mine.
I gave you the Bible interpretation.
I gave you the Bible. I gave more Bible than you did, for a fact.
You gave us the Bible interpretation, did you? Because I'm pretty sure you said it meant worlds like planets when the word is ages, and then you said that the word planet doesn't actually mean constellation when he told you the Hebrew word, and you claimed that that wasn't a fact. You gave us the Bible interpretation by claiming that the Greek word for ages, which was eons, actually meant different planets in a solar system. Yeah, bro.
Your interpretation of them, I gave mine.
I gave you the Bible interpretation.
I gave you the Bible. I gave more Bible than you did, for a fact, right there. All right.
Oh, really?
Oh, really? It wasn't even close, bro. It wasn't even close.
Fact.
Well, I'll tell you what. How about in your rebuttal, I'll keep my mouth shut and you tell me how wrong I was about your misapplication of the ring stamping in Job chapter 38.
Okay, so he says, I'll keep my mouth shut and you tell me how wrong I am about that verse. Okay, cool. You're gonna keep your mouth shut and let him explain to you why you're wrong. Okay, cool.
First of all,
hello, is it sunrise or not?
Not at all. I don't agree.
I'm gonna keep my mouth shut.
I'll keep my
Now watch what he does as soon as he starts talking. He's gonna keep his mouth shut and watch what he does.
my mouth shut and you tell me how wrong I was about your misapplication of the ring stamping in Job chapter 38.
First of all,
hello, is it sunrise or not?
Not at all. I don't agree with you.
Turn his mic off. Get out.
Wow.
You're a Bible denier. You're a Bible denier. You're a Bible denier.
How crazy is that, bro? It's funny now. I've seen funny memes of it and stuff.
In Job chapter 38.
First of all,
hello, is it sunrise or not?
No.
How is that the behavior of a pastor? No.
I gave you the Bible. I gave more Bible than you did, for a fact, right there. All right.
Oh, really?
That's a fact.
Well, I'll tell you what. How about in your rebuttal, I'll keep my mouth shut and you tell me how wrong I was about your misapplication of the ring stamping in Job chapter 38.
First of all,
hello, is it sunrise or not?
Not at all. I don't agree with you.
Turn his mic off. Get out.
Wow.
You're a Bible denier. You're a Bible denier.
Bro, you guys, you remember that the public statement said he threw the mic at him? Bro, you kicked him out, interrupted him, and he just gracefully waved, kind of bowed, and tossed the mic to you. And then you slapped it. He didn't throw the mic at you. What a little
Turn
girl.
his mic off.
What a little girl, bro.
Get out.
Wow.
You're a Bible denier. You're a Bible denier. You're a Bible denier.
As he proceeded to deny the Bible the whole night. We thought we were going to make it, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are just, thought we were going to make it. All of a sudden, the whole thing came crashing down.
That is ridiculous. Bible denier. Just get out.
Yeah, pretty crazy, so. Pretty crazy, man. And they had cut his mic a few times, actually. Sore loser. Well, yeah, I mean, think about it. If he had got to go through every verse, dude, the scripture stands on its own 2 feet, bro. If you go through each one of them, it gets so bad. So bad. So he tried to rush to what he considered a home run, which was the sunrise verse, and he just wanted to like, oh, you're denying the Bible, and found an excuse out. The last thing that dude wanted, bro, let's be real, is for Dean to be able to meticulously pick apart his arguments using the scriptures and the actual Hebrew and Greek words, because he would have debunked each one of them. And he would have pointed out that he didn't respond to his. Then he would have been able to call me up. Bro, I mean, that's just, I mean, it would have been, they would have never recovered. It would have been incredible for Flat Earth, though, let's be real. But it still was. So I went a pretty long time. I covered quite a bit of it. I know I had a lot to say. Obviously, we can't watch the whole thing. I'm pretty tired now, but I did troop it out for you guys. So hopefully you guys enjoyed. Smash the like button so people can see this review when they look up the debate. Hopefully we can pop up a bit on the algorithm. Share the video. And yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed. I was there. It was pretty intense. And I'll say what I kind of think in general, right? I think that I felt this way for a minute, and it's kind of why I've even taken a break recently to kind of get centered and prepare for it. I feel that the creator's leading me to kind of step it up a notch, where I kind of, really update my background, end up creating a podcast, update my quality and my cameras, go out on the street, start doing the odd and ask, update the content that I make, also to go on these bigger shows, start flying out to different podcasts and getting on different appearances. I feel that I'm supposed to be doing that soon, and I think the reason I feel that way is because the creator is going to start pushing many people in that direction, because I don't think it's a coincidence that I feel that it's supposed to really be 2024 for me, even though it's not the real calendar year. But anyway, and that this kind of sparks the second wave. The creator's ready to pop it out onto the world. And he got a remnant of people to see the truth. He prepared them for a few years to kind of learn. Everyone had their own lane. And now it's time to bring it back out. It's going to start propping up. And so this was the creator, and you can't stop it. The creator's going to put it there. He's going to pick people with different lanes, and he's going to put them on these big stages and these big platforms, and the enemy cannot stop it. It's that time. And so I'm telling you, I feel in my spirit that it is the time it's about to happen. It is. And a lot of truthers can feel that it's about to happen. This is just the first thing that's sparking the conversation all across the place. And what you're going to see is there's going to be a reoccurring theme. Every time it gets on the big stage, flat earthers can't be given a fair chance, a fair opportunity, have to be shut down, consistently win in terms of information and being equipped, and the lack of logical fallacies and all of that. It's going to consistently start to increase and spread. If you thought that the fact that it was the third most Googled term in all of the United States in 2016 was a big deal, that's during the election year of Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, right? You have no idea what's coming. No idea. It is about to completely take over, right? And so it's that time, bro. And I think everyone should just be happy and try to stay diligent and pray and be humble and honest and see what the creator wants to do to use you. If you don't feel like you can be in the trenches, pick someone out that you feel led to support in this moment, because I can only tell you from my perspective, but that's what I feel is happening. My boy Kingdom and Context. Great work, brother. I'm setting up a moderated debate with Dr. Sanjinis on cosmology, scripture, and science. I'm going the scriptures. Want to coach me on the science arguments, debates in February. Yeah, of course, brother. Absolutely. That's going to be awesome, bro. Thank you for the $20 super chat, bro. Yeah, dude. If you got a list of questions or you just want to chop it up periodically between now and then, I got you. Yeah, that sounds great. I mean, because obviously you don't have to really talk about motion. He agrees with all of that. I can tell you kind of some like silver bullets against his cosmology, honestly. So yeah, absolutely. That sounds awesome. You're the guy to do it. Maybe you can keep him calm too. That would be my only suggestion off the rip, is like he's gotten really triggered about flat Earth, and I managed to have a good conversation with him, but we only discussed what we agreed on, So, wow, that's awesome, bro. Reach out to me. Yeah, you got my number. We'll set something up for sure. I got you, bro. That's why I'm asking you. Yeah, I got you. I can already think of a few things that I had to hold back saying to him when I interviewed him. It's a moderated debate. Okay, perfect. Yeah, he's still might get emotional, especially if there's a back and forth section. Well, shout out to my boy Keem and Context, debating Robertson Ginnis on scriptures and science of flat Earth, our biblical cosmology. That is epic. I don't see how anyone can debate the scriptures. It clearly says there's a firmament, we're not moving, there's water above us, and that the earth is plane, and that heaven's above. Oh, whatever. Cool, man. Looking forward to it. That's exciting. Dude, that kind of goes right in line with what I'm saying, dude. I think that big things are about to start happening, bro. And do you think it's a coincidence that one of the biggest things that's happened to flat Earth was in a church about the scriptures and what it says about the earth? No, dude. It wasn't a coincidence. It could have happened many other ways. But the sparking of this new wave was in a church, bro. The creator's doing it. And that should make you feel super confident, man. It's like, how are they going to stop us? You're like, oh, how to censorship this and that. And I am formulating plans on how to glitch out the censorship. But I know that the creator's the one that's going to make it happen, like for me and for everyone else. Bro, you should be super confident to know the creator's doing it. Just like the creator brought it back out and he woke people up. He brought Enoch back out around the same time. He showed me Enoch when I was asking for answers right into my like reawakening, if you will. me really submitting to the creator, brute Enoch right there from the rip. Right? And I never heard of it. Got suggested to me on YouTube, but don't watch anything like that. Nothing about the scriptures at that point in any of my history. Actually, leading up to that point, a bunch of degenerate hip hop and stuff. All of a sudden, Enoch after I say that prayer. Okay, and so he did that. He brought up biblical cosmology. He prepares for a few years, and now he's about to start putting us in different positions. So it's cool. I would say pray, try to tell people around you, try to support people the way you can. If that's liking, sharing, supporting, any way that you can. Support the people that you feel led to do, because we all have our own little role. All right, cool. I wanted to throw that out there because I think that's kind of encouraging, and I feel that on a pretty deep level. Love you, bro. When can we see you debate Kent Hovind on Globular Earth on Standing for Truth channel? I'm down to debate him if you'll ever debate me. Thank you for being a Misfit for 2 members. Thank you for being a member or a Misfit for 2 months. Hot dogs for sale, and I'm down to definitely do that. Dominoes are falling. Odle killed it. You always kill it. Keep it up. Much love. Thank you so much, November, for the $5 super chat and the kind words and support, brother. Yeah, dude, I think it's pretty cool. It's gonna get crazy. If they'd have left that up, it'd be really, really viral right now. But you know how it goes. The debate proved the deception. It feels good to know the truth. Yeah, I agree. It's very reassuring. Tyler432, thank you for the $10 super chat, and I agree, bro. If you were there, the vibe of the quote unquote flat earthers was just like smiling, loving, hugging, praying, congratulating Dean, like. They'd be like, it's good to see you, people putting their differences aside, or even the history that they had, even after we basically got kicked out and not fairly represented and all that. We're all just laughing and hugging and having a good time, just kind of in disbelief of what's going on, like we were at a movie or something. There was no violent defiance, all this weird stuff they said. No one was charging the stage trying to hurt anyone that had to be held back. None of that happened. True earthers were just laughing, smiling, bro. And then their side typically were like angry and confused and mad at us and stuff. And like, it was just confirmation. Dude, truth doesn't fear investigation, bro. That's the truth. Things are growing. Yeah, it's going to be cool. All right, cool, man. Hopefully you guys enjoy. I'm going to get out of here. I'm tired. I got to wake up and work out, and it's going to be interesting. I'm behind on working out. It's kind of unfortunate because I'm going to get really sore again, I think. All good. Cool. I will try to stream tomorrow night. I think right now, tentatively, I have a debate with, unfortunately, FDFE, unless we find a replacement. I'm trying to find, if anyone knows of a physicist or anyone with credentials that will debate me last minute on Jaren's debatism, Thursday night, 6 p.m. Eastern, I believe. That would be cool. Hit me up if you think you can get anyone short notice to pop in. Anyway, I'm doing a debate Thursday on Jaren's debate show. 6 p.m. So that would be cool. I'm going to try to do a stream tomorrow. Then Friday, we have the summit. So I definitely encourage you guys checking out the summit, trueearther.com. Link in the description. $50 general, $75 VIP. People may think that's a lot, but it's not really that much. Whenever we pay all the speakers, it's kind of like the bare minimum. And if you pick the name of the speaker that you want to be there, then the commissions go to them. And yeah, VIP, you get to hang out at the VIP after party exclusively. You get to sit inside the room, talk to the people more directly. Your questions get prioritized and asked. You also will be a part of the giveaway that I think we're going to give away a few $100 and then a bunch of different products and services and money here and there and all this stuff. And you get the VIP coupon, virtual gift bag. Cool. And then we have Deepak and Foundering singing. We have Dr. Andy Kaufman, Dr. Amanda Vollmer, Dr. Kelly Brogan. We just have a bunch of legends. We have Mike Winter from Alpha Vedic. There's a bunch of legends that are going to be there presenting. So you don't want to miss that. trueearther.com. And if you want to pick your boy Witsit, I'm not mad at you. In the drop-down window, it's mandatory, so you have to pick one of the speakers. Cool. And yeah, that's about it because I'm really tired. We're going to get out of here. Like I said, I got my Misfits merch on. This is embroidered. It's really nice. If you go to the summit, you'll get an exclusive coupon to the merchandise before it gets dropped and released to everyone else. So cool. Also, bro, we had incredible feedback on the fast, man. People losing weight, losing inches on their waist, getting rid of all kinds of ailments. We're going to put together a testimonial, but like I said, crazy things. So if you have problem with your eyesight, not medical advice, or problem sleeping, or restless leg syndrome, or like diabetes, or high blood pressure, skin issues, eczema, psoriasis, get some of the blends in the description. Try fasting, even working your way into it, even if it's intermittent fasting at first until you can work your way into it. And dude, the testimonies we're getting back are incredible. And the testimonies of the people that had the blends but didn't get the blends as early are pretty telling. And we're going to be doing those fasts pretty regularly. So cool. I also got my etheric state fasting merch in today, and it was pretty cool. And I'm almost done putting together the ebook for the fasting guide. So if you did purchase a blend, then you will be getting that complimentary. If someone gets the blends before I officially release it, I'll send it to you complimentary as well. So cool. That's about it. I love you guys. I am tired. So seek and speak truth unequivocally. I'm going to play a trailer for the summit here at the end and then my song and get out of here. But yeah, like I said, seek and speak truth unequivocally. The weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance. So who cares what other people think? They're going to attack you. That's typically what people do, certainly when they're uncomfortable. They kind of project their insecurity onto you and try to isolate you, and it's all good, man. Kind of take honor in that. If you're speaking the truth, you're normally not going to be fitting in. You're normally going to be saying something that not everyone agrees on, because what's popular is rarely true, and what's true is rarely popular. So just stay strong, keep speaking the truth. I'll catch up with you guys later. Peace. Jump back on. I hate that I did that. I forgot to do the Rockfin. I'm sorry. I gotta read it. I'm not gonna leave you guys hanging. Dakota Dunn, thank you for the $20 tip on Rockfin. Thanks for all your hard work spreading truth. Hope you and your family are well and settling into your new home. Take care. I will do. Thank you so much. I wonder if they accidentally do exclamation marks instead of question mark, or question marks to exclamation marks on Rockfin, because everyone accidentally does that. I think it's probably Rockfin, but thank you for the kind words and the support. Much love, brother. I'm sick with it. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you so much for the support. John Keeley, $5 tip. Thank you. Tony Coriolis, appreciate this. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for the $5 tip on Rockfin. Lance Market, Mark Kurtz, maybe butchered that, but very generous donation on Rockfin, $100. Glober Austin Crushing. Oh, you like the Glober Austin, brother? Well, see, the thing about it is that everything is going to occur as if the Earth is a stationary plane and as if it's flat, level, and horizontal, but actually it's tilted, wobbling, spinning, and curving. Trust me, it's just too big and you'll never be able to tell in any type of test that you do that is observational or involves light whatsoever. We're just going to say refraction, including radio waves or microwaves or long-distance sonar waves. It doesn't really matter what it is. We can just say that word even though we can't define it or explain it or scientifically prove it. Therefore, I have an unfalsifiable belief system. You can't beat me, ha ha ha. Look at the sky, it matches the Earth, ha ha ha. That means that the Earth is a globe even though we made the globe model from the sky. If you didn't know, now you know. Yeah, I'm going to integrate the Glober Austin back into some content more and do that on TikTok and stuff. But thank you for the very generous tip, Lance. Much love, brother. Fishhead, Montana. I can see you, the creator's brilliance in you, Austin. I have zero doubt you have his favor. Thank you so much, man. Fishhead, Montana, thank you for the kind words and the support and the encouragement. I appreciate that. It means a lot. All right, sorry that I forgot to read it at first, but I didn't completely forget about you guys. And okay, I didn't miss anything on Rumble. So, all right, cool. Now we're actually gonna get out of here. I'm gonna play the other stream or the other trailer so that we have something to play out at the end. But anyway, Sing Speak Truth unequivocally, and what's popular is rarely true, and what's true is rarely popular, as we always say. All right, much love. Peace.
Geopolitically, we in a field that's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Rappers acting steady high, steady simple pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big pharma set it up, had to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in a field that's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Took the way you saw the world, then distorted it. Now you think you wanna rock that twirl somewhere orbiting. Theories disproportionate, the truth distorted quick with a forceful grip. They force a misinfo that we absorbing quick. Took the people's signature that mean extorted it. They forging it if news anchors informant to informing them. There's a surplus, but they tell us there are shortages. Credit economy mortgages, dollar that's supported with empty fortresses. But what's important is this: we courting ships, important gifts. Of course it is, what extortion is in accordance with an assortment list of foreign tricks. We ignoring which informant this, informant this. It looked like we were snoring tricked. Pedophilia and the government endorsing it. Yeah, eugenics is exactly what abortion is. You just vilify those insubordinate. Way to matrix engineer, that's unfortunate. Geopolitically, we in a field that's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Rappers acting say they high, say they sip with pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big pharma set it up just to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in a field that's for Israel. Wonder, is it real?